Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 81, Culling. After Professor Marshall finished her introduction, the entire crowd separated into groups of hundreds. Each of them were guided towards different locations, where every mech designer had to stand at a pre-designated spot. Even the flyers had to stay put above the heads of the walkers. Professor Marshall patiently waited until the student guides made sure their groups were in the right places. Now, let us begin with the qualifiers. 3 days from now, the best of you will showcase your skills to our most distinguished guests. Only 100 of you will receive this opportunity, which means we have a big task ahead of ourselves in order to cull 99.8% of all contestants. Everyone shuddered a bit. Too many mech designers had flocked to the competition. Even with the age limit of 30 years, the Komodo star sector was simply too big. Every time the LIT held its open competition, they liked to mix up their tests. Though the organizers often reused most of them, the selection of tests still gave the contestants some anxiety. After all, no one claimed they excelled in everything. For the qualifiers, we will hold 2 rounds today and 1 more longer trial tomorrow. In our first round, you will be tested on your fundamentals. Without a well-rounded foundation, you have no right to be considered by our masters. In our experience, many of you fail to make the cut, so only 1 out of 5 will qualify for the next round. A projection lit up in front of everyone's faces. To the surprise of VES and everyone else, it consisted of a series of exams. What the hell? Are we back in school? Damn it. I already forgot half of what I learned. Ha! No exam will stop me. I'm the learning expert. Some mech designers moaned as if beset with tragedy, while others arrogantly claimed they could ace any exams in a breeze. As for VES, he maintained his confidence. He might not have been the best book learner, but all of the knowledge he gained from the system had been comprehensively stuffed in his mind. There was no way he'd forgotten any details. In the real universe, when you are hired to do your job, you are expected to perform competently. Any of you who have slacked off in any fundamental subject will never have what it takes to grow in the industry. Every senior, master and star designer has reached their heights by relying on a combination of hard work and talents. Mere connections and wealth can give you a head start, but no designer has ever achieved enduring success by staying lazy. The din quieted as some of the designers understood the professor's viewpoint. Most of the participants came from far away in order to impress the masters. These eminent figures could not be swayed by regular means such as the size of your wallets. Designers, please prepare to fill in the tests. Each of you have received 5 different exams at a level just beyond what we expect our last-year students to master. You may choose 3 of the subjects to fill in and submit. Take note that we will only give you 5 hours of time, more than enough to complete the exams if you are proficient in your chosen fields. Your scores will be counted together and only the top 10.000 will pass. That meant that 40,000 mech designers were forced to bow out in the very first round. The Limar Institute of Technology did not hold back in their attempts to diminish the giant crowd of designers. Most of these mech designers were about to have their hopes crushed without even getting a chance to show off their skills in front of a crowd. The projections unlocked, allowing each designer to interact with the digital exam files. VES spread them all out too. See which topics Limar picked out for him especially. Computer science. Mathematics. Mechanics. Metallurgy. Physics. VES swore to himself. He forgot that he declined to round out his foundational skills when he last received a windfall of DP. While he considered his mechanics and metallurgy skills to be his best, he neglected to improve his computer science, mathematics, and physics. Well, out of the 3 latter skills, I sucked the least at physics. In order to boost his confidence, he chose to start with his best subject, mechanics. He flipped the page of the mechanics exam book and started to tackle the problems within. This is easy. While the old VES might have crashed onto a cliff, the current him hardly stumbled at the sight of these questions. He leisurely used the correct approach to answer the questions. Some of the problems even concerned how to accomplish greater speeds, which fell right into his alley with his highly developed speed tuning sub-skill. Only at the end did VES encounter some snags. He vaguely suspected that Master Olson had personally formulated these problems, because they fell into her specialties. He did not specialize in designing energy-efficient mechs, let alone engines. Only his solid foundation in mechanics allowed him to provide basic answers to the toughest questions. I guess anyone who followed courses under Master Olson should breeze through these tests. Anyone else can just blame their poor luck. When VES put aside mechanics and opened his metallurgy exam, he raced through the first questions with record speed. While his foundation in metallurgy was a little shallower, he still had a massive head start compared to the vast majority of his rivals. Thankfully, most of the difficult questions at the end had to do with alloy compression. Only the elites who studied at the best second-rate institutions were exposed to this exclusive subject. An anomaly like VES, who had every possible subject in his reach, simply cheated his way into mastering the basics of alloy compression. In the end, he was quite confident that he aced this exam. Now, onto physics. Hopefully my previous scores can compensate for my abysmal performance here. Pure physics formed the basis of many other related subjects. VES gritted his teeth and struggled through the problems like a soldier crawling through a trench. He used his much more solid foundation in other skills to figure out the crux of the problems posed in this exam, with mixed success. He only got off lightly when he encountered problems that had to do with his armor optimization sub-skills. After 5 hours of tortuous number crunching, the buzzer sounded and the projections winked out. Time is up. That is enough, ladies and gentlemen. Take a moment to rest while our processors and assistants will score your work. Almost every walker collapsed. While the flyers endured very little stress due to the comfort provided by their expensive anti-grav clothes, the walkers had to fill in 3 entire exams while standing up. VES supposed the organizers wanted to subtly test everyone's endurance, for he had witnessed a few contestants collapsing after an hour or two of standing straight. Those guys who can't even stand for a couple of hours are pathetic. This test isn't fair. Why do they test us on math when processors take care of everything nowadays? I have no idea why I'm being tested on assembly. It's not like I intend to pursue a career as a fabricator. Evidently, a lot of people fared worse than VES. He did not sympathize with them. If you wanted to compete at this level, then you'd better be as good as the students who graduated here. If VES was still stuck as an average novice mech designer, he'd never have the guts to show up. All of his fellow contestants who overestimated themselves were about to receive a harsh dose of reality. While everyone took a half-hour break, VES visited one of the bathroom stalls before grabbing a free lunch. Many designers huddled together and squirmed as they awaited their scores. All right. Time's up. We've graded your exam papers and most of you have done a passable job. Yet we do not have any use for average results. Our masters only seek the best, and I am sorry to say that most of you will find your journey ends here. Professor Marshall then pressed a button that caused a lot of people to light up. Anyone who is lit up by a red light, please vacate the area. An uproar ensued as many overconfident designers protested their heartless elimination. While most of the walkers simply shook their heads and stepped away with glum faces, the flyers kept yelling that the evaluation was flawed and mistaken. Silence. The dean yelled, and a large group of guards showed up with their stun rifles charged and ready to fire. We are not your babysitters. Anyone who wishes to view their scores and protest the way we've graded them, you can go backstage. Do not hinder these proceedings. Under the threat of getting stunned, even the most obstinate designers lowered their heads. VES found it sad that most of the walkers had left the stage. They were simply unable to keep up with the advanced curriculum of a more developed state. He figured that most of the poor bums that are left must have some strengths to rely on to make it past this strict test. To everyone's amusement, not everyone got the picture. This isn't fair. I'm the son of Dash. The poor fellow got shot by a stun projectile, shutting him up pretty quickly. A handful of his type joined him in his unconscious bliss. Fortunately for all of them, their anti-grav clothes kept them aloft. Through some override, the clothes automatically floated them off the fields. Now that we have that out of the way, we will proceed to your next challenge. Your task is to see whether you have what it takes to defeat your opponent in a mech design duel. Like all conventional duels, you are given a period of time, in this case 8 hours, to design a mech out of a fairly limited selection of parts, though you can design your own if you wish. VES already participated in this kind of struggle during the qualifiers where his mech ran a gauntlet. This time, his mech faced another one in a duel, which meant he'd have to pay attention to other aspects. This time we've added a twist. You see, while you are allowed to design your mech in peace, you will do so in full view of your upcoming opponent, who will likewise be able to spy on your every move. Every aspect of your design is exposed to your enemy, from its loadout to its shape and even programming. That was new. VES had never fought a mech duel like that even in practice. This turned out to be a lot trickier than he thought. If I'm designing a flight mech, my enemy can just designing a heavy artillery mech in response. I can counter that by designing a knight, but my opponent can counter that by designing a flying marksman. A headache already started to build within his mind. How could he design a mech in peace when he and his opponent kept spying on each other and changed their designs to incorporate counters? Chapter 82, Transparent Duel. Now that the previous round eliminated most designers, everyone gained sufficient space to work. The regulating system automatically paired mech designers against each other, forcing everyone to shuffle around. VES walked to the left side of the field and met his opponent. "Hi. I'm VES Larkinson." He greeted politely. He looked at the man's floating nameplate. "So you are Floyd Lee?" "TCH. This will be easy," the Limar graduate contemptuously said. Unlike the other students who wore purple, he wore an exclusive blue uniform decorated with many more symbols. He also wore a silver sash, which carried a special meaning that VES couldn't figure out, though only a few graduates shared the same colors. VES frowned a bit at his opponent's lack of response. He wanted to spark up a conversation to learn more about his opponent, but his contempt revealed no further openings. He only figured out that this handsome floating man was an elite, and from his accent he likely originated from a core planet of the Carnegie Group. "Give up, loser. I have no idea how you got through the first round, but I can assure you your progress ends here. Save me the trouble and make way for a future master." "No thanks. I'd rather stay," VES said in a clipped tone. He encountered plenty of entitled bastards in the past when he studied at Rittersberg, and he learned that the best way to cope with them was to keep your responses minimal. Floyd intended to press the conversation. "Don't think that the rules will stop a man of my caliber. I have ways of cleaning you up if I find you displeasing. Are you sure it's a good idea to say that in the open with all kinds of monitoring systems active? This little school doesn't care." Evidently, VES placed too much faith on the Limar Institute of Technology's impartiality. Past competitions sometimes ended strangely when contestants of lesser means dropped out or spontaneously fell sick. Eventually it grew so bad that the LIT had to make a statement and put a stop to these unsavory actions. His mood sank when VES figured out that mere words could not elicit protective measures. He considered Floyd closer. Though he looked imposing, VES did not find him to be particularly notable. He didn't recognize his face or his name, so he shouldn't be too famous. As someone who recently stared death in the face, VES was not easily cowed. Not anymore. Though he still acted discreet, he recently realized there were times when he had to forge ahead even if he ran into obstacles. "You refer to yourself as a master, but all I hear is bluster. Come back before me with an official master seal from the MTA and then we'll talk. Until then, prepare to go back to your villa, because I'm going to eliminate you in a couple of hours." You. In effect, VES burned his bridges with his opponent. Without any means of reconciliation, VES backed himself into a corner. If he succeeded in attracting the attention of a master, then clueless blowhards like Floyd were inconsequential. If he failed, then not only did he fail the system's mission, he'd also have to watch his back on the return trip. The duel started soon enough. The noise disappeared when a new projection surrounded everyone. Everyone recognized the familiar interface of a virtual mech workshop. The only addition was that everyone could view their opponent's workshop and even access their files on the terminal. Professor Marshall explained how their designs were tested at the end of the design period. As with all standard duels, your designs will be piloted by our proprietary AIs in 100 different simulations. Whoever designed the mech that wins the most will qualify for the next round. There's only one little change. Everyone waited in anticipation. The piloting AI will remember the previous matches and can improve from its previous experiences. This was a bombshell. Even after several hundred years of development, piloting AIs could never really match up against real pilots. The normal simulations only used the most basic, foolproof AIs for testing. Generally, only high-grade AIs were able to adapt intelligently to prior experience, and required a lot of processing power to do so. The conventional strategy in designing a mech for a duel was to make it as simple as possible. The simpler the mech, the flatter the learning curve. This allowed the piloting AIs to grasp the mech as fast as possible and effectively use its strengths. In a situation where the mech had time to learn from its mistakes and improve its performance over time, the story was different. Higher-performing mechs were usually more complex, featuring a much steeper learning curve. The advantage of more complex mechs were that they usually performed much better in certain situations. If the AI was able to grasp the right technique for the right situation, it could leverage a complex mech's strength to incredible heights. You have 8 hours to complete your design. Now start. Everyone approached their terminals and opened the interface. At their current level, the LIT did not expect everyone to design a functional mech from scratch, so everyone had a choice of standard components. VES took a look at what kind of parts he had to work with, and estimated that they matched up to 3-star mechs in Iron Spirit. That's a little beyond what I'm used to, but with my recent improvements I should be able to handle them. First, I have to determine the shape and weight classes. He took a look at Floyd, who confidently picked a frame without even bothering to wait for VES. His empty workshop shimmered and the giant shape of a panther-shaped mech came into view. The floating designer laughed down at VES. Ha ha ha, I gave you a chance to retreat, but now it's too late. I'm at the top of my class when it comes to felinid mechs. Let the Beastmaster show you how it's done. To his regret, VES was not very familiar with beast mechs. Even if VES could see everything Floyd was doing, without understanding most of it, he might as well be blind. If Floyd chose to work on a humanoid mech, VES could easily dissect his every move. Now, he could only guess at his design choices. From what he recalled, beast mechs usually flexibility for superior mobility. With 4 limbs, these wolf or tiger-like mechs possessed unequaled speed and agility, sometimes surpassing humanoid mechs of the same weight class. In exchange, these quadruped mechs had less choices to work with. Wolf-shaped mechs usually relied on their highly sophisticated jaws, while tiger-shaped mechs also used their claws. There were more differences, but these were the main points. From what VES could gather, Floyd's tiger mech was on the lower end of the medium weight class. Such a mech relies on speed and momentum to pounce on their opponents. In an open terrain, a light mech built for endurance can maintain their distance and chip away at the slower tiger mech. VES doubted that this was the correct solution. Who knew if Floyd followed some classes under Master Olson and could temporarily boost his mech speed? He was unwilling to gamble on this front. I have more leeway if I make a more durable mech. It's best if I design a heavy mech, but I don't have any practical experience in designing them. I can only resort to hefty medium mechs. Though he didn't know if the X Factor worked on AI pilots, he still took a few minutes to sharpen his intent. His improved concentration made it easier to fall into the right mood. Even as Floyd occasionally tried to interrupt his thoughts, VES easily swept aside the words. If Floyd fancies himself a Beastmaster, then my mech will become the ultimate hunter. In the end, VES deferred to his past experience in working with the Caesar Augustus model. He scrolled through the parts section and picked out any legs, arms and torso that conformed to the Caesar Augustus. All the basic parts of his medium mech eventually appeared in his virtual workshop. With a sturdy torso and legs, the mech he envisioned should be able to withstand a charge if it held a shield. Against beast mechs, the best way to fight them was to shoot them down before they came into melee range. If VES knew what kind of terrain the duels took place, he could comfortably make his choices. Yet Professor Marshall hadn't said a thing, which meant that the duels took place in randomized environments. He could not ensure his mech could face the beast mech in open terrain. The main armament will be a sword and shield. No, perhaps a spear is better, with a knife as a backup option. The best way to deter a charge is to point something long and sharp at them. Then what if Floyd implemented ranged weapons on his mech? VES studied his opponent's early progress and noted that the mouth and flanks possessed the right infrastructure to mount a couple of rifles. He wanted to keep VES guessing. If Floyd intended to be meticulous, then he'd definitely incorporate at least one ranged weapon. That meant that VES had to respond in kind. He studied his chosen parts and noted that the arms only allowed for shoulder mounts. He could forget about wrist-mounted weaponry. Shoulder mounts are too fragile, but I don't have any choice. If I resort to a rifle, then my mech will take too long to switch weapons. Everything had their trade-offs. A mech with shoulder mounts could never match up against a dedicated rifleman in a shootout. VES persisted with his choice because he doubted Floyd relied entirely on lasers or cannons for his beast mech. As time passed, Floyd laughed when he saw what VES decided. Ha ha ha. Can't make up your mind? You're not going anywhere if you split your focus. VES ignored everything but his own work. Unless Floyd ditched his beast mech and turned to an entirely different frame, VES gained nothing if he kept staring at his opponent's design. He trusted in his design and its ability to hunt tigers. He chose to design his medium mech based on armor, agility, and close-ranged prowess. Fending off a beast mech required a certain level of fluidity. If he made his mech too sluggish, it could not keep up with a flanking beast mech. The parts he chose already possessed pretty good armor. He only replaced the base plating with a lighter but more durable variant by using the alloy compression machine. Those who were not familiar with alloy compression could only scratch their heads, but someone like VES who mastered the basics, he could still produce the plates when fed with standard materials. Fabricating all of the replacement armor by hand took 3 hours, and that was with the virtual workshop giving him a speed boost. The process was much slower in reality. As mech duels were only supposed to be finished within a day, these virtual workshops customarily offered these kinds of conveniences so the audience wouldn't get bored. He spent another 2 hours slapping together the rest. As VES chose to go with a simple loadout, he did not have to extensively rearrange the internals. This saved him quite a bit of time. Together with his high mechanics skill, he easily pieced together the different parts into a harmonious whole. He only made minor modifications to strengthen his mech spear handling. A hunter slowly took shape. With a couple hours left to go, VES raised his head to see how Floyd progressed. His jaw dropped when he looked at his opponent's design. Somehow, he converted a medium ambush-type tiger mech into a heavy artillery-type centaur mech. The mech somehow gained massive amounts of armor without conflicting its movement, while its head had been replaced by a narrow torso that held an ominous laser rifle. Floyd even gave up on the claws and crudely replaced them with heavy hooves. Its main weapon, however, was the prodigious amount of missile launchers mounted on its back. While the centaur mech possessed no close-ranged capabilities, its numerous missiles and its high-class laser rifle meant that it could chew up anything that came within sight. The sudden changes also introduced numerous flaws. The engine power could not keep up and its laser rifle used up too much energy for the power reactor to catch up. That still left VES at a fundamental disadvantage. His humanoid medium mech could never compete at a distance and was too slow to close the distance in time. I screwed up, VES admitted to himself. He put his complete focus into maintaining his concentration, which made him forget that he could take a peek at his opponent's work. Now he paid for it by allowing Floyd to make a U-turn without alerting him. Turned out that focusing too much on the X factor was not always a good thing. Chapter 83, Unconventional. His brain started churning hotter than ever before. The feeling of crisis hounding after his back was distinctly unpleasant. He had to figure a way to climb out of his own hole. There's only 2 hours left. Before I do anything else, first I should see if Floyd is able to pull another fast one. As VES studied Floyd's jury-rigged centaur mech, he found many minor errors. Instead of starting anew with a basic heavy frame, his opponent chose to forcefully increase his beast mech's weight class by slapping a lot of parts together. He understood why Floyd went in this direction. If he replaced the frame, he'd have to throw away at least a couple of hours of work. Evidently, he couldn't bear to start over. Is he crazy? VES asked when he realized what Floyd did. In his perspective, it was better to use a frame built to withstand the stresses of a heavy mech than to forcefully reinforce a lighter frame. This ungodly centaur mech certainly had its faults. Compared to a purpose-built centaur mech, his chimera's speed, power, and integrity was awful. Floyd wasn't stupid. His mech might not be capable of chasing an opponent, but it possessed enough firepower to devastate anyone at range. The missile launchers was also a source of anxiety. Floyd had left them empty. He'd probably chose the missile type at the very last second. With the variety of missiles available, VES had no way of modifying his mech to withstand a specific missile type. Odds are, he's going to resort to one of the three major types: high explosive, thermal, or kinetic. I doubt he'd pick something indirect like EMP or smoke particles. If VES could pin down the mix of damage types and optimal ranges of the launchers, he could work some additional armor. I don't think he'll replace those missile launchers with other weapon types. His mech can't withstand the weight or energy consumption of anything bigger. This gave him an idea. He looked at his mech's shoulder lasers and made some optimizations. He enhanced their accuracy and fire rate at the cost of impact. He even went to the trouble of incorporating an enhanced targeting system into the head, allowing it to track fast-moving projectiles. In the end, he turned them into decent anti-missile systems. VES spied on his opponent again and confirmed he didn't change anything again. Floyd still tried to paper over the worst cracks of his hasty modifications. Besides the missile loadout, everything was set in stone. His design still stands a better chance than mine, he concluded after a minute of consideration, though with a narrow margin. They chose to pursue different extremes. VES designed a structurally sound mech with the time allotted to him. Floyd embraced the weird dual format and changed his design midway in order to counter his opponent's efforts. While both had their strong points, Floyd took the lead by making his switch at an opportune moment. VES had no time to change his fundamental design. I've got about an hour left. There should be something I can do. He looked left and right, but unfortunately he couldn't steal anyone else's ideas. The projection systems only made the workshops viewable to their owners and their opponents. Only the audience and the organizers were able to see everything, but they had no way of communicating their observations to participants. I need to think outside the box. I can't just submit this design without taking advantage of the competition format. He thought about his opponent's mech. Its main damage dealer was its missiles. The laser rifle also posed a threat, but not too much due to the Centaur mech's insufficient energy and heat absorption capacities. As the mech gained a pair of humanoid arms, VES also couldn't rule out that Floyd added a melee weapon such as a spear at the last moment. He considered his options again in light of this information. While a spear might make the Centaur possess some bite at close range, it wasn't enough to fend off a purpose-built melee mech. If his hunter successfully closed the distance, he'd bet his medium mech could beat the Centaur mech 80% of the time. That Centaur is slow as hell, and will probably fall apart if it tries to run. Does my mech even need a lot of speed? His mech already weighed a lot for a medium mech, so he gave up any strategies involving a dash. Instead, he considered the opposite. If he beefed up his mech's armor and shields, then it stood a better chance of fending off the missile barrage. I don't have a lot of leeway in adding more protection. Although, if VES submitted his design in a blind duel, he'd never overburden his mech. Now that he saw what his opponent was working on, he could avoid the pitfall of choosing an overly specific loadout only to risk stumbling on a direct counter. I don't need to stick to conventional limits. The best way to endure a missile bombardment is to put as much layers in between the missiles and the mech. His memories provided him with some inspiration. He especially revisited the concept of modular armor. Naturally, he had no time to replace his mech's armor with a modular system, nor did he wish to do Southwest in the first place. Instead, he referred to the system's premise. The goal of a modular armor system is to treat armor as a disposable product. When necessary, it's better to discard a spent piece of armor in exchange for a reduction in weight. He could apply this concept to a shield. He wanted to design an incredibly thick shield, one so heavy that it had to be supported by wheels or tracks if possible. Who cared if his mech slowed to a crawl? He'd bet it was still a bit faster than that rickety Centaur mech on even terrain. After regaining his spirit, VES implemented his crazy idea in the hour that remained. Even if Floyd stopped his tinkering and puzzled out his intentions, there was nothing much his opponent could do to respond. VES obfuscated his work by designing only a small portion of his shield. Like a pre-assembled block, if he duplicated its shape, he could easily stack them together, though without alloy compression. Before he did so, his opponent laughed at its small and weak-looking shape. Ha ha ha. That little shield isn't big enough for what I have in store for you. Even if you used alloy compression, it still won't stop my firepower. Again, VES questioned Floyd's sanity. If he stopped laughing so much, he might notice the camouflaged attachment points at the shield's extremities. Despite his bewilderment, he kept pretending to work on something else. The last minute initiated some frantic changes. Both VES and Floyd sped up and added a lot of new parts. VES kept one eye on Floyd's actions while he implemented his own plan. As predicted, Floyd added a melee weapon to his mech. Instead of a spear, he chose to add a halberd instead. As for the missile loadout, he went for an even mix of high explosive and kinetic payloads. The kinetic missiles excelled at damaging shields and slow-moving mechs, while the explosive ones fared better in damaging lighter and more exposed components. Just as Floyd finished his additions, he took a taunting look at his opponent's workshop. His grin vanished. Impossible. That's impossible. VES removed the useless fittings meant to cover up the attachment points on his shield. He scanned the design and duplicated its very basic shape with the most basic materials. The virtual workshop allowed him to duplicate any material as long as it wasn't too complex. The shield barely qualified, but VES successfully duplicated a handful of identical plates with simpler materials. With the quickest speed, he clicked them all together, forming an oversized rectangular barrier. The main point of the shield was its layered composition. If the front layer became too tattered, the mech could easily detach it by prying off a few locks. With up to 4 different layers, the wide and tall shield provided enough bulk to withstand the Centaur mech's entire missile complement. Naturally, his mech could not even lift a big and heavy shield without cracking its arms. To support the shield's alignment, he hastily added a couple of unpowered wheels to the bottom. They served no function other than to bear the shield's weight and make it easier to push forward on flat terrain. If the mech came across more complex terrain, its pilot could choose to discard some layers in order to carry it like a conventional shield. This is cheating. Anyone? My opponent is cheating. Sadly. Floyd received no response. The virtual workshop scanned both designs and approved them without comment. VES ignored his blubbering and sat down on the field. He worked for 8 straight hours. He deserved a rest. Ladies and gentlemen, now that you have submitted your designs, we will see whether they can vanquish the opposition. In the interest of finishing this round in a prompt fashion, we will speed up the simulation so that we can receive the results before the hour is over. Let the duels commence. The virtual workshop environments vanished into thin air. Instead, a new set of projections appeared. A projection of the automated duels appeared in front of every pairing. As expected, each duel was held in a completely random environment. Some fought in a city, while others fought in a forest. A couple of duels even took place on a low-gravity moon, which threw both AIs off whack. VES and Floyd's first duel took place in a fairly average desert environment. The hot environment favored the medium mech, as it mainly relied on its melee weapons to deal damage. The Centaur mech had to watch its heat build up, and it showed as its AI chose to slow down its rate of fire when it spotted its humanoid opponent. Fucking idiot. Shoot faster. Empty those launchers. The fast-forwarding made it difficult to judge what was going on, but VES saw that his mech held an overwhelming advantage. The relatively flat terrain facilitated the jury-rigged wheels. His unnamed mech sluggishly advanced, making sure to hide as much of its profile behind the giant shield. What kind of shit for brains did the lit put in my mech? It's not even moving a lot. Even the Centaur's piloting AI thought it was a bad idea to test his mech's speed limits. Floyd underestimated the importance of his mech's integrity. With all the crude additions, it was a wonder his mech didn't fall apart. The medium mech started to speed up. It stoically endured the missile bombardments and discarded the damaged layers when they were spent. When the shield lost half of its mass, the mech was able to speed up and cut short the Centaur's lethargic bombardment. The halberd proved to be a little troublesome, but the Centaur AI lacked familiarity with the weapon. In the end, the medium mech discarded the shield and flanked the Centaur from behind. The Centaur could not keep up with the change in direction and got its rear area wrecked. VES won the first match. Only 99 to go. The second match took place in one of the worst environments for his design. The hilly forest terrain impeded the mech's oversized shield. After a few minutes of fruitless fumbling, it finally learned to detach most of its layers and regain its mobility. After a few minutes of patient hunting, the Centaur finally revealed itself as it fired a sudden missile salvo from a hill. The Centaur easily prevailed. It leveraged its height advantage as much as possible while the medium mech suffered from discarding most of its shielding. The duel sped up after the first couple of matches. VES already determined the overall trend. As long as his mech was able to maintain its shield, it won as it easily blocked every missile in its way. The centaur grew smarter by seeking the most complex environments to make it stand. Thus, the first couple of victories favored VES, but after the 20th duel he lost his lead. The AI pilots both adjusted their tactics while responding better to their opponent's actions. The medium mech learned to angle its shields and spread out the impacts. The centaur mech aimed its laser rifle at the wheels attached to the shield. On and on the duels progressed, until finally the last one finished. Yes! VES yelled and raised his fist. He prevailed over Floyd by a comfortable ratio of 58 wins to 42 losses. He qualified for the next round while Floyd was sent packing. While the Limar graduate possessed some solid skills, he lost his cool and tried to one-up his adversary by turning midway. If not for his questionable decisions, he might have reached further. After his excitement cooled, VES faced his opponent and held out his hand. It was a good duel. Floyd spat downwards and turned his back on VES without a word. Chapter 84, Gene Boosts. While it felt good giving Floyd a mental smack, VES knew he provoked an angry bear. If the stakes weren't so high, he'd rather take a step back. Now, his pressure increased. He was not content to take second place this time. He had to dazzle the audience and mesmerize at least one of the masters present. The road ahead has just begun. If I take Floyd as a standard, then I will only encounter tougher opponents. Plenty of contestants wanted to dispute the results. Most of them mainly blamed the AI pilots for failing to unearth their mech's potential. Most of the complaints came from the flyers. You cheated. There's no way a nobody like you can beat my awesome mech. Sadly for Floyd, no one cared about his accusations. While a student supervisor arrived to address his results, he had no leeway in giving the alumni from Limar a helping hand. According to the logs, both mechs are designed within acceptable boundaries. Mechanically, there's nothing fishy there, even if both of you made some unconventional choices. What about my crappy AI pilot? I obviously got a retard for a pilot. The supervisor shook his head. Every mech in every simulation started with the same AI pilot. They all have the same capacity for learning and adaptation. According to the logs, the AI pilot for your centaur mech peaked midway. It couldn't figure out new strategies. As for your opponent's medium mech, its AI pilot constantly unearthed new things to try. In other words, one mech provided slightly more options than the other mech. There was a limit how diverse a pilot could utilize the tools at hand. The main factor that limited the centaur was its crippling slow speed. The lack of speed narrowed its options to purely offensive and defensive stances. As for the design submitted by VES, the AI pilot was able to take the initiative in most battles due to its freedom of movement. It could charge straight ahead or it could take it slow by flanking its opponent. This was actually the main reason why heavy mechs never achieved dominance. Without sufficient mobility, a mech was nothing different than a sitting duck. After verifying the validity of the results, the supervisor took the devastated Floyd away. Sadly, some of the losers kept making a fuss, though they were easily taken care of with a few stun bolts. VES couldn't believe how many designers broke down and acted like babies. I always thought it took discipline and constant study to become a mech designer. I have no idea how these rich kids managed to graduate with a degree in mech design. PFF. It's genetics, man. A fellow Walker supplied. Everyone knows their parents constantly injected their kids with genetic boosts. They take 1 hour to learn a theory that regular people like us take a day to understand. There's different injections available that can strengthen your muscles, make you smarter or even remove the need for sleep. That was fairly new to VES. I thought those kinds of things are illegal or don't even exist. To commoners, they might as well be fairy tales. It's a conspiracy the upper echelon is happy to keep under wraps. They even banded together in order to suppress any credible mention about these boosts. If you don't believe me, then try and uploading a post. I can guarantee you'll be arrested quicker than you can take a leak. VES almost didn't believe it if not for one thing. Had he already taken some injections himself? When he recalled the few times he ingested the system's attribute candies, he measurably grew stronger in a couple of areas. Was the system messing with his genes each time he ate a candy? The news shook his view of how the galaxy worked. He always treated those rumors about genetic tampering as air, but perhaps he underestimated the progress humanity made over the years in terms of human genetics. Do you have any proof? PFF. Of course not. I'd be dead if I had anything. I've only been able to learn a bit because I have a moneybags for a friend. As today's program came to an end, everyone slowly left the parade ground. As VES tried to keep an eye out on Dietrich and his cat, he reconsidered the matter of upgrading his attributes. Now that he developed some decent skills, perhaps it was time to upgrade his intelligence. If I had another windfall of DP, I can afford to splurge on a couple of intelligence candies. The price of a candy corresponded with the height of his current attributes. Any attribute between 1.0 and 2.0 could be upgraded by buying a candy worth 1,000 times the desired height. For example, with his current intelligence of 1.2, if he wanted to raise it to 1.3, he'd have to spend 1,200 DP. If he wanted to raise his intelligence to 2.0, he'd have to spend a cumulative amount of 13,200 DP in total. After reaching the threshold of 2.0, the price of the attribute candies multiplied by 10,000, meaning that he'd have to spend 21,000 DP to upgrade his intelligence to 2.1. The price of upgrading an attribute grew to stupendous heights the more it growed. At his current level, VES had no way of earning enough DP to upgrade his intelligence to a meaningful level where it could make a difference. That was why up to now, he always emphasized the acquisition of skills. They provided concrete benefits at reasonable costs. VES always planned to upgrade his intelligence and perhaps some other attributes in the long term. Despite his envy, he maintained his current stance. At most, he'd upgrade his intelligence by a couple of points so that he wouldn't come across as stupid when faced with a master. VES sighed when he thought about his empty DP reserve. All of his plans meant nothing if he didn't gain another source of DP. With both his virtual and real universe sales stalling, he had no way of buying anything from the system to help him out in the competition. He had to rely on himself to reach the top. He only became a little disappointed when the mech designer system became less unique. The rich and powerful had their own ways of getting ahead even without a supposed reality-altering software program. VES finally found Dietrich near the exit. The pilot yawned as he greeted his friend. "Man, this is the most boring competition I've ever watched. There's nothing exciting about watching thousands of nerds geeking out over a couple of stupid exams. The only part that interested me was the duels, but it finished way too quickly for me to enjoy." Haha, it might not be very exciting for you, but for mech designers like me, it's been a thrill. Are you sure you mech designers are still human? I'm not surprised if you've all been replaced by aliens. Without a technical background, pilots like Dietrich could never appreciate these kinds of events. VES enjoyed the opportunity to cash against his peers. Watching his skills grow better from a boring status was much less tangible than winning an actual match against a living person. It made all of his improvements look real. Different from before, the LIT erected temporary housing for the remaining visitors. Each modular apartment came with all of the basic necessities, and were fairly secure as well. The temporary housing area became more crowded with the heavy security presence. In order to prevent improper actions such as bribery or sabotage, the entire place turned stiflingly safe. Dietrich whistled in appreciation when he saw how many mechs patrolled the perimeter. Lee Marshur takes a lot of effort to secure a simple housing area. I'm glad they take our security seriously. I've already offended one bastard from the coalition. There's no telling what he'll do behind my back. As Dietrich lacked any understanding of mech design, he wasn't really able to follow the mech duel in the second round. When VES explained how he triumphed over his opponent, he snorted. Bah, what a git. This guy refuses to admit his loss because he's not as good as you. That should be the end of the matter. VES truly hoped he had no more encounters with Floyd, but he vaguely suspected he might not be so forgiving. After an uneventful night, the contestants returned to the fields. Out of the 50,000 participants, only 5,000 remained. The final round of the qualifiers aimed to cut down their numbers to a measly 500. The attrition was horrible but necessary in order to make the main event presentable. Just like last time, Professor Marshall addressed the crowd. Today is the day where we will decide the final 500. Who among you will be lucky enough to perform in front of a crowd of the most eminent figures in the mech industry? Who among you will be projected in the homes of every household in the Komodo star sector? The chance to gain fame and make your name known to trillions of people is in your grasp. Are you not excited? Every mech designer cheered. They all fought hard to make themselves more prominent. Even if they failed to catch the interest of a master, the trip was still worth it if they became a household name. Fame was a precious resource that accelerated any mech designer's career. Now, let me begin with the third round. This time, the format revolves around teamwork. As you all know, mech designers often work together with other designers when involved in a major project. The best and most widely used designs are always a collection of each designer's best results. No mech designer in existence claims to be the best at everything, though the polymath comes awfully close. Everyone laughed a little. Claire Gramza was an absolute genius with a terrifying level of intelligence. The amount of fields she specialized in could fill a whole data chip. VES secretly wondered if the star designer bathed in intelligence gene boost since birth. This time, we wish to see some cooperation among you. Everyone will be grouped into teams of 10. Your task is to collectively design a single mech, which will be matched against every mech your rival groups have come up with once. This time the AI pilots will not remember their previous results, so all the matches are absolutely consistent. The top 50 groups with the most wins will collectively qualify for the main competition tomorrow. Everyone gaped at the competition format. Working together wasn't unheard of. Usually, small groups of mech designers often came together to produce designs intended for mass production. The problem was that when the number of people surpassed 5, these groups often became unwieldy. There were too many cooks in the kitchen. Everyone had their own ideas. If some people shared the same specialties, they could easily clash. It was a nightmare trying to corral everybody even if their thoughts aligned. Now you may be wondering how you can control so many designers in a single group. Well, that's for you to solve. You can have one designer do the work while the other 9 do nothing. You can have each designer spend 1 hour with the design interface before letting another take over when their time is up. You can partner with someone strong and beat up those you disagree with. As long as no one requires medical attention, we will not intervene. That's barbaric. Ha! I'm the captain of the boxing club. If you don't want a bruise, you better acknowledge who's boss. VES had never heard of such an absurd rule set for a group contest. Even physical intimidation wasn't ruled out. Remember, the only design our simulations will accept is the one submitted by the group's designated terminal. We won't care if others block you from accessing the terminal, or if your entire group has argued so much that your design is incomplete. What's on the terminal will be the only thing that's approved. Now, find your group mates and make some new friends. A complex series of projections guided everyone together in groups of 10. VES quickly met an eclectic group of designers. 7 of them were flyers, indicating their deep backgrounds. 4 of them even wore the LITS alumni uniform. VES was only one of 3 who came from a less affluent background. He quickly stared at the young men and woman who remained on the ground. Hi. I'm VES Larkinson, from the Bright Republic. The woman glowered at him. Missy Phillips. Vija Kingdom. His smile dropped a little when he heard that. Of all the possible teammates, the organizers grouped him with a girl from an enemy state. Sensing the tension between the two, the remaining guy tried to break the tension. Hello everyone. The name's Clark McCullum, and I'm born and raised in the Coalition. Both of them shook their hands with Clark. Neither VES nor Missy wanted to mess up their chances by having a fruitless argument over their national pride. If you plebs could kindly shut up, us real designers are about to work. A bossy woman called from above. Neither of the 3 walkers appreciated her tone, though they dared not raise their voices. The woman was one of the graduates from Limar. She also sported the most symbols on her uniform, which meant she earned plenty of achievements during her time as a student. Still, VES did not want to be crowded out by the elites. He summed up his courage and asked, "Who are you?" "You have the pleasure of addressing Cynthia Barakovsky. Perhaps you have heard of B&AMP, F Integrated." B&AMP, F Integrated was one of the Coalition's heavy industry manufacturers. They also dipped their toes into mech production. The sales from their mech division easily surpassed 1 trillion calls. After a few seconds, Missy's eyes widened. She recognized her name. You're that Cynthia Barakovsky who reached the top 100 in the last iteration of the Junior Rimworld Games. While VES still didn't recognize her name, the mere mention of the Junior Rimworld Games was sufficient to overawe everyone present. The Junior Rimworld Games was the most prestigious sports competition in the galaxy for everyone under 25. They expanded into non-physical sports such as mech design a long time ago. Cynthia soaked up the attention with a smile. You can rest that we will easily qualify with my presence. As long as you don't disturb me, I can easily design a killer mech. Both Clark and Missy practically had stars in their eyes. VES bewilderingly stared at their worshipping gazes. He never really paid much attention to the massive Rimworld Games, let alone the smaller junior edition. He could only stand in place and witness Cynthia bewitching everyone into giving her space to design their group's mech. While VES did not doubt Cynthia's accomplishments, it did not change that they were supposed to work as a group. Those that survived so far all had their strengths. As someone aiming to reach the finals, VES believed even his own input should be valuable. He was not content to risk his chances by leaving it up to a stranger. Chapter 85, Teamwork. Their group was already off to a quick start. Cynthia Barakovsky rolled over most of her fellow designers with her immense accomplishments. Even VES became almost convinced. If not for his stellar confidence in himself, he might have let the elite Limar graduate have her way. The workshop's terminal rested on the ground, forcing her to descend. Just as she approached the console, VES stepped forward and held a hand. Please wait a moment, Miss Barakovsky. Her eyes pierced his own with a disgruntled intensity. You are in my way. Okay, this conversation already went downhill. VES quickly adjusted his suggestion. If I may add, I'm sure that with your accomplishments, you are more than qualified to take the position of lead designer. However, I'm pretty sure everyone else can contribute their own insights to our design. Are you willing to let us provide you with some suggestions? Sadly, Barakovsky treated his suggestions like air. She contemptuously flipped her hair and turned around. One of the flyers sank down in order to block VES from pursuing her. Our princess doesn't have time to entertain third-rate peasants like you. Now run along and play in the dirt. Your participation is unnecessary. The other flyers closed ranks and made their stances clear. VES almost couldn't believe how fast they threw away their pride as designers. He turned around to ask for help from his fellow walkers, only to see Missy and Clark turning their heads as if they were blind and deaf. VES, let's not rock the boat. We only have 12 hours to design a mech. A future star like Barakovsky can easily come up with a complete design. Yes, if we distract her too much, we'll only be ruining our group. To be honest, I'm barely scraping by. I'm not good enough to compete at this level anymore. Why not sit back and let her carry us past the qualifiers? Do you know how much of an honor it is to be part of the 500 who will show up on stage tomorrow? Both of them came up with reasonable excuses. Even some of the flyers agreed with them. After being ganged up by practically his entire group, VES had no choice but to back down. All right, we'll see, but if she makes a mistake, I won't hesitate to call it out. Naturally, everyone ignored those words. How could a nobody like VES even compare against a prominent designer like Miss Barakovsky? She represented the entire Friday coalition in an immense competition that spanned a quarter of the galaxy. Even if she barely reached the top 100, the level of competition in these events was staggering. Nevertheless, VES thought it was not wise to put all of their eggs in a single basket. Even the disciples of a master never claimed to be proficient in every field. However, he had no means of forcing the issue. He reluctantly stood back and allowed Miss Barakovsky to do her wish without further objections. The young lady started her design process by picking the basic frame. She confidently skipped the medium mechs and went straight for a light mech. Such a choice took a lot of daring due to the lack of options. Barakovsky's other choices made it clear that she wanted to design a skirmisher. If VES was in charge, he'd pick a safe and boring medium mech. Sadly, he could only watch as Barakovsky went all in on her build. She intended to design a mech reminiscent of his very old Nomad. Certain types of skirmishers excelled in different situations. Barakovsky's skirmisher was obviously built for endurance. Fuel cells took most of the limited available capacity. To complement her choice, she chose to utilize a low-intensity fuel-injected power reactor to provide her mech with a steady amount energy. Most of this energy would be spent on powering up the mech's only weapons, a pair of lightweight wrist-mounted laser cannons. VES frowned at her decisions. He had a decent amount of experience in working with these kinds of systems. The wrist-mounted laser cannons was especially tricky. A light mech's arms were not supposed to incorporate such an intensive weapon system. One stray shot could disable the entire mechanism. To her credit, Barakovsky knew what she was doing. She revealed her proficiency in metallurgy and physics when she stripped the light mech's armor and painstakingly designed an entirely new compressed armor scheme that even VES wanted to praise. She personally fabricated all of the compressed armor plating with practiced skill. She's a true prodigy designer, Missy uttered next to him. She practically gazed at the elite Limar graduate like she was a goddess. That armor is truly divine. I could never in a million years fabricate such pieces without slipping up. Barakovsky evidently mastered assembly as well. The way she smoothly interacted with the terminal and the virtual workshop's tools gave VES the impression that she spent many hours in an actual mech workshop. Even though he was not a slouch, his system-enhanced skills lacked the genuine fluency of actual experience. As the alloy compression took a very long time, VES started to take a look around. Curiously, his vision of the projections of the other groups was blocked. He had no way of determining their designs. Yet he could still watch and hear what they were doing, as if the organizers wanted to let others see how their rivals tackled the issue of teamwork. "Well, this is a fine mess," a burly designer commented as he spat out some blood. His clothes were disarrayed. 6 other designers were sprawled on the ground, each of them nursing a lot of bruises. "You did good," a handsome prince-like figure said as he clapped his lackey's back. "Now that we've gotten rid of the riffraff, we can get rid of this trash design and start over with something competent." At another side, a group that happened to consist of 7 walkers bravely tried to fend off the 3 flyers who disagreed with their actions. Their anti-grav clothes gave them an advantage in the air, but their numbers were too feeble to reserve the situation. Their constant harassment slowed down the design process and caused them to spend most of their time staring at each other. On the flip side, at least half of the other groups got along cordially, if not entirely harmoniously. The best groups often counted an abundance of Limar graduates on their midst. Their solidarity and familiarity with each other gave them a united front against their scattered group mates. The weight of their school also counted for a lot. He spotted no genuine cooperation between all 10 members of a group. Even if some of them held a similar opinion to VES, others dragged them down. His own situation was hardly unique. Practically every group had at least one elite designer that wanted to take charge. The meek and the hanger-ons pressured the others in order to ensure they could get their free rides. While VES did not claim to be the most observant participant in the competition, he still smelled a conspiracy of sorts. From the size of the groups, to the placement of the terminals, everything had been set in place to encourage conflict instead of cooperation. He wouldn't be surprised if the group composition had been fudged as well. Really, when every group is led by an elite, this round will simply devolve into a series of solo duels. This meant that every group was back to square one. Of the 500 lead designers, only 50 of them would survive. Even if someone like Barakovsky was a cut above the rest, he did not wish to gamble on a 10% odds. Having concluded that this was actually a subtle trap, VES still had to come up with a solution. He turned back to Missy and Clark. They sat on the ground as if they were a pair of bored little children. He quietly approached them and caught their attention. "Only 7 hours to go before we get our free pass. What's up?" VES drew closer and explained his analysis. He expected the two to get their heads back in the game. Instead, they looked at him as if he was a troll. "Really now? That's kind of clever. But what difference does it make if every group is similar? It's not like we can contribute to the design. Do you really believe that? Where is your pride as a designer?" The two had no fight in their eyes. VES really thought the speech by the old guy at the start had been wasted on these freeloaders. How could they expect to get ahead in the mech industry if they didn't fight for their jobs? "Okay, you two can stay and sit on your asses for all I care. I'll figure out a solution on my own." Perhaps if VES kept at it, he might have persuaded the pair to back him up. However, when he looked at their soulless gazes, he gave up. These two lazy bastards deserved to rot for the rest of their lives. He didn't know what he wanted to do, but he stood to the side for now. VES had no reason to interfere as long as Barakovsky worked flawlessly. Different from VES, Barakovsky started from the outside and slowly worked inwards. Besides selecting all of the basic components such as the engines and power reactor, she spent most of her time trying to harmonize the armor system and wrist lasers. For a light mech, these two components were of prime importance that had the most direct influence to the mech's performance. Front-loading these components meant that Barakovsky wanted to budget out her time. For example, if she was forced to spend too much time on the armor system, she could choose to spend a little less time on the internals. And indeed, Barakovsky spent a lot of hours just to optimize the wrist lasers. If VES wanted to do a proper job, he'd need to spend at least 2 days to get it working right. The woman acted too much like a perfectionist and kept fiddling with the most minute components. VES sneaked a little closer and coughed a little. We only have 5 or so hours left. In the interest of completing the design, I suggest you start working on the internals. What do you know? One of her self-promoted guards spoke as he floated downwards. Those laser cannons are our only weapons. If our lady's time is cut short, who knows if they'll malfunction? Yeah, and who cares about optimizing the internals anyway? It's just a bunch of cables and muscles. There's hardly any complexity involved in uncrossing a couple of wires. The comment from the second goon made it clear to VES that he had no idea what he was talking about. Having worked with the awful mess that was the Caesar Augustus, he knew more than anyone else in the group the fragility of a crowded and unoptimized internal structure. With everyone set against him, VES had no way of remedying the situation. Barakovsky ignored his advice and kept tinkering with the wrist lasers. An entire hour went by until she finally put down her work. I'm finally done with these laser cannons. The hard part is over. Barakovsky sighed as she paused in her work. One of her group mates brought her some refreshments, which she enjoyed with relish. All right, there's only 4 hours left to go. The rest is easy. This time, VES watched as Barakovsky started with the internals. Unlike her earlier performance, VES cringed when she made a number of shortcuts and other questionable decisions. It became clear to him that her mechanics had not reached the journeyman level. When VES suggested she was making a mistake, the entire group looked at him with contempt. Really now? Where did you study? Rittersburg? What no-name planet is that? The Bright Republic is the backwoods of our Komodo star sector. I don't believe a barren place like that knows more about mechanics than Limar. No one acknowledged his expertise in this area. He stood at a crossroads. If he did nothing, then he might miss one of the greatest chances of his life. There was too much at stake. Maybe I'm thinking too much. VES whispered to himself. He waited until the group let down their guard. Once everyone turned back to the terminal, VES sprinted forwards and brushed aside the bodies in his way. Hey! Stop! Once VES came close, he tackled Barakovsky to the ground. Both of them dove through the projection and landed harshly on the ground. He moved around her body and held her neck in a chokehold-like position. Sadly, he hadn't figured out what to do after that. He had never attended any close-quarters combat classes. After several seconds went by, it became clear that none of the other designers had any clue either. They all looked paralyzed as VES seemed to transform into a crazy beast ready to devour an innocent maiden. Unhand me, scoundrel! Barakovsky hissed as she moaned in pain. The tackle came unexpected and her landing was hard. Her soft, boneless body wiggled against VES in a weak, helpless fashion. Whatever gene boosts she received had not been spent on improving her physique. Both sides were stuck at an impasse. VES originally wanted to knock Barakovsky unconscious, but he was afraid of dealing more damage than necessary. He already offended her enough. Look, can we talk about this? Chapter 86, Carrying. Carrying. No one made any rash moves. VES held Barakovsky tight against his body. He hadn't embraced a lot of girls in his life, so the feeling of having a pretty girl in your arms distracted him. The other males in the group appeared outraged while the girls looked scandalized. You bastard mongrel. That's the class princess you've injured. You're dead now. B and Amp, F Integrated isn't a company you can offend. The commotion even attracted the attention of their neighbors. Most of the conflicts happened at the start of the design period. VES surprised everyone by making his coup with only a few hours remaining until they had to submit their design. Don't push me. VES growled angrily while he tightened the hold on Miss Barakovsky's slender neck. He attempted to channel a bit of his state of mind when he fought back against the pirates on the St. Hurst. The designers drew back in fear as if scalded by hot water. They were as green as the flowers in a garden. You guys are trying my patience. Can you stop ignoring me all the time and listen to my suggestions? The 8 other designers stood helplessly as they remained undecided. VES was glad to see that none of the people here had a clue on how to liberate Barakovsky. It seemed like every mech designer received only perfunctory self-defense training during school. As the mech designers argued about, the hostage had enough. Quiet. We are not a brood of headless chickens. We are mech designers. Let us talk it over rationally. There's no value in negotiating with that brute. No one treated her latest words seriously. They all thought she just wanted to free herself from her captor's clutches. While the mech designers kept bleating and insulting VES, he lowered his mouth to her ear. Look, I'm sure you're a great mech designer, but it's clear you haven't specialized in mechanics. I've got a much deeper foundation in this field. Huh, is that so? Barakovsky huffed as she tried to untangle herself from his grasp. Her movements only rubbed her slim body harder against VES. While I might not have received any tutoring from a master, I can assure you that I've achieved some very good grades in my mechanics classes. VES shook his head. This is the big leagues. We're not in class anymore. Have you attempted to develop your mechanics since your graduation? Humph. It's only a few months. Are you any better? As a matter of fact, I've devoured 3 journeyman textbooks on my way to the Lemar system. VES smirked. And I haven't skimmed over them either. I understand the essence of all of them pretty well. If you'd just let me access the terminal, I can show you how much better our mech can perform. Barakovsky paused a little at that. Her expression still radiated skepticism. You really claim to master not 1, but 3 entire journeyman-level books. Yup, and they're all credible books from credible authors. Does Takanada, Ulmer, Smith, James, Coventry, and Lin ring a bell to you? While some of those surnames were common, every mech designer should be able to link them to the most renowned academics in mech design. I see. She said flatly as she reconsidered her stance. Even I can't claim to master 3 journeyman books this fast. You're either boasting shamelessly or you may be an undiscovered genius. I prefer to think myself as the latter. Barakovsky giggled a little, surprising VES. Even in such a tense situation, she displayed no fear. He even suspected that her anger had already subsided. She sighed a little and leaned back against his skinny chest. I don't know which one describes you best, but I suppose an apology is expected. I'm sorry for disregarding your perspective. If you really do claim to be a genius in mechanics, then there's little harm in letting you work on my design. I'm tired anyway. I'm not at my best anymore. Truly, VES enjoyed talking with intelligent people. Barakovsky was the only person in their group who actually behaved as if they graduated from college instead of from a pigsty. He had more than enough of the overweening pride of these entitled coalition citizens. Deciding to trust her words, VES let her go. Both of them quickly rose up from the ground and dusted off some of the dirt and grass that clung on their clothes. The other designers stopped arguing when they saw that VES and Barakovsky acted cordially. Did you give up, loser? Be silent. Barakovsky barked and crossed her arms over her chest. Look, we don't have the time to squabble like children. While my friend here was a little extreme, we've talked over our issues and I've decided to give him a chance. What? He'll ruin our design. She clapped her hands, causing them to quickly shut up. Do I have to repeat what I said? Just shut up if you have nothing useful to say. I'm just as skeptical as you are, but this matter directly concerns our chances of passing this round. If VES here is truly better than me in mechanics, then he deserves a chance to contribute. That goes for all of you as well. I've been negligent in considering your skills. If you've been holding out on us, now is the time to step forward and make suggestions. Sadly, the entire crowd disappointed her by remaining silent. No one had the guts to claim they knew better than Barakovsky. Besides VES, it really appeared that none of their group specialized in mechanics. It truly was a bitter state of affairs when almost everyone in the group wanted to sit back and sleep their way through the qualifiers. With her tentative blessing, VES approached the terminal slowly. If anyone wanted to jump on him, he'd be ready. Fortunately, no one had the spine to contest their intentions, so VES reached the controls without hindrance. There are a number of things that can be improved that I can point out immediately. VES began to explain in the hope of getting everyone's acceptance. First, the engines. While Barakovsky chose to go with a conventional high-efficiency engine model, our mech's loadout is a bit light due to the inclusion of compressed armor. This gives us a bit more leeway with regards to capacity, which in my opinion is best spent on a more powerful engine model. That will make our design less efficient. A powerful engine burns more fuel. Barakovsky pointed out. That's true, but remember what kind of battles our mech will face. We're sending our design off to a series of one-on-one duels. Do we really need to stuff so much endurance in our design when it's only expected to last one single encounter? Our mech is built to outlast any opponent. There's no such thing as too much endurance. That's true, but I also think that there's a point where sacrificing power in favor of endurance isn't worth it anymore. Our light mech's top speed is below average for an endurance-focused design. When Barakovsky stopped arguing, VES took that as permission to replace the engines. He chose to install a slightly more powerful engine model from the list of available components. Naturally, the new engines also added more weight, but the additional power was worth it as its top speed gained a substantial boost. What else do you want to change? VES started reversing some of her decisions and worked methodically on areas that haven't been touched. Though Barakovsky never admitted defeat, she tacitly allowed VES to implement his own decisions. With his intervention, the integrity of their design gained a massive increase. The mech's performance slowly stabilized. The chance of suffering critical damage decreased due to his skillful work. In the end, VES monopolized the remaining hours of the clock. Even when Barakovsky showed some discontent at some of his decisions, she kept letting his run amok. He appreciated her inaction. Somehow, he even suspected she only maintained a negative attitude in order to placate the other group members. The others still did not trust VES even if he implemented better solutions than anything they could come up with themselves. 5 minutes remaining. Please finalize your designs. VES already finished his design. After checking over the entire mech once again, he stepped back and gestured at Barakovsky. I'm done now. You can check over our entire design if you want. She shook her head. I've followed your every move. Nothing you've done is egregious enough for me to intervene. Besides, even if I want to change something, there's hardly any time left on the clock. Indeed, as the counter ticked down, many groups had laid down their work. Not all of them were as relaxed. Some groups that suffered from extensive infighting kept fiddling with the terminal. Even now VES could see that a handful of groups hadn't even completed their designs. They were the abject failures in this round. He admired the lit for coming up with such a deep and challenging test. While working together as 10 to come up with a single design sounded simple, the reality proved much different. The audience had a field day when arguments and fistfights broke out. All of the mech pilots and bodyguards sitting on the stands painfully looked away when these nerdy engineer types showed off their pathetic skills. Only a few designers had a passable proficiency in self-defense and martial arts. Those who paid attention to their physical training dominated their groups, though whether their design skills was just as good as their fighting prowess was another matter. If any groups understood the essence of this round and genuinely worked together as 10, VES had no clue. At least he hadn't seen any enlightened teamwork among the groups surrounding his own. His heart pumped faster as the duels commenced. Just like the last round, the projections sped up the simulations in order to save time. As VES had worked intensively for a couple of hours straight, he had no energy left to concentrate on the action. The duels fast-forwarded so quickly that VES hardly registered each win and loss. Impressive work. Barakovsky praised as she sat down next to him. It looks like we're winning most of our matches. Is that so? His anticipation grew as he tried to register their mech's performance. It did manage to dance around almost all of the opponents it encountered. It only ran into a wall when it faced a flying opponent. That's great. We're winning. In actual fact, their mech performed so well that it constantly climbed higher in the giant ranking projection. Half of the designers were too scared to watch the duels. Instead, they kept their eyes peeled on the ranking list. Every time some groups changed positions, the designers groaned or cheered. The third round finally ended in a crushing victory for VES and Barakovsky's mech. While their light mech might be lacking in firepower and armor, its prodigious mobility and impressive endurance allowed it to keep teasing around any opponents it encountered. It only lost when matched against its hard counters, such as sprinters, flyers, and marksmen. Any other mechs proved too sluggish to match the nimble mech. Yes. We've ranked 16 out of 500. We've qualified. VES cheered as he saw the final results. Their group only had to reach the top 50 to pass. Reaching the 16th rank meant they possessed ample strength to compete in the main event that started in the following day. Barakovsky suddenly glomped him in order to give him a quick hug. Thank you. Without your help, our mech couldn't have lasted this long. No problem. I'm glad you gave me a chance. Both of them quickly separated. VES coughed a little. He hardly ever got close to a woman. Her closeness made him a bit uncomfortable. I guess we might encounter each other again in the days ahead. Her smile disappeared. You're right. I won't show any mercy if I end up on the opposite side. The same goes for me. Best of luck then. They shook hands before parting the group. Now that the qualifiers came to a close, the designers had no reason to stick together with those they despised. Of their entire group, only Clark had the decency to thank him for pulling their group ahead. Missy simply huffed before running off, and the other designers flocked to Barakovsky, completely ignoring VES. All in a day's work. He sighed and left the fields in order to meet up with Dietrich and Lucky. Chapter 87, Banquet. Now that many mech designers and their followers left the premises, the temporary living area received a much-welcomed renovation. The cheap and convenient apartments made way for compact villas that contained room for up to 20 residents. The LIT also stocked the villas with all kinds of amenities, from the rarest teas to the most sophisticated entertainment centers. VES only met up with Dietrich briefly before a student guide approached him from above. Mr. Larkinson. Yes, that's me. Good. Our institution invites you to attend a banquet together with your fellow designers. That sounded interesting. VES accepted the invitation and followed the guide towards a palatial hall floating in the distance. A floating conveyor brought up guests like VES who lacked anti-grav clothing to the entrance. As he looked around, he noted that a lot more walkers had made it through the qualifiers, though he reasoned that most of them got carried by their groups. Still, even if they got knocked out tomorrow, they still benefited from the honor of presenting themselves to trillions of people. With their status as a past contestant who made it through the qualifiers, they could leverage that prestige into wealth and status. No one despised the Limar Institute of Technology, especially its famous annual competition. The dining hall was resplendently large. Calm and relaxing music extended from the instruments of a handful of musicians. The main tables offered ample space for all the guests. A larger and more extravagant set of tables sat at the front, reserved only for the masters and the most eminent visitors. Though the hall appeared simple, VES recognized the precious materials built into the furniture. Even a cannon shell couldn't blast them apart. The subtle extravagance impressed all of the designers who came from humble backgrounds. A small projection lit up in front of him and guided him to his seat. As a no-name designer from a remote third-rate state, his seat was near the end. He looked around and spotted Barakovsky near the front. If their seat positions were ranked, she easily entered the top 20. As for VES, he was clumped together with the walkers and freeloaders. He sat onto his seat without fuss and waited for the rest to gather around. Mr. Larkinson. A woman called from behind. He turned around to see a familiar face. Patricia Schneider. He had not expected to meet an acquaintance from the Bright Republic. Patricia had always been an enigmatic figure back when he studied at Rittersberg. She was a genius who excelled in every field. Every classmate sighed that it was a pity that she hadn't gone to study at Limar or some other famous second-rate institution. To see her here was a remarkable turnaround. VES looked around and did not spot any other former participants of the Bright Republic's Fusion Cup. Don't bother looking around. We are the only ones from the Republic who qualified, she said and took the seat next to him. I do have to say that I thought you had potential. You're still a few years too early to compete in Limar. It's quite a pleasant surprise to see you grow so much. Unlike any other designer in the room, VES sensed Patricia had nothing but goodwill to him. He appreciated her willingness to approach him. He missed the casual candor he was used to in the Republic. I've grown a lot since the last time we met each other. I always thought my last victory was more due to luck and circumstance. Now that I've caught up in my studies, I'm confident I can beat you in a straight fight. Is that so? Patricia smiled mysteriously at him. Maybe we can find that out tomorrow. You never know. I still have to pay you back for knocking me out before I reached the finals. Haha, I had no choice really. My career was at stake. Somehow, VES acted a lot more confident around Patricia. Before, he always saw her as an inviolable goddess, whose talent in mech design outmatched anyone else at the Rittersberg University of Technology. With the help of the system, VES improved so much that his confidence gained a massive boost. He no longer regarded himself on a lower level to the former class princess. Patricia raised her eyebrow. I've heard you've started up a new mech workshop on a rural planet. That takes remarkable courage. Without a large investment, it's very difficult to start an independent business. Thankfully, the MTA provides independents like me some space to do business. Without the licenses, I have to do everything from scratch. Licensing became a popular way to earn income from technology in the mech industry upon the establishment of the MTA. The behemoth organization practically coerced every tech company into releasing their non-cutting-edge developments to the market. Also, industrial espionage was widespread at that time, so the inventors decided to legalize and monetize the acquisition of their technology. The distribution of technology eventually benefited the entire industry. Everyone had access to a uniform minimum standards. No one was forced to reinvent the wheel anymore. It also lowered the barrier of entry to startups like V's Workshop and restrained larger companies from dominating the industry. After a few minutes of chit-chat, they quieted down when the masters entered the hall. Everyone stared with hopeful eyes at these eminent masters. Of the 5 masters who expressed interest in taking a new apprentice, only 4 were present. Master Null had declined to attend, probably in order to avoid letting spies record his gestures. Even the most hidden fugitives can be identified if they showed up in public too many times. Professor Edith Marshall stood up from her seat and addressed the crowd. Congratulations for making it through the qualifiers. In the last 2 days, the masters and I have witnessed some remarkable performances. You may be thinking that the qualifying rounds appear too arbitrary and whimsical. A few designers groaned when they remembered the hellish ordeal of the past 2 days. The transparent duel and the group duel rounds were especially infuriating for some. The truth is, a real designer has to cope with many different circumstances. The strongest mech designer isn't necessarily the one who can output the best designs. As far as we at Limar are concerned, the ideal mech designer is one who is adaptable. Only by thriving under the most difficult circumstances can you survive the coming storm. Those ominous words sparked a murmur of concern among the crowd. Maybe some of you are already aware of the unrest that is growing in our star sector. We are not alone. The unrest has spread in our neighboring star sectors, and will soon engulf all of human-occupied space. Armies will be mobilized and entire mech corps will be thrown into battle. The blood that is about to be spilled will dye many planets red. A handsome designer sitting near the front of the table stood up, courageously interrupting the dean. There's a famous saying among designers. The time of war is the time of our lives. A lot of people smiled at that, though VES and Patricia kept a stern face. Well said. We develop instruments of war, and only during wartime will we see the most demand for our services. A design is not a static, timeless product. Many times, we receive requests to modify designs in order to cope with a specific planetary environment or to counter a popular model utilized by the enemy. The simulation mech duels you've experienced so far is but a simplification of the great game that is played among the greatest designers. A few of the masters nodded, giving weight to Professor Marshall's words. With a sophisticated industrial base, any state gained the capability mass-produce or mass-modify a substantial amount of mechs. If an enemy happened to favor lasers, you could respond by designing a mech that was resilient to directed energy. Such a change could be done in days if the scale was small. At a larger scale, even a massive entity like the Friday Coalition was able to replace and refurbish its entire mech complement in a couple of months. The capabilities of an industry supported by the full might of an entire state was terrifying. Even the Bright Republic had built up a formidable reserve in order to cope with the coming aggression by the Vija Kingdom. If war eventually broke out, VES expected to be drafted. In order to put his capabilities to use in supervising such superfactories. Before we begin to serve the masterpieces prepared by our cooks, I have one more thing to say. When I look at all of you, I am astounded by the variety of your origins. Some of you have proudly graduated from this school. Others have studied elsewhere in the coalition, while a smaller portion of you have even climbed your way up from more humbler origins. As one of the few designers from a third-rate state, VES and Patricia certainly knew the others outnumbered them. The resources and knowledge the designers from a second-rate state enjoyed massively overshadowed the best efforts of a third-rate institution. The two could not even come close. VES only gained the qualifications to attend the banquet due to his cheat of a system. He wondered how someone who attended the same university as him managed to keep up with him. Patricia surely had her own secrets in her pocket. That was one of the reasons why VES tried to strike a friendship with her. As equals of the same strength, they might cooperate someday. Professor Marshall pressed a button on her comm, causing a projection to light up above the tables. It projected the name of a famous society, underneath of which spelled out numerous benefits. The Clifford Society is the Carnegie Group's most exclusive club for mech designers. Our rules allow any designer who passed the qualifiers to join our most esteemed ranks. Many of those present already knew about the Clifford Society. Anyone present here could apply, though practically only those who were not attached to any major influences actually joined. The real elites already signed exclusive contracts with their backing. No matter your origins, affiliations, or home state, we are a neutral group that serves the coalition on behalf of the Carnegie Group. Certainly the other partners of the coalition have their societies, but we have the most welcoming attitude. As we have attracted numerous influential designers over the years, our reach extends to the entire Komodo star sector. No matter where you reside, our society is able to provide support at any time. The professor enumerated the many advantages a member enjoyed. They provided an open platform could discuss freely with other members. They offered a small sample of exclusive learning material, some of which could not be found on the galactic net no matter how many calls you were willing to spend. The society even held many gatherings where different designers met frequently with new faces. Are you going to join? Patricia whispered quietly at his side. Yes. This is one of the reasons why I spent all the trouble of traveling to the coalition. The Clifford Society has an illustrious name in the sector. I don't have a lot of sources I can rely on to advance my design skills. The society is a viable alternative to the MTA in terms of their library alone. She shook her head at his words. Joining the society isn't free. Officially, you'll be prohibited from helping any influence that is hostile to the Friday Coalition. Unofficially, you'll become a man of the Carnegie Group. The other partners of the coalition will close their doors to you, not to mention you'll be stared at by the Hexadric hegemony. As someone who has tried to go it alone, I quickly learned how vulnerable I am. Any casual conglomerate can wipe me out if they think I'm an irritant. The only way I can get some job security is to attach myself to a greater influence. Once Professor Marshall finished her speech, everyone's comm units beeped. They all received an extensive package that contained a brochure and a contract for the Clifford Society. They could sign the contract at any time, though they only had a month before it expired. Some of the people present signed the contract immediately. Others like VES planned to go over the contract in detail later. Right now he reserved his energy for the competition that started tomorrow. Enough talking. Let's dig in. Chapter 88, Spectacle. The day of the main event arrived. As a prestigious event, witnessed by everyone in the star sector, the LIT did not hold the competition on a plain grassy field. Instead, every participant was brought to a huge and extensive arena complex. VES, Dietrich and Lucky looked out from the window of the shuttle. After passing through innumerable islands, they finally came into view of the lit sector-famous arena complex. It encompassed as much space as a major city from the Bright Republic. The complex already prepared 500 stages. The most formidable fabrication and projection technology the Carnegie Group had developed underpinned the systems of this immense competition stage. Much like the Republic's Young Tiger exhibition, the competition in Limar disdained the use of simulations. They only resorted to using simulations during the qualifiers for expedience. Now that they were about to broadcast the design contest to the public, they had to showcase their power. Every time the LIT held its open competition, the people from the coalition and many smaller states got to enjoy thrilling fights between real mechs piloted by real mech pilots. It's too bad they don't let outsiders like me pilot on your behalf. Dietrich sighed. He truly wanted to share the stage with VES and make a name for himself in the dueling stages. It sure sucks to be a pilot. Haha. You mech pilots have your own competitions. VES responded lightly. Humanity currently loved all things mechs. Though mech designers received their fair share of admiration, the highly technical environment made it hard for laymen to get excited. In contrast, mech pilots overshadowed shuttle racers in daring and excitement. Even a small place like the Bright Republic held 100 of different competitions each year. The Young Tigers exhibition might be a prestigious event, but the ones where veteran pilots showed off their skills attracted 10 times more fans. The celebrity culture around piloting massively overshadowed the attention placed on mech designers. When they came close, VES witnessed thousands of shuttles descending from orbit. As a major event, the competition attracted millions of spectators. Most of them merely came because they lived nearby. Most likely, only 10% truly understood what was going on. The rest just came to see the thrilling mech duels. Limar only paid attention to the guests of influence. Many industry insiders attended from afar. VES even guessed that representatives from some of the major corporations in the Republic would be present today. The competition not only gave the foreign talents a chance to shine, it also brought a lot of powerful men and women together from across the sector. Many deals and trades were made under the table during each event. All right, please disembark, follow me. It's very crowded today, so watch your step. A guide called out once their shuttle landed. A massive amount of people converged to the arenas. Dietrich and Lucky had to separate from VES again. They followed the majority of the crowd to the spectator entrance. As for VES, he boarded a smaller shuttle that brought him and his fellow designers to a resting area backstage. Up on the main stages, a grand spectacle unfolded. The show preceding the competition featured music and dances from the most popular entertainers in the employ of the Carnegie Group. In between, different executives entered the stage to introduce various high-tech innovations such as a new engine model or a renewal of a popular consumer electronics device. The group never fails to milk the publicity dry. A designer sitting next to him remarked. Each year they go through the same process. VES nodded in agreement. It's a good way to distract the audience when we're still in the design phase. A pure mech design competition is pretty boring to the average viewer. Watching someone design a mech in real time was like watching a sculptor chisel a statue. While the end product might look impressive, no one wanted to go through all the boring parts for hours on end. The other partners of the coalition have their own pageants. This is nothing unusual. Now that we're facing tumultuous times, every power is going all out in attracting talents. Even the notoriously close-minded Kansa clan have opened their doors. You'd have to be insane to hire yourself to the Kansa clan. There's hardly any room for promotion for outsiders. That's true, but the Kansa clan is honest about it. You'll only have to sign a 12-year contract. After that, you're free to go. That sounded like a pretty good deal. If VES failed to qualify for today's event, he'd probably be forced to crawl in front of their doors and beg them to take him in. Thankfully he fought well enough to avoid such a miserable fate. After half an hour of advertisement, the mech designers finally entered the stage. They bowed before the millions of people present and the trillions more who watched from their homes. The entire star sector took notice. An executive from the Carnegie Group introduced the rules for the first round. Today is the day where we will hold our famous free-for-all. 500 mech designers are given access to our proprietary QuickForge instant fabrication systems. These designers can choose to rush out their design or take it slow in order to perfect their work. However, the speed in which they finish their design decides the ranking of their allocated pilot. The faster they finish a design, the better their pilot. Limar's renowned free-for-all format had a lot of strategy behind its simple rules. The round lasted for 12 hours. A mech designer was free to submit his design at any point, but if he took too long, then he will only receive a mediocre pilot. The fastest submission always received the best pilot from a batch of 500 cadet pilots from an affiliated mech pilot academy. The quick forge fabricator was able to produce or modify many simple mech components, giving the illusion that it worked just as fast as a virtual workshop. Naturally, this only applied to obsolete technology. This was the reason why Limar used the equivalent of 3-star mech components in the qualifiers. The time and cost to fabricate more advanced components grew massively at that point. These renowned cadet pilots fought on behalf of their mechs designers in an enormous space consisting of many temporarily fused arenas. In this random forest environment, giant coins occasionally spawned at random locations. Mech pilots had to search for these coins and bring them to a random location, though they had to look out for ambushes. Regardless who possessed the coins, the pilot who delivered the coin successfully gained a score. To keep it all fair, the 500 pilots were completely isolated. They piloted the mechs remotely through advanced transmission technology. In a real war, there were millions of ways for an enemy to interfere with these signals. In a venue completely controlled by the Carnegie Group, the risk was deemed acceptable. The group did not want to risk the lives of their future pilot officers, after all. The key issue of this round was that a mech only had one life. Once it received fatal damage, the mech did not have any opportunity to collect more coins. The designers who submitted their designs early had more time to collect coins. Those who came later might overshadow the rush jobs, but with lower-ranking pilots and less time to collect coins, they had an uphill battle to fight. Another key issue was that the allocated pilot remained attached to the designer if they successfully survived this round. Only the top 100 teams who submitted the most coins qualified for the second round. The pilot rank was thus of prime importance to your chances of reaching the finals. Now, every year, we receive the same complaints. It's not fair. It's too arbitrary. Everyone should receive the same quality of pilots. The executive turned around and stared at the designers on stage. All of them felt the intensity of a man who climbed his way up the ranks of the renowned Carnegie Group. I am a businessman. You work for us. As a responsible businessman, I expect my subordinates to work promptly and deliver their products on time. Those who can never meet their deadlines will never cut it in the mech industry. The best mech designers are always those who are a step ahead of the competition. It is up to you to decide how much time you wish to spend on your designs. Everyone felt the weight of his words. While some of the designers had little clue what he was talking about, VES knew better as he already had some experience running his own business. The free-for-all in fact could be considered a race. Those who worked faster gained a lot more advantages, though sometimes the slowpokes turned the tables by submitting an almost invincible design. In essence, VES had 3 overall choices to make before he even started. He could rush out a sloppy design and gain an elite pilot who could search for coins before the majority of the competition entered the simulated battlefield. This was the highest risk a designer could make and had enormous influence to their future course. If VES succeeded in his gambit and climbed his way up the top 100, then he paved the way for a clear road to the finals. With a high-ranking pilot by his side, he had the qualifications to fight for the number 1 position. If VES was not that confident in a quick design, he could take it slower and submit his design somewhere around the average. With enough time, he could design a substantially better mech who could go toe-to-toe with almost any opponent except for the slowpokes. Finally, he could take his time and design a truly perfect mech. With sufficient time, he could build up a mech that enjoyed a full coverage of compressed armor. With such a marvelous protective layer, his mech would be virtually invincible. Still, the pilot I'll get won't cut it. There's a huge difference between a top pilot and an average pilot. VES considered carefully. He wanted to reach the absolute top. Those who took their time were mostly content with reaching the top 100 or top 50. Only the designers who submitted their designs fast enough had the right to struggle for the limited amount of available apprenticeships. Throughout the competition, VES already acted boldly. He already staked his entire future to a single throw of the dice. He had to keep walking his chosen path to the end. 3 hours. I should be able to finish a functional design in 3 hours. VES whispered to himself. The average submission time in past competitions usually hovered around 5 to 6 hours. Cutting that in half meant his mech inevitably retained some serious flaws. The key was to minimize or mitigate these flaws. Chapter 89, Steed. After explaining the rules, the executive retreated and allowed others to direct the first round. A guide brought every designer to their allocated quickforge system. A marvel of engineering, every quickforge cost as much as 100 mech workshops. Its impressive capabilities allowed for almost instant fabrication of any device as long as its complexity did not exceed a certain standard. Though insufficient to mass-produce any current-gen mechs, it had no trouble in pumping out 200-year-old designs. These are the toys that the students of Limar can polish their design skills. VES guessed. The Carnegie Group didn't design these quickforge units for a simple competition. How I envy those who gained the chance to study here. Designers who spent a lot of time with these miraculous systems could gain a lot of proficiency in working with real mechs. Though the assembly process was massively simplified and sped up, it still provided much more hands-on experience than working with simulations and projections. Once everyone reached their assigned stations, they waited for the signal to start. 3, 2, 1, go. Everyone rapidly engaged the quickforge system. The students from Limar had a distinct advantage. They used their familiarity with its systems to immediately start fabricating a frame. Sophisticated assembly arms flash-produced the alloys in midair, kept aloft by the most precise anti-grav emitters. Impressed by the speed of which these systems produced a frame, VES hurriedly tried to catch up. Right. If I want to finish a frame at the fastest speed possible, I'll have to go for a light mech. Though he preferred to design a versatile medium mech, its larger mass and size meant it took more work to get it running. A light mech not only had a reduced material requirement, its limited loadout meant it only needed a couple of small components to make it fully functional. As VES wanted to make his mech count in the first half of the round, he focused on improving his mech's peak capabilities. It needed all the performance it could get in order to remain competitive with the mech submitted a few hours later. The battlefield fortunately featured small resupply depots where mechs could supplement their ammunition and energy, so mechs with shorter running times still had a chance. After a brief consideration, he therefore picked a sprinter mech. He rapidly scanned the list of pre-made components and picked out a laundry list of limbs and internal parts. He particularly paid attention to the legs. Drawing from his experience with the Octagon series, he focused on prioritizing agility instead of top speed, though not to such an extreme extent this time. In the early stages of the free-for-all, it's more important for a mech to be able to avoid damage. The less damage it incurs, the longer it will last. Some mech designers chose to go for the opposite strategy. They built a crude heavy mech brimming with armaments. Such a heavy brick relied on its immense armor and firepower to deter others from taking it on even as it sluggishly transported a coin. The tiny light mechs like what VES had in mind gained no advantage in taking on such monsters. Though fairly safe, their limited speed and mobility meant that these lumbering oafs had a lot of difficulties finding coins. They could only cover a limited area. Even if they spotted a coin, any rival mech could easily snatch it before the heavy mech reached the spawning point. Heavy mechs are just a dead end in this mode. VES concluded. Only heavy mech specialists had a way to make it viable. Anyone else only risked their downfall if they played with something they didn't fully master. Now that he developed a concept, he had to attach the proper image to his design. In a contest like this where his entire future was at stake, he had to pull out all the stops. Even as his slower rivals all began to fabricate their parts, VES still remained unmoved. He closed his eyes and sharpened his intent. My mech will be a steed fit for the most talented pilot. A proud machine, it cherishes its freedom to move. Any location is within reach. None may blaspheme its integrity. Violators will be speared by its horn if they are weak. Those who are stronger can never touch its surface, for my mech is fleet of foot and can depart whenever it wishes. VES envisioned a unicorn in the form of a humanoid light mech. Proud, inviolable, and fleet of foot. The new design he had in mind combined all three aspects into a coherent whole. He felt empowered by his vision. Let's go. He started to design and fabricate his mech. Though the interface of the quickforge system was complex, it basically functioned as a monstrous amalgamation of a design terminal, a 3D printer and an assembly system. As VES was quite familiar with each system, he had little trouble adjusting to the combined controls. He put his full attention into getting his light mech assembled properly. Though the quick forge system accelerated the fabrication and assembly process to a ludicrous speed, it also risked the amplification of any unaddressed faults. A tiny misalignment between components could snowball into a massive cascade of structural instability. VES had to keep his eyes peeled and work with utmost precision in order to maintain control. The only snag he faced was that he had to tune out the commentators. "Look at the beauty Chris Adrian has in mind," a male announcer pointed out. "From how many components he has in mind, he's definitely going to make his splash in the mid-game." At least the mech designers had some measure of privacy this time. Opaque screens blocked their view of their rivals. In addition, each designer had access to a function where they could obscure all of their actions to the entire audience. This allowed designers to hide their proprietary techniques, though they were only allotted an hour of privacy in total. A female announcer complimented her colleague. "Chris Adrian is one of Limar's top graduates of this year. He has graduated cum laude in mech design, so his foundation is top-notch. He recently accepted an invitation to work for the Carnegie Group directly, so he's certainly the man of the hour at this moment. While Chris is a talented lad, look at his self-declared eternal rival. Mortimer Pursuti is on fire. Having climbed from a life from the slums in a dusty planet at the edge of the Carnegie Group's sphere of influence, he quickly gained appreciation from everyone due to his remarkable intelligence. Now that he's reached this stage, I'm certain this one-in-a-century talent will dazzle us all with his nimble design." That caused VES to stutter a bit, which almost screwed up his work on fusing a leg to a torso. If not for his quick reaction, he might have wasted a lot of time. This Mortimer sounds like trouble. If he's going for a light mech, then he'll be releasing his mech in the same time frame as mine. I can't let him get the better pilot. With this new information in mind, VES began to work more recklessly. Though he started to slip up now and then, most of the errors were too inconsequential to bother addressing. He pushed his assembly skills to the limit by speeding up as fast as possible while maintaining control. He felt as if he was balancing on a knife edge. Instead of slowing down to catch his balance, he instead moved faster, causing him to wobble harder. We've tallied all 500 in-progress designs and put our brightest minds to work. The preliminary results are in. About 93 are light mechs, 320 are medium mechs, and the remaining 87 are heavy mechs. That sounds about right. There's always an even proportion of light and heavy mechs every year. How many of them are aerial mechs? A staggering 78 designs show openings for flight systems. It seems like a significant amount of them are built to hunt for coins. The cowards. Don't these designers have any confidence in their work? I want to see some action. VES slowed down when he reached the arms and legs. In order to preserve his design's offensive power, he had to pay particular attention to the musculature in the limbs. The default scheme of the limbs were sorely outdated. With the advantage of 200 years of progress, he radically tore out the old layout and began to swiftly implement a crude but modern musculature. Though not as good as a proper scheme, his improvised work still raised the specs of all four limbs by a significant amount. He optimized his mech for wielding spears, though he also added in a laser pistol to deter any flyers. While the pistol did not amount to much of a threat, it was sufficient in holding off opportunists who wanted to pick off an easy target. Though the rules did not reward a kill, one of the viable strategies in this mode was to eliminate as much competition as possible before they accumulated a lot of coins. The best targets were those who were in the middle of transporting their own coins. Enough about the boys. Let's check out how the girls are doing. Just look at Cynthia Barakovsky's fearsome light mech. It's only partially, but it already looks like a man-eater. It certainly possesses the most bite out of all the light mechs. Oh, I don't dispute that, but she could certainly speed up a little. By the time she finishes this monster, the battle will already progress to the middle stages. VES idly noted Barakovsky's mention. Despite her average skill in mechanics, her mech should still be a formidable machine in terms of armor and weapons. If she intended to take her time, then she was certainly designing a light mech killer. That was bad news for him. Looks like our mechs might clash, he muttered. If he allocated more time on his mech, he could close the gap, but that meant he'd miss out on the best pilots in the pool. In order to reach the finals, he had to give up a lot of toys and settle for something fast and cheap. Chapter 90, Talents. VES towed a dangerous line. He worked faster than ever before using a machine he never touched. If he tripped up even once, he'd fall down the precipice. He made risky maneuvers left and right, all in the name of maximizing performance in the least amount of time. I can feel my skills are integrating. There's no better way for me to master my new gains than to push them to the limit. Despite being one step away from ruination, VES felt truly alive at that moment. He was made for this. His performance went past 100% as he reached a peculiar state of zen. Only his massively empowered concentration allowed him to enter this special state. Under this remarkable influence, he worked as furiously as a ritually empowered demon, which even managed to attract the attention of the commentators. Who is that foreigner? He's working remarkably fast. While he's a little sloppier than the talents from Lemar, he's crushing them in terms of decisiveness. Some of the audience even started to divert their attention to VES. While he had no impressive background or reputation to speak of in the coalition, his frantic pace still marked him out as an unusual contender. According to my files, this dark horse here is VES Larkinson, a native from the Bright Republic. He doesn't have any achievements to speak of. He graduated from a third-rate university from a third-rate state with average grades. The only two things to note is that he founded an independent mech workshop without outside investment and that a mysterious charity from the New Robarth Empire has gifted him a couple of last-gen production licenses. Everything the spectators heard so far failed to impress them at all. Only the involvement of the New Robarth Empire took them aback. Even if only a tiny and obscure influence from the massive first-rate superstate took interest in VES, the news was still sufficient to shock the crowd. Under the rule of the ruthless emperor, those who lived and thrived under his rule had to possess a certain amount of strength. If not, their wealth and possessions would have been snatched a long time ago. It had to be said that even the most banal powers from the New Robarth Empire possessed enough might to crush the Komodo star sector a dozen times over. Elsewhere on the stage, Barakovsky's smile turned intrigued. Interesting. Seems like my meeting with him was fortuitous. I always knew there was something fishy about him. The Bright Republic can't possibly nurture a mech designer like him. If there's the shadow of New Robarth behind him, it all makes sense. Meanwhile, Patricia's eyes remained tranquil as she steadily built up her design. She took no special note of her former classmate from the Republic. The only thing she had in mind was her design. Her subdued way of working drew no eyes from the audience even if her fingers operated the quick-forge system in a masterful way. There were also some on the stage who treated the news contemptuously. One graduate from Lemar snorted offhandedly when he heard the commentary. Truly worthy of the Rubarthans to invest in a random ant from the most backward place in the star sector. If that influence is truly legitimate, then we'd all heard about it by now. Though VES attracted a brief spike of attention, the short-lived excitement died down quickly. In the eyes of the insiders, he was merely a talent who got a lucky break. Whether he could transform the gifts he received into his own strength was another matter. Many dazzling talents who graduated from the Lit and the other elite schools of the Coalition possessed much more substantial track records. Their many accomplishments awed the people present. The heritage of the various partners in the Friday Coalition could not be belittled. Despite their intense rivalry, they unceasingly produced successful talents year after year. Only a comprehensive education system could pump out an unceasing amount of talents. The Coalition also nurtured them properly by putting them under the wings of more experienced designers. Speaking of remarkable designers, who do you favor? Is that even a valid question? There's only one person on stage who deserves to be called an emperor of their generation. If you lived under a rock for the past couple of years, then lo and behold the radiance of Carter Gage. No one disputed the commentator's assertion. Even the illustrious household names such as Mortimer Prasuti and Cynthia Barakovsky had to bend the knee in front of a genuine powerhouse like Carter Gage. As a descendant of the ruling Gage dynasty, there is no question Carter will inherit the role of chief mech designer from his father. The Gage dynasty was the strongest partner of the Friday Coalition. They were the first to arrive at the desolate Komodo star sector. With their innumerable assets and power, they blazed a trail and colonized the juiciest star systems. If not for the entries of rival powers like the precursors of the Kansa clan and Hexadric hegemony, the Gage dynasty might have firmly grasped the entire star sector. Nowadays, their immense strength and unruly behavior often invited universal condemnation. Though the dynasty could overpower any other partner, even they had to halt if the rest of the coalition combined together in opposition. Militarily, the Gage dynasty unquestionably occupied the throne. The Kansa clan was only a distant second. The almost evenly matched Vermeer group hounding at their heels, not content with their third-place position. In comparison, the Carnegie group's core strength did not even come close. The group pursued an economic and diplomatic path to dominance. Their industrial power matched the Gage dynasty while their connections spread beyond the star sector. No one belittled the Carnegie group even if their strength was fairly weak on paper. That is interesting. Carter Gage is disregarding the usual strategies and is calmly designing a medium mech for the late game. If anyone else is doing the same, I'd call them a loser. If it's Carter, then he surely has a sinister plan in mind. His mech will surely be a peerless killing machine, though I wonder how he will gather enough coins. Even if the spawn rate increases bit by bit, it still doesn't give him a lot of opportunities to catch up. His mech will also be outplayed by the higher-ranking pilots. There was a remarkable disparity between the top-ranking pilots and the ones who ranked beyond the hundreds. Those who dwelled in the bottom rank still possessed a certain amount of strength, or else they wouldn't be present. Still, they've all exhausted their potential, so it was incredibly difficult for them to grow stronger. Carter's arrogance gave him so much confidence that he was willing to kneecap himself with a trash pilot. It was as if he taunted every other powerhouse on stage that he could beat them even with his hands tied behind his back. Despite everyone's praise, the powerhouses among the designers were not convinced of his strength. Even VES, who occasionally heard about Carter's accomplishments, did not shrink back. Even if he admitted that Carter likely possessed a deeper foundation, he still wished to clash head-on against the coalition's best. As 2 hours went by, his mech slowly came into fruition. VES spontaneously adjusted his design when he learned new tricks. Though he still pursued speed, he also wanted to bestow his mech with a minimum amount of self-protection. We have our first submission. Who is it? It's a mech designed by Alyssa Phil, a guest from the Myri 7 Stars. That's not even a proper third-rate state. It's only a fourth-rate minor power. Now that is certainly exciting. Can this quick little rabbit snatch enough coins before the wolves are released on the battlefield? Alyssa literally designed a small and nimble rabbit mech. Among the standard beast types, the rabbit shape offered an unsurpassed combination of speed and leaping power, though its agility wasn't anything to slouch at. However, she rushed through the design and fabrication of her mech with excessive haste. Whether the mech could match even 50% of its specs if it had enough time for development was still in question. The bottom floor of the combined arena space came to life. The lights revealed a temperate arboreal forest interspersed with plains and hills. All of the terrain consisted of real dirt and real trees. Limar spared no effort in making the competition as realistic as possible. Once Alyssa's rabbit mech entered the battlefield, a large and powerful signal engulfed the modified cockpit. The remote controls of the mech engaged. Hidden several hundred meters below ground, 500 simulation pods rested silently as the pilots inside waited to be called up. One of the pods lit up, signifying a successful connection. He's in. Richard Lovell is in. The top cadet of the Abelard Academy has taken control of the rabbit mech. Look at the movements of the mech. He's testing out the integrity of his new acquisition carefully. Only rarely do we see a mech enter the battlefield at the second hour. It should be cruel and unusual punishment to subject a top cadet pilot to such an awfully rushed mech. Just look at its left forepaw. It's practically falling apart already. The entire crowd derived a cruel sense of satisfaction every time a talented mech pilot got paired with an absolutely awful trash mech. This was one of the competition format's greatest attractions. Genius pilots got paired with trash mechs while trash pilots got paired with elite mechs. The struggles between the two wildly different pairings always resulted in impressive fireworks. The rabbit mech is hopping away now. Lovell is sniffing after coins. A pity that for a beast type that excels at sensors, Alyssa only installed the most rudimentary sensor system in the rabbit's head. Those large floppy ears are completely wasted as antennas. The star cadet is forced to scramble blindly for coins in this dense and tricky forest. Everyone laughed at the spectacle. Rabbit mechs functioned as the scouts in any organized group of mechs. They outperformed humanoid light mechs in that regard alone, though they paid for it by faring worse in a head-on battle. Still, Alyssa spent all of her time on making her mech functional. She only spent a couple of minutes installing the simplest sensor system, which happened to malfunction right now. Lovell was forced to rely on his visual sensors, which massively cut back on his detection range. Perhaps pressured by Alyssa's daring speed, a couple of designers pulled the trigger a short time later. 6 shoddily produced mechs joined Alyssa's Rabbit in the battlefield. Just as the elite pilots engaged the controls, 3 of the mechs instantly malfunctioned. Amazing. 3 of them suffered catastrophic failure. One locked both legs, another can only actuate about 10% of its motive power while the last one blew up directly. The other 3 mechs are not faring any better. While they can still move around, their integrity is even worse than Alyssa's Rabbit mech. They'll simply collapse at the first blow. The early bird gets the worm. Who cares if they can stand up in a fight? They all entered the battlefield before the first fighting mechs arrive. As long as they gather a couple of coins, they've accomplished their mission. With a significant chunk of the top pilots taken away, VES rushed to complete his mech. He cut back on a couple of luxuries such as a sophisticated sensor system and an improved energy transmission system. Only the essentials mattered. During this sensitive period, only a few more mech designers dared to submit their rush designs. Most encountered setbacks immediately upon entry in the battlefield. They submitted their mechs way too early, and suffered widespread scorn from the entire star sector. A mech designer that failed to judge his own work correctly had no place in the upper echelons. They were never going to live down this moment for the rest of their careers. The audience instead lamented the wasted opportunities for the elite cadets to showcase their skills. In the meantime, VES finalized his design. He took an incredible 2.5 hours to complete a somewhat functioning light mech. It was one of his first works to date where he fully utilized his newly gained journeyman skills. Gradually, a light shone in his eyes. Chapter 91, Minor Breakthrough. Each time VES fabricated a mech, he imagined bringing a new life into existence. At his best, he even had the illusion that he became a god. His unicorn mech paled in comparison to his older designs. Made in haste, the mech only possessed the bare essentials. As a scout skirmisher, it was very light on firepower. Besides a piddling laser pistol, it mainly had to rely on a spear to threaten other mechs. Its armor was paper-thin and it possessed merely adequate speed among light mechs. Its faults were also numerous. As a rushed product, not all of the parts aligned perfectly with each other. Though VES managed to avoid major faults, the mech still possessed numerous inconsistencies that might prove vulnerable later on. At least all of its limbs worked as designed, more or less. The endurance of the mech also fell short. The unicorn could reluctantly support 15 minutes of peak combat before it entered power-saving mode. If the mech failed to recharge its energy cells, it only grew more sluggish and feeble. All in all, the unicorn was one of the worst mechs he ever designed. Yet it was also his best work to date. VES incorporated many nuances in its design, some of which he spontaneously generated on the spot. In just 2.5 hours, VES was confident that few could match his efforts. What VES particularly cared about was the X factor. In the scoring system used by the system, he only achieved a score of C for his inspired Mark Antony design. He remembered the drive and passion he experienced when he completed his first real mech design. The feeling he had when he completed the unicorn faintly surmounted his previous experience by a small but noticeable margin. It's unlikely I pushed my score up to AB. The best I can hope for is AC or C+. That still represented a long-awaited breakthrough. VES harvested many clues about how to progress his implementation of the X factor. If he firmly grasped this step, he could surmount his current limits and be one step closer in achieving his dream of designing a completely original mech. Now, it's all up to the pilot. When VES handed over the unicorn, he exited the stage and entered a waiting room for designers. He quickly counted the number of people present. 15 designers. That means I've snatched the 16th ranked pilot. I'm still a bit too slow. VES shook his head. He missed an opportunity to snatch someone better. There was a big difference between the top 10 and the top 20. At least my mech is decently built. It shouldn't fall apart like the other rushed machines. The commentators also noted his submission and pulled up the specs of his design. That's interesting. Mr. Larkinson's design is the first one so far that's holding up rather decently. Its limbs aren't locked out and its internals are working somewhat according to their factory specs. What fearful speed. What fearful precision. Larkinson managed to complete his mech successfully even when he was playing with fire. The amount of control that's required to keep this mech together is quite fearsome. I think whoever is assigned to pilot this machine will cry tears of joy. He surely lucked out by piloting something other than a walking scrap heap. Cadet Reddy Lovejoy here sure has a colorful history. Besides his obsessive love for pickles, he's also a trained swordsman. Oh, that's a bummer for him. His mech is equipped with a spear. Well, it's not like swords are rare. If he can scavenge a sword from another mech, he'll be good to go. Good luck out there, Lovejoy. A few hundred meters below ground, another simulation pod turned active. The pilot inside woke up from his lethargy. The time had come for him to go into action. He patiently waited for his simulation pod to go through its checks. Once it finished testing the connection, the pilot opened his mind and let his psyche expand in the cavernous emptiness that represented his new mech's mind space. As the 15th ranked pilot from the Abelard Academy, Cadet Lovejoy had piloted numerous training mechs. Many of them were used to being piloted by many people, so they all gave him a worn and familiar feeling. This time was different. He encountered something different this time during his submersion into the unicorn. A faint radiant energy brushed his mental thoughts. Lovejoy instantly raised his vigilance. During his training, he learned to recognize the numerous anomalies pilots might encounter if the neural interface had any issues. Fortunately, aside from that initial brush, he sensed no further strangeness. His mind successfully made a connection with the unicorn, causing the mech to blaze to life. Its systems came online and aside from a few bumps, his mech was ready to go. Let's hunt. Lovejoy smirked as he guided his mech forward. He tested each of the unicorn's limbs and made a few contortions. Haha. This mech is good enough for me to display 80% of my strength. It was worth lowering my rank. Mech designers weren't the only group of people who benefited from the open competition. The cadets from the Abelard Academy all sought to win a chance to demonstrate their skills and build a name for themselves. Plenty of pilots who performed magnificently in the past received life-changing offers from major powers. Lovejoy was no exception. Still, he wasn't the only one who intentionally depressed his ranking. Though the benefits of holding the top position was great, no one wanted to end up in a rickety bucket of a mech that collapsed at the first blow. The shrewder and more strategic pilots held back some of their strength in order to maintain a decent but not too exceptional rank. This time I won the grand prize. There's nothing I can't do with this mech. As Lovejoy acclimated to his mech, he engaged his sensors and searched the forest with confidence. Even if he encountered a rival mech, he bet his mech outmatched the majority submitted during this time. For some reason, he felt as if his mech echoed his confidence. The subtle loop that formed between the two caused him to feel as if he could take on the entire galaxy. He held his spear with pride. A coin. With sparkling eyes, Lovejoy enthusiastically dove forward. Just as his mech neared the coin, a ballistic shell shot him from the flank. Ha! As if I'd fall for an ambush. Your marks are all over the place. Lovejoy taunted over the speakers as he used his mech's superior agility to dance around the projectile. Now that you've exposed your position, get ready to pay. The opposite mech turned out to be a medium cannoneer. As it was piloted by someone with a higher rank than Lovejoy, the mech did not panic or retreat. Instead, it committed to battle and fired off a volley of shells from his ballistic cannon. Each time it fired off a heavy shell, its entire frame rattled loudly. With the kind of racket your armor is making, I'm surprised it's still on its feet. Lovejoy made a judgment call after he saw the state of his opponent. Instead of trying to rush into his opponent's face, he stopped going forward once he got close and started strafing sideways. Though the cannoneer was still able to keep up, its accuracy was horrible due to the faults integrated in its arms. You bastard. I know it's you, Lovejoy. Face me like a man. Gladly. The cannoneer already missed its best shot when it failed to take out the unicorn during its initial ambush. Its designer had panicked and rushed the mech to the battlefield under the pressure of hearing others getting a step ahead. There was no suspense once the unicorn got close. Lovejoy easily utilized his mech's agility to jump to the side and cut the cannoneer from the flank. Though the initial thrust dealt only glancing damage, the opening it afforded allowed the unicorn take the initiative and relentlessly push the medium mech into a dead end. After a final spark, the medium mech dropped onto its back. Too bad there's no rewards for a kill. The objective of the match remained gathering coins. As there were too many mechs and too little coins, conflict was inevitable, though not always desirable. The more fragile mechs had to choose their battles carefully, lest they incur crippling damage that took them out of contention. After grabbing the shiny cartoonish coin, Lovejoy quickly departed from the site. The noise might have attracted scoundrels, and he didn't want to be the mantis who stalked the cicada, only to be preyed by the oriole behind. He quickly relaxed once he sensed no other mechs nearby. It's still rather early. The battlefield should be sparse. It's prime time for me to hunt for coins. Once he reached the random delivery point, he let loose the coin and allowed it to float to the skies. His systems beeped, acknowledging the completion of the delivery. He gained a score. This is far from enough. If I want to reach the top 100, I have to gather at least half a dozen more coins. The average cutoff varied over the years. In some past contests, the pilots frenziedly sought to destroy each other. In such fraught circumstances, a team could easily qualify by successfully delivering about 4 or 5 coins. Normally pilots behaved tamer. They had to rationally choose their battles. Unless provoked by the possession of coins, they'd normally choose to brush aside when meeting a match. Naturally, there were always a couple of people who proactively sought to destroy the opposition in order to show off their skills and lower the average cutoff margin. As long as these battle maniacs survived long enough, they'd easily swagger past this round. After 15 minutes of fruitless searching, Lovejoy stumbled upon a flyer racing to deliver his coin. A chance. The unicorn set aside its spear and retrieved its laser pistol. It fired a barrage of shots in the direction of the flying mech. As an elite pilot, his marksmanship was decent, though he didn't specialize in ranged weapons. With the aerial machine's speed, Lovejoy had little chance to hit the target with a couple of aimed shots. He might as well substitute accuracy for volume as he crazily overheated his pistol. With the sheer amount of lasers beams in the sky, a couple of them succeeding in hitting the flying mech. Go away. This coin is mine. Fat chance. Your wings are already smoking. I'm eating chicken tonight. The unicorn pressed through the trees and reached the flying mech's crash site. The mech only suffered a malfunction in its power supply, so it hadn't straight up turned into a pancake. Its pilot ruthlessly cut off its malfunctioning wings with a sword. Whoever designed this piece of dung should stay away from flight systems. The pilot muttered before turning his burning gaze at the unicorn. Hand over your sword and coin, and you can keep your miserable life. You can pry them from my dead hands. Without another word, the two mechs closed the distance. Lovejoy fended off the initial thrust with decent spear work. As a pilot who specialized in swordsmanship, he hadn't neglected his training in other weapons in case he encountered situations like this. Sadly for him, the opposite pilot was a competent swordsman himself, and despite his mech's many handicaps, he still managed to press Lovejoy back. As the pressure increased, Lovejoy crazily split his focus. One portion analyzed his opponent's moves while the other kept an eye on the environment. He slowly guided his opponent forward. After making a few more steps backward, the unicorn hastily jumped aside as a volley of high-powered laser beams strafed his former position. Even as they failed to hit their primary target, they still extended forward and glanced the former flight mech. The mech stuttered in its movements as several critical systems malfunctioned. Lovejoy took advantage of the gigantic opening and thrust his spear straight through the mech's cockpit area. Though the mechs on the battlefield were remotely controlled, any damage to the cockpit that normally killed the pilot inside still counted as a weak point. The flight mech lost control and fell into a heap. Lovejoy threw away his spear and quickly picked up his opponent's sword. He turned around vigilantly, expecting another volley of lasers. When nothing happened, he carefully inched closer to the flying mech's coin and picked it up. Too bad that laser gunner didn't come forward. His mech must be a shambling wreck. Those who piloted substandard mechs often chose to stay in the shadows. They loved to be the bystanders in a duel between two mechs. They lost their opening when one side vanquished the other in a dominant fashion. Chapter 92, Double Trouble. After 2 hours of careful stalking, Lovejoy managed to deliver 4 golden coins. Compared to his competitors, he achieved a decent result. His luck was fairly good as he encountered 2 more light mechs in the process of transporting their coins. As these machines had all been prematurely rushed to the battlefield, Lovejoy easily crushed them through his superior mech's capabilities. However, now was the time when the match transitioned in the mid-game. Shoddy mech stopped pouring in by now. With at least twice as much time spent on their design, the second wave of mechs all overpowered the early birds by a significant margin. Too scary. It's getting crowded here, he muttered as he vigilantly retreated from a newly spawned coin. 3 mid-game mechs were duking it for possession of the coin. A worn-out light mech like his unicorn had no contending against even one of them. He knew his limits. I still don't have enough coins. Though he could yield in front of most dangerous encounters, he still had to fight for coins. Without at least 2 or 3 more, his chances of making it to the next round might evaporate. He navigated through the forest carefully. By now, plenty of areas suffered from battle damage. The ground was scorched and many trees had been toppled. Broken mechs were strewn about like toys. Many of them only suffered light damage before they completely collapsed. Luckily my mech's designer isn't a total idiot. I can still hold up for a few hours. The only issue he encountered was that his mech required frequent recharging. The few supply depots spread around the battlefield were all highly visible areas. He always had to watch his back in case he encountered an ambush. His sensors beeped, alerting him to a nearby coin. He guided the unicorn forward and carefully stalked past the foliage. He spotted an unclaimed coin resting against a cliff. Am I truly alone here? Lovejoy wondered as he looked around suspiciously. It seemed too good to be true. With a laser pistol in one hand and a sword in the other, his unicorn crouched behind a dense patch of trees and waited patiently. He decreased the power to his systems in order to make his mech's thermal signature blend in with the environment. Unless someone is piloting a dedicated scout, no one should detect my presence. His caution turned out to be prophetic, since a well-built light mech approached the coin a minute or so later. The mech appeared to be a sharp-looking skirmisher. Its twin wrist cannons possessed enough firepower to melt the unicorn in a short amount of time, though it would suffer from catastrophic overheating in return. Still, the skirmisher was not a soft cookie but a well-built machine that took at least 4 hours to complete. After scanning the area, the skirmisher evidently failed to detect the unicorn. It conveniently picked up the coin and jogged away. Should I or should I not? Lovejoy considered carefully. If he jumped the skirmisher, he had a decent chance of making a crippling blow. On the other hand, a light skirmisher was one of the worst types of mechs for his unicorn to come to blows. He decided to call off his ambush. What rotten luck. I found a coin only to let someone else take it away. Lovejoy felt as if he did his mech a disservice. He should be fighting it out against his competitors in a frank and upright manner. All this sneaking around only to take a step back when he encountered a formidable opponent only rankled him further. When had he ever acted so cowardly? His sensors picked up a commotion down a riverbank. His mech turned around swiftly and approached the noise. From the amount of noise he heard, he realized the fight turned especially intense. Only a battle over coins could lead to such a frigid battle. 2 coins. Lovejoy exclaimed as he approached the edge of a tangled battle between 5 different mechs. He guessed that 2 pairs of runners and pursuers had bumped into each other, with another mech joining in afterwards. What made him hold his breath was that all of the mechs were of the medium weight class. They excelled at head-on fights but their speed was nothing remarkable. As the mechs all had to devote their full attention to the fight, the original holders of the coins all dropped them to the side. The cadet formed a bold plan to snatch the coins before making off. If he squeezed past the battling mechs correctly, they'd never catch his tail. 10 seconds. If I can avoid getting hit in that time frame, I can get away scotch-free. He was confident he could avoid getting hit by melee weapons, but had less faith in his ability to dodge projectiles. As the mechs in the battle started to accumulate damage, Lovejoy's window of opportunity quickly closed. He had to make a choice. Let's go. The unicorn burst out from the trees and steadily approached the nearest coin. Of the 5 battling mechs, one of them noticed the newcomer but could not respond. As for the rest, they were too consumed in their attempts to constrain each other and only noticed the newcomer when he was within grabbing distance of a coin. "Oh no you don't," a pilot of a rifleman exclaimed as he shot a laser beam at the unicorn. The light mech managed to grab a coin but suffered a heavy hit on its waist. Its legs still worked fine, but another hit would definitely cripple its mobility. Lovejoy gritted his teeth and danced around the battling mechs in order to approach the second coin. "Get the thief. He's too fast." The unicorn received another couple of hits, but they only scraped off the armor. Lovejoy picked a good moment to make his move, as all of the mechs suffered from depleted ammunition or severe overheating. After bending down to pick up the second coin, the unicorn raced off like a cat who caught the canary. Even the commentators who were watching from above noticed the daring raid, though the pilots could not hear their words. Cadet Lovejoy is in for it now. He dared to snatch 2 whole coins from a crowd of serious-looking mechs. Can he get away from their clutches? Ouch! One of his mech's legs got hit. But wait a moment. The mech is still running like a horse. Incredible. He got away. The medium mechs lost track of the little bugger. How tragic. They fought so long only to end up with nothing but damaged mechs. Their chances of making it through have dropped down to almost 0. In fact, while the unicorn appeared to be running at full capacity, the damage was a lot more serious than the observers thought. The pace the mech had set increased the burden on the damaged leg, which decreased its effective lifespan. Lovejoy had no choice but to keep running at full tilt in order to lose his pursuers. That should do it, Lovejoy tiredly said as he let out deep breaths. He looked down his leg and saw that the damage was fairly bad. It won't last very long, but I should at least last long enough to deliver my coins. Lovejoy sacrificed a lot in order to obtain his spoils of war. He directly discarded his pistol and sword in order to lower his encumbrance. At this stage of the battle, he could scavenge any weapon from a broken mech as long as it was simple. The more sophisticated weapons usually featured identity controls that locked them out against unauthorized users. After scavenging a discarded knife, the unicorn carefully trod towards the nearest delivery point. As he carried double the amount of coins as everyone else, he tried to camouflage his ill-gotten gains as best as possible. He dug some dirt and soiled the coins as best as possible before breaking up a tree trunk and stuffing the coins between a wide cut. It won't fool anyone who comes close, but at least I won't give the game away from the reflections. Most pilots weren't willing to fight against a mech if it carried no coins. Such a battle was pointless and did not help too much in increasing their score. However, there were plenty of exceptions. An innocent-looking rabbit mech hopped in the unicorn's path. Despite its fragile appearance, Lovejoy stopped as he felt a chill. The quadruped mech obviously suffered quite an ordeal. Its entire armor was worn out as it suffered from a lot of glancing blows. What Lovejoy found particularly notable was that despite its sordid look, the rabbit mech managed to avoid critical damage. Its pilot must be a genuine powerhouse. Your mech stands no chance against mine. Can you please get out of my way? A silky smooth voice emerged from the rabbit mech. Not until you show me what you're carrying in your hands. It's just a piece of wood I conveniently picked up. It's a nice distraction if I throw it at obnoxious bastards like you. Very funny. Feel free to throw it at me then. You can practice your aim. Lovejoy would never relinquish his hidden coins. Go away. This is your last warning. The rabbit mech's pilot stayed silent, but its continued presence was a provocation in itself. He wasn't stepping aside without a fight. The worst thing about the situation was that Lovejoy recognized the voice. Richard Lovell was one of the Abelard Academy's top pilots. His ranking always hovered in the top 3. Such a monstrous pilot could do miracles with any mech, let alone a worn-out rabbit mech. The face-off even attracted the attention of the crowd. That's the top-ranked pilot confronting the 16th-ranked pilot. I've taken notice of that light mech. He's hiding not 1 but 2 coins in that log. How did Lovell sniff out those coins? Who knows, but I'm sure a lot of sparks are about to fly. I've heard a bit about Lovell and Lovejoy. They both clashed a lot of times due to the similarity of their names. A lot of times, they get paired up against each other during practices. Cadet Lovejoy indeed fought many times against Richard Lovell. He lost over 90% of the time. Even with a superior mech, he did not let down his guard. The rabbit mech made the first move. It leaped forward in a powerful hop which startled the unicorn. Lovejoy jinked his mech aside while throwing the log at the rabbit. The flimsy wood failed to scratch the rabbit, but the distraction proved enough for Lovejoy to turn around his mech and slash at the landing rabbit. "You're too young to catch me off guard," the calm voice of Cadet Lovell said as the rabbit mech kicked out its leg against the grip. After fending off the knife, the rabbit hopped close and amazingly avoided a kick as it snapped its jaws against the damaged portion of the unicorn's leg. The rabbit mech was too weak to snap off the entire leg, but it successfully exacerbated the wound. "You bastard! I won't let you take my chances away," Lovejoy roared as he turned berserk. The damage to his mech's leg had worsened so much that he wouldn't last longer than an hour, less if he stressed the limb. However, he had no thoughts on preserving his leg as he crazily tried to tear apart the rabbit mech. Even Cadet Lovell was taken aback at the sudden ferocity. He tried to pilot his rabbit out of reach as best as possible, but the mech still suffered from the limitations of its hasty introduction to the battlefield. The rabbit fended off the strikes as best as possible and even got in another hit when it fired off the laser built into its mouth. The unicorn took the hit head-on and only suffered damage to its torso armor. The laser ultimately lacked the power to punch through in a single hit. Lovejoy did not give the rabbit another opportunity to fire off its laser as it finally reached the rabbit. With brutal efficiency, the unicorn pressed down the mech's head with one arm and slashed it with a knife with the other arm. The knife sliced off both ears along with a decent chunk of its head. The sudden move caused the unicorn to lose its grip. Cadet Lovell successfully moved his rabbit away and crazily hopped into the bushes. "Yeah. Just get lost," Lovejoy shouted even as he declined to pursue the wounded beast mech. His expression worsened when he read the detailed damage report of the unicorn's tattered leg. Its core integrity was close to snapping. It could not bear so much weight anymore. In order to maintain its shape, the unicorn was forced to walk. "I've got 2 coins. So long as I succeed in delivering them, I still stand a decent chance of reaching the top 100. The rabbit mech had inflicted major damage to his chances of survival. In some years, 6 deliveries was enough to make it through. However, that was no guarantee for this year's competition. Cadet Lovejoy faced an uphill battle. "First, I have to finish delivering these Goddard coins." Chapter 93, Abnormal Mechs. The battlefield became crowded with mechs, both active and disabled ones. The majority of mech designers had pushed their works onto the field. Even if they were unwilling, they had to release their mechs in order to stand a chance to win some coins. While the latest wave of mechs were built a lot more solidly, the quality of their pilots had deteriorated. This led to absurd situations like Alyssa Phil's rabbit mech demolishing a couple of mechs that had enjoyed twice or thrice as much design time. A third of the crowd paid no attention to the other mechs as they rapidly followed Cadet Lovell's ingenious methods. His performance proved that while the quality of the mech mattered a lot, an ace pilot was able to work miracles with even the trashiest of mechs. While he hadn't managed to gather a lot of coins, his future was already bright. Barakovsky's light mech also entered the stage. As a supremely built machine, it acted like a crane among chickens the moment it descended onto the battlefield. Its pilot made great use of the tools at hand. While he generously made way for better armed mechs, it ruthlessly hunted the shabby light mechs that managed to eke out a meager existence. The light mech easily snatched a couple of coins with this strategy. On the other hand, heavy mechs also entered the field. Their stupendous amounts of armor and prodigious firepower deterred many mechs from engaging them. Getting dragged into a head-on fight would always be a losing proposition. These heavy mechs simply lumbered around, and whenever they found an unclaimed coin, they simply picked it up and walked to the delivery point without challenge. As for the unicorn, Cadet Lovejoy was forced to squirrel like a rat and avoid any encounters due to his damaged state. With a leg that was almost crippled, Lovejoy had to crawl through the most desolate terrain in order to avoid the crowded spots of the battlefield. "I'm almost there. Only a kilometer to go," he muttered as he vigilantly paid attention to his sensors as well as his intuition. "This last stretch is going to be the hardest. The delivery point is right in the middle of an open plain." The delivery points were decided semi-randomly. The battlefield had a couple of thousand potential spots where the systems governing the match could turn it into a delivery point. All of these spots were relatively open and accessible, meaning that some devious pilots might wait in the bushes nearby. After inching closer, Lovejoy sensed no ambush nearby, but that didn't mean much. All of the cadets learned how to minimize their emissions by lowering their heat to a minimum in order to blend their thermal signature in the environment. Some extreme pilots liked to turn off the power reactor entirely, which meant they were completely exposed to damage if someone noticed them before they became active. Lovejoy had to make another judgment call. He decided to rush to the delivery point without reserve. The unicorn burst into the open and jogged as best he could without completely allowing his leg to collapse. The stresses on the damaged leg increased, but his actions proved his worth as he managed to skim away from a small kinetic projectile. "Haha, is that pistol shot supposed to stop me?" Lovejoy taunted as he jerked his mech a little to the sides. "Your accuracy sucks." If his ambusher piloted a competent mech, he'd surely pay for his words. Yet from the scattered shots, Lovejoy already determined his ambusher's mech was nothing impressive. With grace akin to a drunken dancer, the unicorn reached the delivery point and let go one of its coins, keeping the other stuffed in its log. The coin successfully ascended into the skies, which meant that Lovejoy gained another score. "Haha, you're too late. Keep firing if you want to, but you've already lost your chance to steal my coins." The ambusher stopped firing his pistol. Lovejoy guessed the enemy mech retreated even though he still failed to spot it on his sensors. He smirked at his successful gambit. The idiot thought he only had a single coin and did not know about the second one that was still sitting snugly in his log. "Fooled you." He laughed and swaggered back into the forest. Up at the waiting area, VES nervously sighed in relief as his pilot successfully made it past this challenge. While he wasn't able to communicate with the 16th ranked pilot, he still felt a connection with the men. Both of their futures were intertwined now. Lovejoy's success carried over to VES, while his own accomplishments meant that Lovejoy could reach greater heights. "Hello again, VES. Patricia. You're done with your mech as well. It's just entered the battlefield." The woman replied and gestured down towards the spot where the mech descended. "I know it entered kind of late, but I'm confident my mech can catch up." VES stared down and gaped at the sight. His former classmate had designed and put together an arachnid-heavy mech. Not only was it very heavy and thus very slow, it also carried a ton of missile launchers. He had no idea why she'd resort to such an extreme artillery loadout. The massive spider mech armed its missiles while extending a powerful set of antennas. After turning on its powerful active scanners, it locked onto a series of mechs and fired off half of its missile tubes in one go. A biblical torrent of guided projectiles rose up in the skies before raining down onto their designated targets. 7 nearby mechs instantly disintegrated. 2 of them carried coins, which dropped upon the destruction of their carriers. A further 11 mechs suffered substantial damage. The sudden strike instantly crushed the fighting spirits of their pilots. All they had in mind was to put as much distance from the launch site as possible. None of the mechs dared to approach the spider mech and confront it even though it was far from invincible at a closer range. What a strike! That's the most deadly move I've seen so far in this match. The commentator praised as he put the replay of the attack on display. Look at those mechs who survived. They completely turned into scaredy cats. One of them even threw away its precious coin. With its powerful sensors, the spider mech slowly crawled over to the fallen coins. Though it took some time to nab all 3 of them, no one ever thought to steal its bountiful prizes. Only a single flight mech tried to inch close, only to receive a swarm of anti-air missiles to its face. The mech quickly fell from the sky like a bird who lost its feathers. All of the other pilots who lurked nearby shuddered and slinked away. "That's an incredibly domineering mech you've built." "I know." Patricia modestly smiled, as if she was a mother watching her son performing on a stage. "I've spent over half a year on its design. Though it will have some trouble trying to resupply its spent magazines, as long as it still has missiles it should deter any challengers." Many designers came prepared with a well-developed design for the free-for-all. Perhaps they spent months calculating every single detail in order to maximize its efficiency. However, many of these over-prepared designers grew nervous or made mistakes once they got on stage. Many of them ultimately released a bunch of mechs that fell short of their theoretical capabilities. Patricia evidently stuck to her design and succeeded in releasing a formidable mech. VES admired her ability to maintain composure and deliver a consistent product. He also had another reason to rejoice: the introduction of her overbearing mech. The more opponents it killed, the more the pressure on VES and Lovejoy eased up. With fewer mechs on the field, the easier they reached the top 100. Luckily your mech is on the other side of the battlefield. I'd hate to see my light mech get bombarded by your spider mech's missiles. Perhaps it was luck, but the unicorn never drew attention from any of the formidable mechs currently dominating the field. Mechs like the ones designed by Barakovsky and Patricia were obviously a cut above the average mid-game mechs. Many of their designers had only lucked past the qualifiers. Now that they had to compete on their own merits, their shaky foundation proved to be their downfall. No matter how many hours they spent on their design, they could never catch up to the true talents. That was also why when Lovejoy occasionally encountered another mech, he got away without getting crippled. Most of the badly built mechs weren't able to hit anything with their firearms as their limbs were too uncoordinated and skewed. The abysmal hit rates of most of the mechs in play proved why quality control and certification was essential. Still, some mechs came equipped with rapid-fire weapons. These guns might not pack much of a punch, but their sheer volume of fire meant they'd always hit something if pointed at the right direction. The unicorn accrued significant damage over its entire frame. Most of its armor had turned into the mech equivalent of Swiss cheese by now. Its responsiveness took a disastrous dive. The unicorn reached the final stretch just as it was about to collapse. A small distance remained until it could deliver its final coin, upping its score to 6. Whether it was enough to reach the top 100 was still in question. He only had to go past one final obstacle. 3 mechs were battling it out over a fallen flight mech carrying a coin. They must have shot it down when it flew past the area. Unlike the previous situation, all 3 mechs held back their aggression. They faced off against each other in a vigilant manner, but failed to make any move. Lovejoy found the situation to be fishy. What are they waiting for? Are they guarding against third parties like me? Or is it just too awkward for them to start fighting when there's 3 of them? Whatever the reason, the unicorn was at the end of its lifespan. The longer it had to wait, the more likely it would forcibly shut down. He couldn't allow such a thing to happen. After a moment's consideration, he decided to ignite the conflict. He calmly raised his beaten-up laser pistol and fired a couple of ineffective shots. The focusing lens had cracked, so the beams weren't very concentrated or straight. The sudden attack spooked the 3 mechs into enacting their plans. They already stood on a hair trigger. The stray laser beams caused them to attack each other before their brains caught up to the fact that a bystander shot at them first. Like a mouse scurrying between a couple of angry cats, the unicorn hobbled closer even as they became aware of its presence. The log managed to hide the fact that it hit a coin, but after a second or two the combatants recognized the old trick. He's delivering a coin. Just as 2 of the mechs turned their weapons at the unicorn, the third mech went for the fallen coin. This drew back the attention of the 2 who were about to attack the unicorn, which ultimately split everyone's focus. The serendipitous circumstance bought the unicorn enough time to get close to the delivery point. Just as a solid kinetic slug hit its torso, it managed to toss the coin just enough to land on the delivery point. As the mech finally deactivated due to incurring catastrophic damage to its exposed power reactor, the coin started to glow and fly in the air. I did it. Chapter 94, Score. Cadet Lovejoy's brilliant last moves were noted by few. Compared to the dazzling mechs destroying their rivals left and right, a worn-out mech like the unicorn attracted little attention. It had quietly served its purpose for the few hours it remained in existence. VES almost dropped to his knees when he saw his pilot's ploy come into fruition. You're lucky that worked. Patricia noted calmly, as if the move was nothing more than child's play. The quality of your pilot and your mech gave the plan a very low chance to succeed. It only worked due to the enemy pilots screwing up. He knew she had a point. While his pilot clearly knew his business, he wasn't as exceptional as the ones from the top 10. The first-ranked Lovell still hopped around the battlefield with a half-wrecked rabbit mech, ambushing unsuspecting mechs right where it hurted. He managed to gather an incredible amount of 8 coins through sheer skill. While I missed out on the best, I'm quite satisfied with my current pilot. VES smiled. He already noted down the characteristics of Cadet Lovejoy and even had access to a brief profile. Next time he'd add a sword instead of a spear to his mech. What about your own pilot? He's ranked somewhere in the mid-300s. The difference between a pilot from the top 20 and the top 300 was a very large moat. A lower-ranked pilot performed much worse in many different aspects. In the current round, what mattered most was judgment and battle intuition. Those who picked and chose their battles wisely fared better than those who blindly blundered into unnecessary fights. Surprisingly, Patricia stayed unconcerned. Do you believe a mech's performance is determined by the skill of the pilot? Of course it is. A pilot is the brain of a mech. If that is what you believe, then that is how your mech is built. The sentence was short and simple, but contained profound implications. If a designer believed the skill of a pilot mattered the most, he'd consciously or unconsciously designed a mech that allowed a skillful pilot to play it to its full strengths. While this might work great if you expected your mech to be piloted by an excellent pilot, in the hands of a more average one the mech would never perform to its full potential. I see what you mean. You expected your mech to be piloted by an average pilot, so you design your mech in a way that is simpler to operate and can be mastered easily. No wonder Patricia dared to design a heavy artillery mech for the battlefield. Any dummy pilot with a brain could operate a slow, heavy mech with simple fire-and-forget missiles. It posed no requirements to finesse and reflexes. A pilot only required decent judgment and a familiarity with missiles in order to operate the Spider mech competently. As cadets from a renowned academy, all of the pilots mastered the basics, including those who ranked in the top 300. However, there should be a limit to how far a dummy-proof mech could go. VES asked a pertinent question. Will you be able to reach the finals with such a philosophy? Have the masters always apprenticed a designer who reached the finals? Not always. In the history of the Limar Open competition, the masters usually picked up a couple of disciples from the finalists. Usually did not mean always. While the masters usually liked to pick winners, they placed more importance in compatibility. As long as a mech designer had a minimum amount of competencies, they could be picked by a master even if they did not make it through the first round. This was also why plenty of designers valued the opportunity to make it past the qualifiers. Though extremely rare, a couple of masters had once selected apprentices from those who stalled at the start of the main event in the past. It gave everyone the tiniest bit of hope, which kept the competition vibrant. The battlefield kept raging even after the unicorn bowed out. After all of the excitement during the mid-game, the final hours arrived with the introduction of a couple of exceptional mechs. The majority of them were either heavy mechs or well-built medium mechs. Even Barakovsky's light mech killer and Patricia's spider artillery mech had to make way for these alpha mechs. The medium mech designed by Carter Gage attracted everyone's attention. As the top seed of the competition, he boldly spent an inordinate amount of time on his mech. It was built like a hybrid knight. Its excellent sword and shield made it a menace at close range while its accurate shoulder-mounted ballistic guns ate up anything at range. For all the anticipation, it did not disappoint. Even with a pilot ranked in the top 500, the medium mech moved faster and hit harder than almost any other mech out there. As its pilot became more accustomed to the awe-inspiring capabilities of his mech, he practically turned into a wild beast. His mech savaged anyone in its way, and stole coins left and right. Even the commentators got pulled into the action. Look at that mechanical wonder. He's at it again. This makes it the 12th time it destroyed a mech, and it hardly received a scratch in return. How tough must its armor be in order to deflect such a powerful kinetic round? I don't know, but besides artillery, there's hardly any mech that could deter this killing machine. Besides Gage's invincible medium mech, some of the other latecomers also rolled over the early birds. While some designers simply delivered disappointing mechs, others made full use of the time to submit well-armored and well-armed mechs that was worth as much as 4 mid-game mechs. Most of the late-game mechs utilized advanced compressed armor that went beyond the basic procedure VES mastered. He only mastered the shallowest layer of alloy compression. More advanced methods could work with a wider variety of alloys and provide a more effective result in much less time. VES also learned from the designers in the waiting room that the best armor also underwent highly classified chemical treatment. Certain chemicals added before or after the compression process interacted strangely with some of the exotic materials incorporated in the alloys. These reactions increased the effectiveness of the compression procedure, resulting in thinner, lighter but much stronger armor. The chemical formulas are highly prized secrets. They are one of the core possessions of a mech design company. Some even build an entire dynasty around their formulas. Patricia noted succinctly. Entire research departments might spend decades in order to come up with a single formula. The decent ones have a market value of trillions of COLS. This was on an entirely different level. These kinds of core technologies were highly prized assets that only the most formidable organizations were able to possess. Someone like VES could only ever purchase a license for the outdated formulas that have long been leaked. Even then, the prices were harsh. The first round finally finished at the end of the day. This time, the amount of destruction exceeded last year's result. Many mechs hadn't been able to gather a sufficient amount of coins. The threshold for passing turned out to be around 6 deliveries. The only problem was that a bit more than 100 mechs had delivered at least 6 coins. This meant that some might pass and some might fail. VES bit his lip as he anxiously waited for the score counters to tally the final results. Finally, the sorting finished. VES Larkinson, Ready Lovejoy, 89th. Yes. He raised his fists. He passed the first round due to having delivered the coins faster than many others who gathered the same amount. This was another minor rule that gave preferential treatment to those who risked submitting their mechs early. He looked at the scores for the few people he knew. Surprisingly, the combination Alyssa Lynch and Richard Lovell earned an impressive rank of 32nd. Considering that Cadet Lovell piloted one of the worst mechs on the battlefield, that was an incredibly heroic feat. As for Patricia, her domineering artillery mech blasted its way into the 70s. While her spider mech easily demolished any opposition, its traversal speed was as slow as a snail, so it barely gathered 7 coins. He checked the names of anyone else he knew. He finally spotted Barakovsky's name way up at the 19th rank. She achieved a much better result than him even though she submitted her light mech a lot later. Her well-built mech hunted down many badly built mechs and ruthlessly robbed them of their coins. As for Carter Gage, he did not disappoint. His medium mech only came late, but its overall excellence proved even more tyrannical than Patricia's light mech killer. No matter the quality of its opposition, as long as it had a coin, it quickly died. With its supremely optimized sensors, it had no trouble tracking down coins. In just a couple of hours, its pilot easily gathered 19 coins. This guy is in a different league than us. VES noted as he stared at the top score. He should be participating in events organized by first-rate superstates. Why is he slumming it with us? Patricia nodded in agreement. You're right, but it's a political game. The Gage dynasty wants to press down the Carnegie Group's liveliness by emphasizing their deeper roots. None of this concerned VES, so they quickly dropped the subject. Now that the main event had concluded, the audience started to return to their hotels. A few designers were invited up on stage to talk about their mechs in the aftershow, but VES had no interest or expectation that he'd be invited up there. When VES met Dietrich back at the entrance of the arena complex, he took an irritated Lucky from his grasp. There now, we only have 2 more days before we can go home. A lot of girls have been petting him. Dietrich explained Lucky's bad mood. He's never gotten a proper rest. But hey, I'm not complaining. He's a great chick magnet. VES shook his head. His pet might look like an adorable cat, but his claws could cut right through a solid piece of armor. What do you think about Lovejoy? He's the 16th ranked pilot at the Abelard Academy. Is he better than you? I'm a marksman, and he's a swordsman. We've got different specialties. His basics are very solid. I have to admit he's got a better reaction speed than me. He'd chew me up if he gets into melee range. Still, he's obviously too green. Any rookie pilot is no good until their lives are put on the line. Well, hopefully that won't matter because they're all cadets. They haven't graduated yet. Dietrich shook his head and pointed at Richard Lovell's name. You're wrong. There's a couple of pilots who are different. This guy is the most obvious one. Every move he makes is focused on ending lives. That sounded ominous. VES had no familiarity with Alyssa Phil. She courageously designed and submitted an extremely rushed design in 2 hours in order to claim the best pilot available. Someone who took such a daring risk had to have some real capability. Her gamble worked, and she now had sole possession of the number 1 pilot, which gave her a great advantage in subsequent rounds. Every formidable designer made it through the top 100. Those freeloaders who passed the last qualifying round while doing nothing all crashed and burned in front of an audience of trillions. VES was relieved he made it through the first pass, but he was a little disappointed he hadn't reached a higher score. The impressive achievements of his rivals had taught him that he was far from the best. I've got a good enough pilot. And that's what matters. It doesn't matter if my mech gathered 6 or 19 coins. It's enough to make it through with the best pilot possible. He looked forward what tomorrow had in store. Chapter 95, Second Round. The next day brought the 100 surviving mech designers back to the arena complex. This time, the arena fields had been separated, which meant that the second round northwest longer took place on a mass battlefield. VES had a good talk with Dietrich last night about how he should go about designing a mech for a swordsman. Though Dietrich did not specialize in this area, many of his subordinates did, and he was a wealth of practical knowledge. "Good morning, VES." Patricia greeted him once she spotted him. "Are you ready for the second round? The successive duels are always tricky. It'll be a struggle, but I'm confident I can make it. Only 100 of the best designers who came all the way to Limar survived up to now. Those who made it this far were not soft persimmons. No matter who he faced, he had a tough fight on his hands. While he did not guarantee he could win every duel, he still wanted to stand out." After opening the day with a brief performance from some musicians, the announcer explained the rules for the second round. "In the first test, we've tested our designers on whether they could deliver a working product on time. The second round revolves around efficiency and longevity. A mech designer must deliver a product that does the job as long as possible with the least amount of cost." The projection changed into a list of available base parts. They were the same outdated junk they've used in the previous round, but now they had a price tag on them. The number varied widely according to their quality. The first major challenge is to design a mech that costs no more than 1,000 points in 6 hours. If you happen to worry about not being able to reach this height, then don't be. I can assure you that you will wish the limit is higher. Those who reached this stage were all capable of designing a decent mech in that time. A 6-hour design time was rather short, but for VES who used the QuickForge system to design a mech under 3 hours, it was an eternity. The finished mechs will then have to duel 4 random opponents in a standard duel environment, with a 2-hour interval between each fight. The mech designer is only allowed to use the QuickForge system to make as much repairs as possible. If you can't finish your repairs in that time, then tough luck, because many repairmen have faced the same situations during wartime. These 4 consecutive duels tested a designer in multiple ways. First, they had to design a mech in a way that made it easy to repair if it incurred any damage. Second, they had to deal with a wide variety of possible damage and allocate their limited time to repairing the most essential parts. This could get pretty brutal by the time the 4th duel was about to be held. Also, many times a mech sustained so much damage it could not fight on, which straight up brought the mech designer and pilot out of contention. In this case, the pilot had to make their own judgment on how to fight. Taking risks meant fights could finish quickly, but it also left them open to heavy damage that wasn't easy to repair. They also had the option to forfeit a duel at any time in order to avoid accumulating damage when facing a losing proposition. Yet giving up too often dragged down the ranking. Only the top 25 qualified for the third round. When VES approached his now familiar QuickForge system, he went over the design templates he had in mind. The last time he designed the unicorn, he did so with the expectation that it would be compatible to any pilot. This time was different. He knew the pilot. He read his profile. He watched him fight. Cadet Lovejoy fancied himself as a swordsman, so VES should design a mech that revolves primarily around the use of a single sword. Swordsman mechs differed substantially from the standard knight type. Whereas knights benefited from a substantial amount of armor along with a trusty shield, a swordsman had less mass in order to speed up its reaction. In a tactical sense, knights acted as door stoppers. They excelled at defensive engagements where the enemy had to go past the knight in order to complete their objectives. Swordsmen fared worse in head-on clashes, but they performed well when used as a flanker or as a follow-up. A swordsman mech was built around its sword. VES read up on the basics. A swordsman mech relied on a combination of mechanical power along with momentum in order to deliver fast or heavy strikes. The mech needed to be heavy enough to add a lot of mass to a committed strike, but it also had to be flexible enough to maneuver like a duelist trying to get the upper hand. There's too many things to take note of when trying to design a swordsman mech. VES concluded as he started to get a headache on how many balls he had to juggle. I can't design a mech as heavy as a Caesar Augustus, and neither can I make it as light as an octagon. He had to leave familiar territory and design a new mech from a different mold. It had to be another rush design, though the generous margin of 6 hours should leave him with a decent mech this time. First, he constructed a mental image again. With his frequent practice, he became more proficient in getting in the right mood. He hardly needed more than a minute to reach a state of sharpened mental focus. The profile VES received painted Lovejoy as a talkative but diligent cadet. He practiced a lot but became frustrated when his climb up the ranking stagnated. He reached a ceiling where he could not progress fast enough. He probably bumped against the people who benefited from genetic boosts. VES guessed to himself. If he ended up in a situation like that, he'd tear his hair out until he became bald. While the pilot could not improve, the mech could make all the difference. VES thought back on the conversation he had with Patricia yesterday. Either the mech had to accommodate the pilot, or the pilot had to adjust to the mech. Well, I'm not designing a mass production model. I have specific information about the pilot so I don't have to dumb down my mech. He envisioned a fairly advanced and mechanically complex mech. A whirling dancer with a sword. One that was swift and agile, but also one that benefited from strategically placed armor. Not enough to weigh it down too much, but enough to add some heft to each sword strike. The model should be nimble enough to facilitate heavy strikes where the entire weight of the mech was added to the attack. With a solid image of the sword dancer, VES went to work. He first picked out the basic components. In order to keep costs below 1,000 points, he started picking the most essential parts first. A swordsman mech is built around its sword, so the first thing to choose is the weapon. VES had to admit he did not know much beyond the basics when it came to mech swords. As the default melee weapon for mechs, a mech sword was a heavy, sharp instrument of destruction. It had to be sharp enough to slice through armored portions and sturdy enough to support the weight of two mechs clashing against each other. It's got to be big and heavy, but how far should I go? The profile did not mention Lovejoy's preferred sword type. He could be specializing in a thin one-handed rapier or a heavy two-handed claymore. In the end, VES made a judgment call and picked out a one-handed longsword model that cost 100 points. With the sword model in place, he designed the rest of the frame around the use of a one-handed sword. He spent 200 points on a powerful pair of engines and power reactors, 50 points on high-performance energy cells, 100 points on legs optimized for burst performance and a whopping 250 points for heavy but powerful arms. He spent much of his remaining points on the parts he prioritized less. With 200 points spent on many entry-level parts like the sensors, cockpit and a backup laser pistol, he completely wiped out his savings. As for his final 100 points, he picked out a middle-of-the-road armor system that only distinguished itself on the ease of which it could be compressed. With all of the parts selected, VES quickly drew up a basic design. He could afford to spend more time on its design, so he made sure to optimize his prospective mech for close-ranged high-speed engagements. He tweaked many things such as strengthening the fingers so their grip on the sword became stronger. He reduced some of his mech's rear torso armor in order to improve his mech's agility. In order to keep the mech balanced, he also had to shift a few internal components so that the mech wouldn't have a tendency to tip over. Once he finished a detailed outline of his design, he activated the forging module of his quick forge system. His time was a little tight due to the lengthy procedure of compressing all of the armor plates, so he rushed through the construction again, though not as extreme. Unlike Barakovsky, he started from the inside and worked his way outward. This way, the mech's integrity could be ensured while he could cut back on the alloy compression if he ran out of time. Fortunately, it never came to that point. He spent a solid 2 hours on forming the internal frame and the internal components. The quick forge system worked a lot better than the second-hand 3D printer and assembly system his father acquired for his workshop. The assembly system even came with automated functions that automatically laid out the cabling and other internal infrastructure in the most optimal and non-intrusive way. If my assembly machine was as good as this one, I'd be able to assemble 2 mechs a day instead of a single mech over 2 days. Once he reached the process of forging the armor plating, he got to witness how the quick forge system fabricated them in a single comprehensive procedure. It definitely impressed him when he saw how various liquefied materials combined together under intense pressure and heat, all of which happened in plain view. An extremely powerful combination of electromagnetic, gravitic and some other sorcery VES wasn't aware of kept the process contained. All that mattered was that he kept control over the process. Despite the dazzling technologies employed by the machine, the steps it followed differed little from the standard process. His mech finally took shape after the plates started attaching to his frame. The metallic plates treated with the most rudimentary level of compression shown in blue. A sword that underwent a slightly different compression procedure came at the end. Combined with the thick arms and slim legs, it gave the mech an impression that it was an icy warrior. As VES had timed his work meticulously, he finished a few minutes before 6 hours had passed. Time's up, designers. Lay down your work while your mech gets ready to fight. The first duel starts in a couple of minutes. He finished his job. Now it was up to his pilot. He hoped he could perform miracles with the sword dancer. After all, he formed this mech exclusively for him. He only found it unfortunate that he did not gain any new insights with regards to the ever-mystical X factor. I got a hint of a future direction with the unicorn. Why do I feel I missed the opportunity with the sword dancer? Perhaps the extended time gave VES too little pressure to feel impassioned. He was a little confused, to be honest. Could the X factor only be ignited when he was caught in an extreme mood? That made it difficult to employ it whenever he wanted to. After all, while he could hone his thoughts, he could not completely control his emotions. I'll have to unfold this puzzle later. First I have to prepare for repairs. Chapter 96, Need a Light. Lovejoy waited in his pod. His initial high at the news of his successful advancement made way for apprehension. He knew that he'd face formidable opponents from now on. Even those ranked near the bottom of the top 100 posed a threat to him with the right mech. Hopefully my designer has got a brain this time and provides me with a sword. In order to ensure fairness, the pilots did not have any contact with the outside world. Cadet Lovejoy had no impression of his mech designer, other than his work was solid. If he could produce a mech like the unicorn under 3 hours, it meant he was a viable contender. He licked his lips. If I managed to reach the finals and stand out, I might get an offer from the Carnegie Group's Mech Corps. Every cadet from the Abelard Academy dreamed of joining the Mech Corps. Those employed directly in the group's most prestigious branch enjoyed the most riches and authority. In return, they'd have to participate in the most pitched battles under their flag and had to live a regimented life. Even with the obligations, such an impressive job will set me up for life. His pod lit up. His mech stood ready to receive his consciousness. Cadet Lovejoy opened up his mind and fell into the usual routine of letting his mind engulf his new mech. What the, it's there again. He muttered as he felt a tingling brush past his mind. There's definitely something wrong with my neural interface. Why didn't I report this anomaly to the technicians yesterday? He swore to himself. He was about to enter a match. This was no time to fix his technical issues. Ugh. Next time then. Once the connection process finished, Lovejoy cautiously extended his senses. He found nothing out of place, so he let down his guard and beheld his new mech. The sensations overwhelmed him for a bit. The mech moved so smooth that he was confused whether it was his own body. Though he eventually calmed down when he experienced the usual sluggishness customary to mechs, he still enjoyed this new mech. This machine is a lot better than the training mechs of the academy, he exclaimed once he got used to its movements. Too bad the designer chose to accompany my mech with a long sword. Mech long swords were characterized by their versatility. They could be wielded with one hand or two hands, and they could both slash and pierce through well-protected sections if accompanied by sufficient force. This versatility also turned them into the jack-of-all-trades of mech swords. Lovejoy preferred wielding larger two-handed swords. His fighting style revolved around generating rotational momentum in order to unleash a flurry of devastating slashes. Such a style put great importance on the durability of the weapon. The match started before he could consider anything else. The darkness around him disappeared, revealing a desert arena environment. Lovejoy was ambivalent about the environment. His mech did not rely too much on heat-generating weapons, so he should have an advantage. On the other hand, the lack of obstacles meant he could be shot down from a distance. It all depended on the opponent. When Lovejoy turned on his sensors, he spotted a very powerful signal. That's got to be a heavy mech. His brows furrowed at the discovery. Heavy mech sacrificed mobility for armor and firepower. Each mech that wanted to take down a heavy boulder like that had to make a lot of sacrifices. His sword dancer stepped closer. He took his time due to the limited size of the arena. The moderate pace also allowed him to adjust his footing on the sandy soil. Each environment posed different challenges to mechs, and sandy deserts played hell with footing. Fortunately, while his mech's legs were not too big, the soles were sufficiently wide enough to avoid sinking too deep. The heavy mech came into view. Considering its size and bulk, it did not move from its place, lest it mess up its own footing. Damn, it's a heavy skirmisher. Still, this happens to be one of its worst environments. The second round's successive duels took place in random arena environments. This was standard in many mech duels. It just so happened that this heavy skirmisher that was built around heat-generating weapons like its wrist-mounted flamethrowers and shoulder-mounted laser cannons radiated an immense amount of heat. In a hot environment like this simulated desert, that was a death knell. Haha, this is my lucky day. Lovejoy cheered and approached his opponent in a zigzag pattern. The heavy skirmisher readied its flamethrowers but started with firing its laser cannons first. The high-powered, long-ranged weapons possessed decent accuracy. Their light-speed beams could not be dodged when they fired, so Lovejoy could only dodge while relying on his intuition and the angle of their barrels. God damn it, whoever designed that mech is an expert on laser weapons. The targeting systems of the heavy mech seemed to excel in locking onto his twirling sword dancer. Without a shield, Lovejoy had no choice but allow his mech to get hit a couple of times. His sword dancer tried to mitigate as much damage as possible by spreading out the hits. Still, he suffered a devastating strike when his mech's left arm melted into uselessness. You'll pay for that. With the long sword held in a single arm, he closed the distance with vengeful wrath. The mech he piloted complemented his every thoughts, allowing him to metaphorically dance along his mech. It was a sublime experience that brought his piloting skill to a greater height. He even improved his dodging skill. Now that he reached a close range, he started to circle around the heavy mech. His speed overcame the slow rotation of the powerful but sluggish laser cannons. The skirmisher gave up on the overheated lasers and raised its arms. Twin gouts of chemically enhanced flames departed from the wrists. The desert turned even more stiflingly hot from the immense heat. Even Lovejoy got the illusion that he entered an oven. His mech frantically jumped back in order to avoid the initial flames. As the burning liquids caught nothing, they fell onto the desert and kept burning. Lovejoy's eyes sparked as he tried to circle around the fallen flames and approach the skirmisher from behind. The heavy mech was not complacent, and fired another gout of flames, only for the swordsman mech to jump back unscathed. After repeating this pattern several times, the heavy skirmisher eventually got surrounded by its own flames. The temperature in the center of the conflagration kept rising. Ha ha ha, need a light. Lovejoy laughed as he wondered which pilot allowed himself to get boxed in by his own flames. The enemy pilot must have been a pampered specialist who only knew how to pilot a single mech type. Someone like Lovejoy who patiently mastered the basics of every kind of mech and weapon before settling for swords disdained those who took shortcuts. He had to work twice as hard in the academy in order to climb his way to the top of the rankings. I don't know which lazy bastard you are, but you're finished. The rest of the match held very little suspense. Lovejoy holstered his sword and retrieved his dinky little laser pistol. He kept a healthy distance from the flames and circled around while firing his pistol through the flames. The sheer bulk of the skirmisher made it easy to hit the mech, even if most of the shots got flaked off by its imposing armor. Outside the arena, the commentators noted the strange circumstance of this duel. Look at that duel. I have not seen such a farce in 3 years. Those are extremely persistent flames. Normally, I'd compliment the designer for formulating such a strong accelerant, but with such a clueless pilot he might as well shoot himself in the foot. The pilot is Michael Fourneau. He's a renowned laser marksman. Such a mech should allow him to play to his full strengths, if not for the addition of the flamethrower. Has he ever attended a single class on skirmishers? Keeping track of your flames is the first lesson pounded into your head. I don't know about you, but in my opinion, Cadet Fourneau is unworthy of appearing on this stage. What a disgraceful performance for someone lauded to be a future expert. Not everyone in the audience agreed. Pilots only had a limited amount of time to get proficient with mechs. It took years to gain a basic amount of proficiency in every variety of mechs and weapons. If the time spent on broadening a pilot's range of skills was instead focused on deepening them, they could have more expert and ace pilots. Advanced pilots like V's cousin Melinda were a dime in a dozen. Any decent academy churned out boatloads of advanced pilots every year. However, even a great second-rate state like the Friday Coalition could not produce a large amount of expert pilots. Demand still vastly exceeded supply. As the commentators chattered, the constant damage wore down on the heavy skirmisher. After 5 straight minutes of shooting, the flames started to subside, but the heavy mech was dangerously overheated. Its pilot prudently forfeited the match in order to avoid damaging his mech any further when the chance of salvaging a victory was non-existent. That was easy. Cadet Lovejoy thought as his damaged mech left the arena and returned to the embrace of the mech designer. His consciousness disconnected from the machine. His next duel commenced in less than 2 hours, so he had plenty of time to take a break. VES, on the other hand, shook his head at the silliness of his opponent. He had no complaints about getting an easy victory, though he lamented the plentiful times his baby got hit by the shoulder-mounted laser cannons. Once his mech moved close enough to see the damage in detail, he hissed. Even compressed armor can't stop a high-powered laser beam. Laser cannons possessed a destructive amount of energy. While the compressed armor did their job of preventing the damage from reaching the internals, much of the armor needed replacement. Lovejoy tried to spread out the damage over the mech's entire frame, and while it was the right call, it also gave VES a headache. The difference between laser cannons and laser rifles did not merely extend to scale. Weapon designers often built laser rifles for the purpose of dealing long-term sustainable damage. Efficiency and durability mattered more than power and penetration. Laser cannons turned those priorities around. They were built to instantly melt through thick layers of armor and deliver a devastating amount of thermal energy in an instant. Pilots on the battlefield loved using laser cannons due to their combination of high penetration and ease of resupply. In short, the damage the laser cannons inflicted had hurt his mech a lot. The only thing VES could do is fabricate as much replacements as possible before the next duel started. He whizzed up a new set of compressed armor plating, focusing on the most essential parts first. Fortunately, the short duration of the duel worked in his favor. Not all of the plates needed replacement, so he fabricated enough and managed to replace all of the damaged plating just before 2 hours had passed. I can't do much about the residual heat damage that managed to get past the armor. VES muttered regretfully. Those lasers packed a really huge punch, and even if the armor dispersed most of the heat, a small amount still wreaked havoc deeper inside his mech. It won't matter too much for the next duel, but if the internal damage accumulates, there's nothing I can do. Replacing internal components always entailed more difficulties. It took a lot more time to replace the internals due to the interconnection of the parts. Chapter 97, Worn Down. The second duel commenced. Cadet Lovejoy became accustomed to the anomalous sensations and brushed them off as inconsequential ghosts. Instead, he focused his attention on the state of his mech. His mouth curled out. I like my designer more and more. My armor is back to its shiny state. His sword dancer gripped its sword in anticipation of the next fight. Lovejoy hoped his opposition had more bite this time. The last duel was too disgraceful for him to feel any pride. The darkness receded, revealing a normal suburban environment. Small houses and municipal parks dotted the arena. The obstacles were tall enough to hinder a mech but short enough to avoid blocking their view. It was a tricky environment that favored ranged weapons. Over there, he said as he zeroed in on his opposition. It turned out to be a light harasser, a mech that specialized in running rings around melee mechs like his sword dancer. Damn, this one's a challenge. The only thing hopeful about his second duel was that the light mech sustained a lot of damage. Even after receiving some repairs, it still suffered moderate damage to its torso where an artillery shell must have exploded. I can use that to my advantage. Lovejoy moved the sword back to its place and retrieved the flimsy little laser pistol again. He felt a little depressed that he couldn't showcase his swordsmanship and instead had to rely on his pitiful backup weapon. Still, against a mech that moved faster than him, he'd be a fool to chase the enemy. The light harasser responded first by firing its light laser rifle at him. The firing rate of the weapon was high, but the power behind each laser beam was lackluster. Even if the sword dancer received hits, it did not affect its integrity at all due to the strength of its compressed armor. Ignoring the intermittent damage for now, the sword dancer closed the distance. While the light harasser tried to maintain the distance, the complex environment did not always make that possible. While any mech possessed sufficient force to crash through any residential home, such an act slowed it down while also incur some minor damage. For a fragile mech that prized its mobility, that was unacceptable. "Get back here, you chicken!" Lovejoy yelled over the comm as he started firing his pistol. While its power paled in comparison to the rifle in the harasser's hands, the light mech's armor could not withstand too many hits. Lovejoy carefully paced his shots in order to avoid overheating the pistol. He aimed specifically at the light mech's damaged torso in order to exacerbate its internal damage. Thus, the two mechs engaged in a lengthy shootout. The rate of fire slowed down for both mechs once their weapons overheated. The laser rifle held an advantage in that aspect as the larger weapon dispersed its heat much better. The sword dancer started to accumulate a lot more damage than its opponent. "Man, this is why I hate light mechs." Lovejoy complained and let loose a few more curses when a lucky laser beam shot a portion of his mech's damaged leg. The light mech noticed that the sword dancer's legs were slimmer than normal and therefore focused much of his firepower there. The devastating hit damaged some internals which abruptly reduced the speed of Lovejoy's mech. "Come on. How is that discount laser rifle able to get past my armor?" The tables turned a minute later. Though the sword dancer's legs started to get chewed up, the pistol finally achieved a promising result. The latest low-powered beam that escaped the pistol managed to penetrate the scorched section of the light mech's torso. All of the successive hits to that area paid off. The light mech toppled over as its power reactor initiated an emergency shutdown. The enemy pilot quickly signaled his surrender before Lovejoy could unleash a few more shots. In truth, if both mechs were in their peak condition, the sword dancer would have lost. The slower medium mech had no way of catching up to a light mech piloted by someone competent. While its laser rifle might be a light variant, it still functioned as a primary weapon. The backup laser pistol wielded by the sword dancer could not compare. Truly fate smiles on me again. Lovejoy smirked as he realized this disparity. He won a match that he should have lost. Bad luck for you. Try to keep your mech in better shape next time. Still, with the sword dancer's half-mangled leg, he risked suffering the same situation in his next duel. He hoped his designer could fix up the leg with the remaining time available. His shootout against the light mech expended a lot of time. In fact, VES already started to feel depressed. While lasers might not be the most optimal weapon to chew through armor, once it got past the layer of protection, they were capable of dealing immense damage. The abrupt transfer of energy wrecked or melted a lot of vulnerable little components near the area struck by the beam. Some cables and tiny components vaporized entirely, while more distant parts only suffered from the symptoms of extreme overheating. In a practical perspective, these half-molten parts might as well not be functional anymore. For a proper repair job, VES needed to clean up all of the damage no matter how lightly they got off. I only have 1.5 hours left. That's not enough to repair the entire leg. Technicians hated these kinds of repair jobs. While VES was lucky that the internal frame didn't sustain any substantial damage, sorting out all of the tiny components and replacing them took a lot of tedium. He also had to set aside the other damage the mech sustained. I bet this quick forge bucket can automate the repairs. VES boldly guessed. The amount of automation packed in the machine could fill an entire library of books. He refused to believe the machine had to be operated manually to this degree. They likely turned off the easy mode so mech designers like me have to work for our results. With no other alternative, VES helplessly started to repair the leg. He tried to save as much time as possible by ripping out entire chunks of machinery. He cared little whether the things he removed were functional or not. As far as he was concerned, the proximity to excessive heat had compromised them all. Testing out each component's integrity took too much time. Now I have to fabricate and put back the replacements. Most of the internal portions consisted of simple parts like cables, bolts and other miscellaneous things. They were simple parts that required very little thought in their production. The real challenge started when he had to put the parts back into the hollowed-out leg. VES had the mistaken impression that he was playing a puzzle in the highest difficulty. Sometimes he had to stuff the parts through an obstacle in order to put it in its rightful place. He prioritized speed over caution, which did not help much with the repairs as other parts sometimes got bent out of shape. As the clock started to expire, VES rushed his repairs and even started to slip up here and there. The damage he inadvertently caused affected the leg only marginally, but at least he was able to put replacement armor back into place. Alright. Let the third duels commence. Cadet Lovejoy had not fully recovered from his last match when he was thrown back into the sword dancer. The extended duel frustrated him. When his consciousness fully grasped his mech, he quickly inspected the damage. He clicked his teeth. The leg looks better, but not at its best. My armor coverage is still the same. The spread-out laser shots also scorched the sword dancer's other sections aside from the legs. Though they did not penetrate the compressed armor, they still weakened it substantially. The third duel started when the frozen lake environment got revealed. The thick layers of ice ensured that most mechs could maintain their footing, but any major impacts to the surface might lead to drastic consequences. No spots of lands could be found anywhere. The frozen environment heavily favored mechs that generated a high amount of heat. For example, lasers could fire more often and with higher power without worrying about overheating. On the other hand, not everything worked optimally in a heavily frozen environment. Many mechs were designed to work optimally at average Terran temperature ranges. The further the environment deviated from the standard, the more some parts started to deteriorate. My mech should be fine. Lovejoy judged, though he admitted he was no expert. A swordsman mech is not a mechanically complex machine. It shouldn't have too many vulnerable stuff inside. The sword dancer swiftly trudged through the howling snow. He had to find his opponent and finish him off as fast as possible in order to buy his mech designer more time. His sensors beeped a minute later as it found a heat source. The silhouette turned out to be a medium knight. The mech looked brand new. Aside from some minor scratches on its armor, the entire mech appeared as if it had never entered a duel. That held worrying implications for Lovejoy. Either the pilot or the mech designer is a prodigy. He refused to consider the case where both of them turned out to be geniuses. The only thing in his favor was that swordsman mechs usually beat knights in a one-on-one. The knight mech spotted the sword dancer and readied its pristine kite shield. You better entertain me properly this time. Lovejoy taunted the enemy knight. I just came off a couple of duels where my sword wasn't even needed. Hopefully you'll last long enough to satisfy my lust for battle. While the environment could be better, Lovejoy rejoiced he could finally have an old-fashioned melee duel. He increased the speed of his mech and noted that the fixed-up leg held out for now. Reassured, he heartedly threw himself into the fight by attempting an empowered horizontal slash. The knight was no dummy and positioned its shield in place to deflect the obvious attack. However, the incredible force behind the blow hammered the knight a few steps backward. The first blow was not intended as a killing strike, but as a setup move that broke the enemy's guard. Cadet Lovejoy's eyes gleamed as his mech danced around the shield. His sword dancer abruptly reserved its rotation, and its sword swung back from the other direction. The knight sluggishly tried to regain its footing while simultaneously bringing his shield back up. Somehow, the pilot managed to skillfully do both in an instant. The slash resulted in nothing but another dent in the shield. Despite the disappointing result, Lovejoy kept up his aggression. He slashed and stabbed while circling around the knight. Meanwhile, the pilot of the knight maintained composure and blocked each strike without fail. Sometimes he even retaliated by stabbing with the sword in turn, which pushed the sword dancer back. The knight mech turned into an impregnable turtle. After a few minutes of useless exchanges, the knight suddenly diverted from its routine. After fending off another sword strike, it slammed the tip of its kite shield onto the ice beneath their feet. The constant maneuvers had weakened the ice layers to the point of forming cracks. The downward shield strike completely cracked open the damaged ice, causing both mechs to lose their stability. The knight deftly escaped the unstable area due to initiating the move. The sword dancer was caught off guard, and almost responded too late. Only its excellent agility and reaction speed allowed Lovejoy to catch up and jump to a safer spot. A hole the size of 10 mechs appeared between the two mechs. Lovejoy smacked himself in the face for almost getting done in by this move. If his mech fell into the ice, he'd not only lose, he might as well total the entire mech. Not all mechs fared well in water unless they were specifically designed for that purpose. Lovejoy took his opponent more seriously. Though he did not recognize his opponent, he acknowledged his skill. This fellow is top 30 material. We're almost evenly matched. The frozen lake environment annoyed him. He did not relish sinking down in the icy abyss. After circling around the newly formed hole, he resumed his assault against the knight, though this time he upped his guard against any further surprises. After the next few exchanges, the enemy pilot proved its mettle. Having adjusted to Lovejoy's tempo, the knight started to handle the incoming attacks better while delivering more poisonous retaliations. The knight suddenly sidestepped instead of blocking the latest attack. The sword dancer had overextended, leaving it open to the follow-up shield bash. The solid chunk of metal thunked against the sword dancer's head. It instantly crushed half its face, most notably destroying its optics. Just as Lovejoy frantically switched his view to the backup optics, the knight slashed its sword. As the sword dancer had reflexively jumped back, the sword failed to strike the torso. Instead, it managed to cut off an arm. Lovejoy screamed in frustration. He had not expected this sitting duck of a knight to be a porcupine. At least his mech hadn't lost its sword arm. I can't keep this up. I have to change the game. The enemy pilot's skill restrained his sword play. It was as if he specialized in crushing the dreams of other swordsmen. After a few seconds of thought, he grinned. Since you like to play with ice, let me give you a nice surprise. The sword dancer retreated a bit in order to open up some space. The knight stood in place, shield ready to receive the next attack. Lovejoy let out a warcry as his mech thundered forward. Just as his mech reached the knight, Lovejoy dragged his mech to the side and made a couple of complex maneuvers. His mech half slid over the ice while directed his sword against the ice. The sword hammered the ice several times, creating cracks near the knight. The sword dancer took advantage of its superior mobility to circle around the knight while repeatedly impacting the ice underneath. While a sword was not the best tool to damage the ice, the sword dancer's arms was capable of transferring a lot of force which aided the mech in its task. After completing a couple of rotations, the ice started to deteriorate on its own. The pilot of the knight panicked and quickly stomped out of the danger zone. Not today. Lovejoy yelled as his mech circled around again and confronted the knight head-on with a shoulder bash. While the impact failed to damage the enemy mech, it succeeded in interrupting its escape. The transfer of force also sped along the collapse. A second later, the knight disappeared. It fell down into the lake and sank down in the depths. I hate ice, Lovejoy said as he looked on from a few steps ahead. His mech escaped the waters at the last second by bouncing back from the enemy mech's shield. It was a close call and a risky one, but he succeeded in winning without dragging out the fight. 3 down, 1 to go. Chapter 98, Fourth Duel. VES imagined that others had it worse. He certainly didn't envy the designer of the knight his mech faced in the previous duel. Repairing a submerged mech took a lot of time, perhaps days to get it right. Well, at least my mech has more working parts than broken ones. A busted head and an amputated arm is nothing to speak of after the third duel. The competitions in the past had shown that results diverged wildly in the second round. The consecutive duels tested the skill of both the designer and the pilot. If either of them were not up to standard, the damage accumulated pretty fast, to the point of making the mech a derelict. Only a gifted designer like Carter Gage or a talented pilot like Richard Lovell could turn around this convention. The duel above the frozen lake lasted a long time. The extreme thermal conditions that simulated a frozen planet environment played havoc with the internals, especially since the armor lost its weather sealing capabilities in the previous duels. The rapid transition from hot to cold strained the more sensitive components. I don't have time to fix up the internals. My mech has enough redundancy so that a couple of faulty components won't break the mech. VES only had a limited time to fix up the arm and head. In his view, both of them had the same priority, but he decided to start with the arm. Fortunately, it's a clean cut. I don't have to sort out the damaged components. Forging a replacement arm did not take a lot of time. As all of the internals had to be made from scratch, VES did not have to resort to stuffing new parts in an existing space. It only took about 30 minutes to create a new arm, and an additional 10 minutes to add the accompanying compressed armor. That left him with just enough time to sort out the head. The deformed head posed some difficulties to VES. He did not have enough time to fabricate an entirely new head. Instead, he put his jury-rigging skill to good use. He cut off the deformed section and cleaned up as much damage as he could. After fabricating a replacement sensor module, he carefully put it inside. He flash-forged a hastily designed mask and put it over the hollow front of the head. The sword dancer appeared creepy now, but what mattered the most to VES was that the sensors were operational now. The mask might not provide a lot of protection, but it was better than keeping the entire head exposed. It'll do. Time ran out before VES could do much more. He really did not feel comfortable releasing a substandard mech from his embrace. Having gotten used to the MTA's strict standards, it was against his conscience to deliver a piece of junk to a pilot. When Lovejoy connected to the mech for the final time, he also felt let down by its damaged state. The arm is alright, but the rest of the frame is still degraded. He sighed a little as he got used to his mech's deteriorated performance. I know it's been hard on you, pal, but you've got one fight left to go. Don't disappoint the crowd. Through luck and skill, he already eked out 3 marvelous victories. According to past trends, he should have reached the top 25 so far, but only at the bottom of the list. One loss might knock him down enough to miss an incredible opportunity to participate in the final round. There's no way I'm going to miss this chance. Fame, riches, and more awaits me. Lovejoy grinned as he daydreamed about all the amazing luxuries he could finally enjoy. Hopefully my final opponent is a mech in a worse shape than mine. The match started when the environment finished materializing. It turned out to be a hilly prairie. Vast green fields only interrupted by vision-obstructing hills encompassed Lovejoy's view. The beauty of the environment masked a deadly undercurrent. Such a wide-open environment with rolling hills and no other obstacles provided ranged mechs with an ideal shooting environment. Lovejoy lowered his mech stance so that it wouldn't stick out like a sore thumb too much. As the sword dancer climbed its way up a nearby hill, his hastily repaired sensors pinged when it detected a very powerful heat source. What the hell? Lovejoy uttered when he saw what made his sensors go mad. How much energy does it take to keep that thing afloat? What Cadet Lovejoy encountered was the now infamous pterodactyl. Outside the arena, much of the crowd's attention got drawn to the gigantic flying mech. This strange and extremely powerful beast mech stomped over its opponent through superior range and overwhelming armor ever since it came from the hand of one of the competition's most popular contestant. Looks like VES Larkinson's Swordman mech is matched up against Carter Gage's pterodactyl. Better call the Undertaker, because this poor little sword-wielding mech stands no chance against Gage's brilliant work. Ordinarily you'd think so, but the pterodactyl suffered a lot of damage back in its third duel. I'm kind of hopeful for the mech called the Sword Dancer, to be honest. Are you blind? That dinky little medium mech only has a laser pistol. How many times does he have to shoot until the pterodactyl's armor gets scratched? Anything can happen, baby. Even Gage can't work miracles. The pterodactyl's bottom armor still has holes. VES learned that Gage met a strong opponent for the third duel. His mech fought hard and finally overpowered the enemy cannoneer at a substantial cost. While the flying mech's armor could take a lot of damage, it also made it hard to replace if time was short. Much of the armor on the pterodactyl had not been treated with the fanciest techniques. This meant that the sword dancer's backup weapon stood a tiny chance of inflicting major damage. As a pilot thrown into an arena, Lovejoy was not aware of those facts. Regardless, he would never despair just because he encountered an overwhelming opponent. He would have long given up if he shrugged his head at every setback. This thing's big and heavy, so it takes a lot of power to keep it in the air. If I can drag out the match and put my mech into power-saving mode, I can drag it from the air. Lovejoy calmly analyzed once he got over his fear. It's slow to fly, so I can outrun its range if necessary, but I doubt this aerial mech is helpless in this regard. The designer must be someone really incredible for designing such a marvel. The sword dancer retrieved its trusty laser pistol and started to fire at the flying fortress. The low-powered laser beams hit a wide area around the pterodactyl. At this distance, many shots flew wide despite the target's huge size and slow speed. The sword dancer wasn't optimized for marksmanship and the weapon came with too many limitations. The shots that did hit the pterodactyl achieved nothing but alert the enemy pilot. The lumbering flight mech turned its avian head towards the sword dancer and fired off a massive ballistic shell from its beak. This isn't fair. Lovejoy yelped as he flung his mech over a hill. The top of the hill exploded into chunks of soil as the shell detonated with a lot more power than usual. The sword dancer had to keep dancing away as a torrent of rapid laser fire erupted from the pterodactyl's sides. Lovejoy frantically kept dodging amid the aerial bombardment dedicated to turning his mech into scrap. Even as he tried to keep his mech operational, he slowly realized something strange. This mech's marksmanship is garbage. The mech might look shiny, but the pilot is no good. If someone who specialized in ranged weapons was at the cockpit, his sword dancer might already be destroyed. Lovejoy saw an opportunity once he realized his situation. First, he tried the safest option. He shot back at the mech with his laser pistol, but only occasionally. He also deactivated most of his sensors and put his mech into a less intensive mode. The state only ensured the engines received ample amounts of power. The rest had to make do with less. As Lovejoy put his full attention on dodging the shells and lasers, his mech only received minor damage in return. Without any distractions, he became more proficient in predicting his opponent's aim and moved just a fraction of a second before a salvo of laser beams arrived at the spot his mech previously stood. Sometimes, skill trumped over gear. Lovejoy started to grin. While the enemy mech was a grand feat of engineering, it nevertheless did not suit the enemy pilot. In truth, the battle damage the pterodactyl suffered in the last duel still haunted the flying mech. Its head had also been hit, which destroyed its excellent targeting sensors. Other systems also suffered significant damage when its bottom armor got hit. Even with Gage's excellent skill, he only restored the pterodactyl up to 80% of its best state. About 5 minutes later, the pterodactyl's pilot caught onto Lovejoy's strategy. The flyer stopped firing most of its weapons like its finger got stuck to the trigger. The mech slowed down while unleashing its laser beams at a much more measured pace. The pilot also concentrated more on aiming properly, which gave the sword dancer a lot more grief. This is stupid. How can I get hit more often if the flight mech isn't firing its laser beams so rapidly? Cadet Lovejoy knew he had to change the situation. He injected more power to the sword dancer's engines. As the mech sped up, it tried to increase the range and therefore make it harder to hit. As a flying heavy mech, the pterodactyl nevertheless flew faster than most medium mechs. With its flight systems at full capacity, it slowly caught up to the running sword dancer and even managed to hit its rear armor with its low-intensity laser barrage. "Ha, how much power are you burning? Can you keep this up forever?" Lovejoy taunted at the flying brick that sought to overtake his mech. There was a good reason why flying mechs never exceeded the medium weight class. The anti-grav systems had to expend a lot of energy to keep all of that armor afloat. Getting it to move wasted even more precious energy. This energy consumption rapidly built up the moment the flying mech increased its velocity. The pilot realized this fact belatedly and stopped accelerating like crazy. Instead, it used its superior lasers to bombard the sword dancer from a comfortable range. Oh well, it was worth a try. Lovejoy shrugged. While the enemy pilot was not as good as him, he was still a cadet who attended the prestigious Abelard Academy. Cheap tricks didn't work on him. He had to figure something else than simply running away. In the standard rulebook of mech duels, the side that played too passively lost by default. The mech that weighed the lightest was burdened with the obligation to seek the initiative. This age-old rule prevented light mechs from running away from their heavier counterparts for the duration of the entire match. Obviously, mech pilots who favored heavy mechs lobbied hard to get this rule accepted. There should be an exception when it comes to flying mechs. This heavy pig with wings is just ridiculous. While the heavy mech was in the open, it enjoyed a commanding view of the entire battlefield. No matter where the sword dancer tried to hide, it could not avoid getting peppered by lasers. Whenever it tried to hide behind a low hill, the pterodactyl destroyed it with an explosive shell. The sheer volume of fire caused the mech to get hit a couple of times. Fortunately, the shots were spread out, so no single part received critical damage. For now at least. Lovejoy estimated he could keep up his dodging routine for about 10 minutes. After that, most of his rear armor would be melted away, leaving his mech vulnerable to a crippling shot. The few times he shot back with his pistol, he might as well be spitting against a wall. How could he turn his awful situation around and bring down that overweight bird? Chapter 99, Lift Up Your Sword. VES clenched his fists as he looked downward at the stage where his sword dancer tried to fight against an aerial fortress. Even he was rendered helpless when facing one of Carter Gage's impossibly advanced aerial mech. The technology of that time shouldn't be able to support such incredible flight systems. Gage must have spent quite a bit of time customizing the outdated wings and bring it up to the current generation. Ordinarily, that might have led to his folly. After all, the more time he spent on the wings, the less time he could allocate on the armor and internals. Looking at the pterodactyl's performance showed that the flying heavy mech did not lose out that much in other aspects. Its armor was especially resilient even after some hasty repairs. Even the audience thought the match would end with no suspense and turned away to view more even matchups. "I'm impressed Cadet Lovejoy hasn't lost his mech yet," one of the commentators noted when he switched his view. "Out of all of the pterodactyl's opponents, he's already lasted the longest. That's because Lovejoy is paying more attention to dodging than thinking about hitting back. If he's trying to outlast the pterodactyl in terms of energy consumption, then he's fooling himself. The heavy mech is packed with energy cells. The only chance he can squeeze a victory out of this narrow road is to get a lucky hit with his low-grade pistol." With only about an estimated 10 minutes left before the laser barrage cut through the medium mech's armor, the sword dancer had very little else to go on. Lovejoy scowled as he pulled out every trick in his bag in order to stay ahead of the suppressive laser fire from above. From the frequency of the lasers, he judged the heavy mech had plenty of reserves. In contrast, his sword dancer had been designed for short-duration high-intensity combat. Even at a lower power setting, it still drained a significant portion of energy over time. "I have to finish this quickly," Lovejoy concluded with difficulty. He gave up on saving power and instead routed more of it towards feeding his pistol. The weapon beeped an alarm when it exceeded its recommended safety limit. Lovejoy had to dig through the settings and override all the safeties. The weapon's programming estimated that the pistol had about 3% chance of blowing up with each shot. This probability increased in accordance with the amount of heat the weapon accumulated. "I don't care if it will blow up in a couple of minutes." He screamed at his pistol and ruthlessly tore down the last safety holding him back from firing high-powered beams. The pistol whined audibly as it discharged the accumulated energy in a single eye-watering blast. The beam shot straight into the sky and burned a small gap in the heavy mech's wings. That gap represented the first real sign of damage on the pterodactyl. It gave Lovejoy hope, though the pterodactyl also started to increase its speed and sway a little bit more. Both sides increased their power consumption in order to put a quick end to the match. The broadcasters took notice of the increased intensity of their fight and put the battle on the main projection. Alongside the ongoing duel, the faces of the pilots and the mech designers were added to the sides. Look at the faces of Larkinson and Lovejoy. They are still clinging to the last shreds of hope. Can their sword dancer defeat the pterodactyl in one of the most uneven clashes ever? Our processors have analyzed the odds of Cadet Lovejoy managing to score a deadly blow. He only has a 2.3% chance in the best scenario. It's safe to say that Carter Gage has racked up another victory. There's no way the sword dancer's pistol can get past that heavy mech's armor. Despite the long odds, everyone's attention was glued to the tragic battle. They all hoped the underdog mech could pull off a miracle and put a dent into Carter Gage's invincible halo. Those affiliated with the Carnegie Group had more reason than many to support Gage's opponents. Of all the talents from Limar who faced the dreaded genius, none had high hopes of matching him equally in the field of mech design. Where would their faces be if they let someone nurtured by a rival partner of the coalition trample on their talents? A lot was at stake for this fight. As the sword dancer had been matched up against weak opponents, it had a high probability of dropping off the top 25. As for the pterodactyl, it had vanquished against a couple of strong opponents, so its passage into the top 25 was assured. A fourth victory in this round would cap off Gage's invincible halo and propel his momentum into an unstoppable tide once he reached the finals. A few minutes went by as Lovejoy kept dancing with the devil. His pistol glowed with excessive heat to the point of starting to melt at some of its softer furnishings. The sword dancer flirted with disaster each time it fired an overcharged laser beam at the gigantic hovering mech. The pterodactyl stoically endured the high-powered laser beams. The accuracy of the pistol left something to be desired, and the sword dancer also had to keep moving, which further degraded its aim. Though the heavy mech presented a large target, half of the beams went wide. Those that did hit its surface only melted a couple of widely distributed holes in its heavy armor. The next shot achieved a different result. By sheer coincidence, the beam impacted near a previously damaged weak point at a spot covered up by flimsier replacement armor. The consecutive hit possessed enough power to melt through the damaged portion and inflict serious damage to the internals underneath. Just as the pterodactyl suffered a minor explosion in its underbelly, the sword dancer's pistol also succumbed to the abuse. The backup firearm had never been designed to tolerate this much heat, especially when firing at a constant frequency. The weapon exploded, causing heat and shrapnel to engulf the sword dancer's outstretched arm. No. Lovejoy yelled as the surface of his mech withstood the rest of the shrapnel. He cared little for his mech's lost arm or the scratches it received. Now that he lost his only weapon, he had no means of damaging the pterodactyl. The game was as good as lost. As for the heavy mech, despite the damage it suffered, the mech was built to take a beating. Heavy mechs never collapsed after suffering a single penetrating hit. Even if it lost some power, the pterodactyl possessed enough redundancies to keep it afloat. What is the pterodactyl doing? It stopped firing. According to our readings, its weapons should have plenty of juice left. It's hovering closer to the sword dancer. The pilot wants to gloat over his victory. Some of the people in the audience started booing at the unsportsmanlike behavior. Only the most conceited individuals disrespected their opponents this way. The worst thing about the act was that the latter half of the duel had been broadcast to the entire Komodo star sector. On the main projection above, both the pilot and Gage adopted arrogant expressions. Though joined together through circumstance, they both complement each other nicely. Gage wanted to prove his superiority by partnering with a bottom-ranked pilot, while the pilot grew an inflated head due to the excellent mechs he received. A shadow hung over the motionless sword dancer. Lovejoy already gave up on the match and sank down in his simulation pod. He paid little attention to the ongoing match. Like a caveman staring helplessly at an aircar, the pterodactyl emphasized its superiority by maintaining its altitude over the helpless swordsman mech. It even dipped up and down in an exaggerated motion, which attracted further scorn from the audience. Finish it already, you asshole. You don't have to take it, Lovejoy. Just forfeit the match. You're despicable, Gage. If it's up to me, you'd already be tumbling out of Carnegie space. Back in his simulation pod, the constant beeping of his mech's proximity alarm grated Lovejoy's ears. He stopped wallowing about his impending defeat to see why his mech hadn't been sent to the graveyard yet. What the? Are you teabagging me? Lovejoy could accept getting beaten. He could even accept a loss against a much superior mech. After all, this competition revolved around mech designers, so the participating pilots already mentally accepted that they'd face such disparities. What he couldn't accept is the enemy pilot rubbing his face with a victory he didn't deserve. The pilot of the pterodactyl was certainly someone who certainly ranked far below him. The only reason he won in the first place was due to his massively overpowered mech. Even if you've won, that's no reason to diss me. A spark of anger ignited amid his overwhelming grief. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the sky while roaring at the pterodactyl. You can trample my mech, but not my dignity. Caught in the fires of his rage, Cadet Lovejoy wanted to spite the pterodactyl. He impulsively rotated the sword dancer and with a mighty heave he threw the sword at the behemoth in the sky. Despite seldomly having thrown a sword before, the weapon somehow spun in the direction of the pterodactyl without fail. The sword did not only carry the momentum of the sword dancer's spin. It also carried Lovejoy's defiance against his fate. Back in the waiting room, VES tracked the spinning sword as it flew up with undaunted purpose towards the heavy mech. He had no hopes for the desperate throw either. A sword flung from this much distance lost a lot of its power on the way up. With the kind of armor the pterodactyl sported, it would be like a pebble thrown against a suit of armor. Strangely enough, everyone who took note of the duel still fixed their gazes on the sword. It held a magnetic attraction to them, as if they could sympathize with Lovejoy's frustrations. They also thought it was a pity that his mech stood no chance. Once the sword neared the pterodactyl, the pilot instinctively tried to dodge it by moving his mech. Somehow, the mech's belated movements caused it to draw the sword to its damaged and exposed section. The pilot had forgotten all about the hole in his mech's armor and was completely clueless about his mistake. Both VES and Lovejoy widened their eyes. The tip of the sword scratched the edge of the molten hole before sinking deep inside the burned and melted internals. The remainder of its force allowed the blade to cut through many layers of weakened components before it finally reached a critical cable attached to the power reactor. A massive machine like the pterodactyl consumed a lot of energy even at rest. The interrupted cable along with the other damage the heavy mech had already suffered caused the spot to be engulfed in another localized explosion. While ordinarily this explosion should not be any cause for concern, the safeties that were supposed to be in place had already been destroyed. The explosion caused a lot of damage to other components, which started up a cascade of errors. The pterodactyl suddenly lost 70% of its power. That was not enough to keep the mech in the air. The flight system whined as it tried to keep the mech at a constant altitude, to no avail. The pilot woke up to the sudden crisis and frantically tried to redirect more power to the flight systems. Due to the damage his mech had already suffered, he found no alternative paths. What kind of piece of shit mech only has this many paths? He cussed, completely forgetting his earlier flaunting of his mech. While an ordinary heavy mech possessed a lot more redundancies, Gage only received 6 hours of design time. He could not spare much energy in adding redundancies to his mech's internals when he had to invest most of his time in improving the flight systems. Smoke trailed the pterodactyl as it descended to the ground in a soft landing. The wings possessed sufficient enough power to avoid a crash landing. That did not help the pterodactyl much when the mech had been designed solely for aerial combat. It did not even possess legs, which turned it into a sitting duck on the ground. Lovejoy's eyes gleamed. Ignoring his mech's amputated arm and weaponless state, he drove his mech forward and approached the pterodactyl just as it skid along the grass. The pilot of the heavy mech noted the danger and rerouted power from the flight systems to the laser mounts. A couple of weak beams started to pepper the sword dancer. As if those weakened lasers can save you. Lovejoy laughed as the sword dancer took the lasers head-on, causing it to suffer some light damage in the process. The medium mech ignored the mosquito bites and jumped on top of the grounded pterodactyl. The entire audience stood still. Even the commentators had no words to say. As a mech designed to bombard the ground from above, the pterodactyl was not meant to attack any targets that landed on its back. When the side-mounted laser turrets turned around to face the assailant, the sword dancer simply grabbed the barrels of the lasers and snapped them off one by one. They only managed to unleash a dozen ineffectual beams before their mounts got wrecked. Even the majestic heavy mech's beak-mounted cannon posed no threat to the sword dancer. Its range of motion only allowed the beak to swivel sideways. Just to be sure, Lovejoy stomped his mech's foot repeatedly on the head until its neck collapsed. The pterodactyl lost all of its weapons. The sudden reversal caught everyone by surprise. "Are my eyes deceiving me?" a male commentator befuddled asked. "Did Gage's mech got strung like a duck? I don't think anyone believed this has happened. A thrown sword changed destiny. The undefeated has tasted defeat. Gage must be stewing in anger right now. Look at his awful face." Lovejoy cared nothing for the commentary even if he could hear it. Somehow, he snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, so he tried to cling to it as tightly as possible. He resolved not to make the same mistake as his opponent and started to dig into the pterodactyl. Without a weapon and only one arm intact, the sword dancer could not inflict much damage to the grounded mech. It had to kick aside a loosened plate and dig into the internals with brute force. After a couple of minutes of helplessly sitting around, the pilot finally bowed down. He could not take the humiliation and exited the match by forfeiting. VS and Lovejoy won their fourth duel after an arduous match. Their total victories in the second round propelled them to the single digits in the top 25. Their last victory especially gave them a lot of points. It was a no-brainer for them to move on to the finals. "Thank you, Lovejoy. You really saved my skin," VS said with a smile. He really dodged a bullet there. He could not bear to think what he'd do if he narrowly missed the top 25. Chapter 100, Finals. The next day, before the pre-show began, an executive from the Carnegie Group took to the stage. He adopted a solemn face as he addressed the crowd that just arrived. "We have an announcement to make. Cadet Freeman, who pilots the mechs on behalf of Carter Gage, has been found dead in his dorm. Our investigators have ruled the cause of his death to be self-hanging. There are no signs that others are involved." Everyone who listened to his words was stunned. VS more so than others due to his indirect involvement to this incident. He didn't know his name, but Freeman was the pilot of the pterodactyl that crashed and burned at the moment of its victory. Cadet Lovejoy achieved a miracle when he triumphed over a hopeless situation. Had Gage quietly eliminated Freeman? VES did not believe a cadet could commit suicide through a method as slow as hanging. These cadets should all be strictly monitored. Security bots should also be patrolling around their dorms, ready to respond in seconds if a disturbance occurred. VES felt a chill when he considered that Gage might not limit his rage to his idiotic pilot. After all, the mech that handed out his very public humiliation was designed by VES and piloted by Lovejoy. We at Limar are aware that our pilots and designers are put under an immense amount of pressure. Some believe that we should coddle them more. I disagree. Our young men might not have experienced much of what life has to offer, but they must learn to deal with adversity. Risk and reward goes hand in hand. Those who aim to win must always prepare to lose. Those who cannot endure these kinds of setbacks have no place to compete with the best. VES did not expect such harsh words after the death of a fellow contestant. He turned his head and noted that the graduates from Limar showed no discontent. They fully agreed with this executive's views. His heart chilled a little further. Due to the unfortunate loss of his mech pilot, Carter Gage has lost his qualifications to continue competing. He has agreed to withdraw from the Limar Open competition. We express our apologies for the irregularities. The finals will proceed with 24 pairs of pilots and designers. It took some time, but the crowd quickly forgot about Freeman's apparent suicide. The festive music and impressive performances by the artists hired by Limar did much to dispel the inauspicious cloud. Only VES remained unmoved. He could add another name to his list of enemies. Having successfully wiped away the stain, the event progressed to its third and final round. In the first round, we've tested our mech designers on their speed and timing. In the second round, we've pushed them on their endurance and their ability to set priorities. Now, in this final round, 24 of our best designers will now compete against each other with nothing more than pure design skill. A projection of 3 QuickForge systems in a row appeared in front. A generic designer approached one of the machines and started to design a mech. Each of his actions on one machine was duplicated on the other machines. In essence, the designer was building 3 mechs at a time. With our ingenious QuickForge system, a mech designer is able to mirror their actions over as much machines as we choose. Each of our mech designers will produce 3 copies out of a single design, which provides their pilots enough identical mechs to reach the finals. The projection of the QuickForge systems disappeared. A tournament bracket appeared into place. From 24 to 12, from 12 to 6, from 6 to 3. Through a single elimination tournament, our 24 contestants will be whittled down to 3. Their assigned pilots will be piloting a fresh identical match for every duel in order to keep things equal. Those who win their duels have more chances to display their mechs, and thus gain more opportunities to attract the attention of the masters. Naturally, the final 3 will also win a special prize. In practice, the masters always apprenticed the mech designers who made it to the final 3. They possessed enough skill, maturity, and luck to make good seeds. The others also stood a chance. It wasn't uncommon for a master to apprentice someone who lost the first duel due to the qualities they showed in the previous rounds. As for the special prize, it differed from year to year, but it was always a pleasant surprise. The prizes generally ranged from goodies such as production licenses, lots of calls, or even some highly prized shares for one of the Carnegie Group's primary enterprises. Our contestants have 10 hours to design their mechs. This is more than enough time for them to unleash their strengths. Those who have made it this far have already proven their skills among the riffraff. Now we shall see whether they have what it takes to reach the top. VES looked at the tournament bracket but failed to recognize his first opponent. The mech designer was a graduate from Limar called Lachlan Kurbanov, and his paired pilot was a woman named Lisa Kwong. Due to his high ranking in the second round, his first opponent should be someone weaker on paper. Who am I kidding? VES shook his head, well aware of the circumstances that allowed him to earn such a high ranking. I only scraped by the previous round due to luck. He did not underestimate his opponents. Lachlan and Lisa painstakingly fought their way to the final round, beating many highly skilled rivals in their way. Lachlan must be a great mech designer on the same level as Barakovsky. There were no tricks this time. VES approached his assigned QuickForge systems and picked the middle one to work with. He looked around, only to see his view blocked by privacy screens. He could not spy on his opponents and adjust his design according to circumstance. He shook away irrelevant thoughts and focused on the issue at hand. Now what kind of mech shall I design? Should he reprise the sword dancer design and improve on it? The idea had merit. He already spent quite a few hours refining the design in the previous round, and though he made it in haste, the design had proven itself on the battlefield. His head already swirled with a few adjustments to address the sword dancer's shortcomings. Still, will I be able to impress the masters if I recycle an existing design? The system gave him a mission. His ultimate objective was to become an apprentice to a master mech designer. He had already shown off the sword dancer. In order to provide the masters with a better idea of his work, he should create something more unique. The masters don't want to take on a lazy apprentice. I have to show some effort on my end if I wish to make myself attractive. VES considered after a moment of thought. A mech designer who always cut corners had limited potential compared to one that always worked hard to improve himself. Though he could not read the minds of the 5 masters watching from afar, he believed they wanted to pick someone with promise. Alright, then let's make a new mech. First, VES considered the performance of the sword dancer in the previous round. It turned out that Cadet Lovejoy could not show off its strengths due to the nature of its opponents. The last duel against the pterodactyl showed that VES had to come up with a means to diminish the advantage of range. Should I design an aerial mech or give my mech a better ranged weapon? He did not specialize in flight systems. Though he knew enough to implement the standard flight systems provided by the QuickForge catalog, he could not make any meaningful improvements to them. Gage's pterodactyl already showed how extreme a proficient designer could push a flight system. On the other hand, adding a ranged weapon did not conform to the requirements of a swordsman mech. Some people expressed very extreme opinions about how swordsman mechs should never carry a firearm, not even a dinky backup pistol. In addition, it wasn't like he specialized in weapons tech either. VES was torn between the two. He considered what his pilot preferred. Adding a flight system will add to the bulk of the mech, but it will also give it more options. Cadet Lovejoy only needs a tool to close the gap. The flight system is not the most important part of the mech. He decided to add a slim flight system to a medium mech frame. It would not increase the top speed of the mech nor turn it into an aerial acrobat. It should give his mech enough tools to respond to aerial threats even without a pistol. Now that he determined the basic features of his mech, VES filled in the gaps by letting his imagination free rein. He sunk into his mind and sought to match a fitting purpose to his mech in order to unleash its X-factor. Again, while his rivals already started to work on their designs, VES still worked on generating a mental picture. The strange disparity caught the attention of the crowd. What in the galaxy was he doing? VES ignored such considerations and started to think back on the sword dancer's final moments. Rage, humiliation, and helplessness. Cadet Lovejoy lacked a means to fight back against his opponent's scorn. His mind also flickered to the final fate of the pilot who ruined Gage's mech. My next mech will be an executioner. It is not a demon or an angel. It cuts anything in its way no matter how unreachable the target. Its sword is both its tool and its badge of office. It executes only mechs, not people. Its sword shall never cut what is not meant to be cut. With a strong intent in mind, VES opened his eyes and engaged the QuickForge system. He opened the extensive catalog and picked a slew of parts without caring too much about the details. He let his intent and intuition decide which parts to choose. He started with a heavy, two-handed sword ideal for chopping off heads as well as other limbs. To accommodate the sword, he selected a firmer torso, strengthened arms, and somewhat solid legs to provide a powerful platform. To power his executioner, he picked a high-performance power reactor and a medium-intensity engine model. A more powerful engine added a little bit too much weight, so VES skipped the most robust models. His choices so far meant that his mech enjoyed sufficient mobility despite having heavier limbs. While it lost much of the agility that defined the sword dancer, it made up for it in raw power. As for the flight system, it should first and foremost avoid hindering Lovejoy's swordplay as best as possible. Due to his lack of proficiency in flight systems, VES could only pick a default compact model from the catalog. It consisted of 2 thick tubes with an unfolding wingspan on each. While it like a pair of deformed trees, it nonetheless provided a decent amount of thrust for the amount of space it took. The only major downside to this system was that it wasted a lot of energy. Since my mech isn't using any energy weapons, I can spare the energy expenditure. VES considered and went ahead with his choice. After confirming his selection of components, he started putting it all together. He started with integrating the flight system to the back of the torso. Fortunately, the torso model he chose possessed a standardized attachment system that allowed for easier attachment of flight systems. While he could complete the merging of the two components fairly quickly, VES was not content with the basic layout. He modified the attachment point by strengthening the connection and adding a couple more redundant power lines to the flight system. He did not wish to encounter the same situation the pterodactyl suffered when it failed to find any means to transfer power to its flight systems. After spending 2 hours on integrating the flight systems properly, VES turned to the rest. Installing the power reactor and engines provided no problems. He took a little more care with the limbs due to his mech's reliance on momentum and mechanical power to deliver damage. He specifically selected thicker limbs in order to accommodate a more powerful artificial muscle layout. VES spent an extravagant amount of time on making sure the internals were sound. That left him with 3 more hours. He painstakingly spent an entire hour on optimizing his executioner's armor scheme. He made it more robust and added in a lot of harder edges. It made his mech look more menacing. He filled the rest of his time with producing compressed armor. While he wished he had access to better methods and more sophisticated formulas, beggars couldn't be choosers. Chapter 101, Executioner. A sharp and menacing mech gained shape. The executioner and its 2 copies emanated subtle halo promising the harvesting of lives. As the person standing closest to his newly designed mechs, he even had the impression that the executioners amplified each other's presences. Due to this mutual enhancement, VES gained a new cognition to what he thought was the X factor. Is this the true expression of the X factor? VES wondered silently. He did not dare utter his words loudly. He suspected he inadvertently lifted up a veil to one of the secrets of the X factor. If I haven't been watching out for it, I would have brushed this feeling off as being overwhelmed by emotions. The uncertainty still gnawed at him. Without having any opportunity to open the system and read its evaluation, he had no way of determining how far he had progressed. VES had grown used to the system's reliable and precise feedback. What will happen if I fabricate an entire squad of identical mechs? How strong will their united presence become? Such a unit brought with them an unprecedented amount of unity. VES had no idea how banding together affected the minds of the pilots, but he suspected that their level of cooperation reached new heights. He had to experiment with this later. Right now, VES had a couple of mechs to deliver. With just a few minutes before the generous 10-hour time limit expired, he made a final check before letting the mechs go. His role in the 3rd round was over. Now he passed the baton to his pilot. After finishing his mechs, he entered the much emptier waiting room where he sought a familiar face. Patricia stood at the side, listening to the commentary gushing about the new mechs. How's your design? Are you confident? Her eye swiveled at him as if he was asking if the galaxy was large. Out of 50,000 mech designers, only 24 of us had made it to the final round. Do you think any of us has any reason to lack any confidence? You make a good point. VES said belatedly. I'm surprised to see you in the finals. I've gone to the same school as you and I've never seen you study something that could propel your skills to this level. I could say the same for you. There's hardly anything in your background that suggests you are capable of matching the graduates from the Limar Institute of Technology. This place is one of the holy grails of mech design in this star sector. It truly baffles everyone who witnesses your rise. The two reached an unspoken agreement not to pry more into the reasons of their sudden improvements. VES had no doubt Patricia hid some secrets. Perhaps none so drastic as a system, but still something that could not be spoken aloud. Ah, I see the plebs have gathered together to talk about how much they enjoy rolling in the mud. An incisive voice cut from the side. VES recognized the approaching men. How nice of you to meet us, Mr. Kurbanov. I was just about to tell my friend how your mech will collapse at the first blow. A fine boast. A pity you can never back it up. Lachlan huffed contemptuously at him. I don't know why the lit allows third-rate rabble like you to participate in the competition. Designers like you still treat last-gen mechs as modern designs. It is a mistake to consider us backward just because we don't have as much access to resources as the Friday Coalition. You might find we are not any worse in terms of spirit and drive. Before Lachlan spat out a retort, Barakovsky approached him from behind and put a hand on his shoulder. "There's no need to disgrace yourself, Lachlan. Let your mech prove your strength." "You're right as always, dear Cynthia." Lachlan huffed and turned around. "My brand mark will easily pound his toy into scrap." Barakovsky shrugged apologetically at VES before guiding Lachlan to the other side of the waiting room. While VES did not need any rescuing, he appreciated her concern. "Is there anything going on between you and Barakovsky?" "Nah, nothing at all. We only grouped up together in the third round of the qualifiers." "I see." Once the commentators stopped slobbering over the mechs, the duels commenced. 12 simultaneous one-on-one duels began in the prepared arenas. The match between his executioner and Lachlan's brandmark took place in a randomized marsh environment. Shallow pools of stale water surrounded modestly sized mudhills. Mechs that had to traverse over this complex terrain had to worry about unstable footing. Faster mechs were at a disadvantage due to the limits placed on their top speed. In contrast, the abundance of water gave heat-dependent mechs an ideal environment. Water was a great conductor of heat. Mechs that relied on energy-intensive weapons such as laser cannons could fire off their weapons in rapid succession without worrying about melting off their barrels. It just so happened that Lachlan's mech utilized a lot of lasers. Perhaps aware of Cadet Lovejoy's penchant for swords, Lachlan designed a mech based around ranged superiority. His efforts resulted in a fairly robust medium mech adorned with lots of firepower. "That's quite a top-heavy cannoneer," VES commented as he rubbed his eyes. He did not expect such a model to come from Lachlan's hands. Replacing the arms with cannons is a very risky choice. Patricia hummed with interest as she analyzed the design. His mech obviously isn't meant to resist an opponent with a melee weapon. It makes sense to save weight and optimize systems in favor of a fully dedicated ranged build. That's how frontline models are designed. I can tell Lachlan is preparing for a career in the mech corps. Lachlan's cannoneer mech had done away with humanoid arms. Instead, he replaced them with 2 large and heavy laser cannons. The straight and ominous-looking barrels were able to rotate and aim at a wide range of angles. If that wasn't enough, his brand mark also sported 2 smaller laser barrels on its shoulders. Their slim and lightweight design allows them to track moving targets with greater ease than the large and sluggish cannons. As the brand mark sported 4 incredibly hungry laser weapons, the machine also carried a couple of attachments meant to mitigate their scary energy consumption. The mech wore a strange backpack module that Lachlan must have built from scratch. VES guessed that it contained a combination of energy cells and heat sinks in order to extend the brand mark's endurance. The wet, marshy environment only provided the cannoneer with another advantage. The pilot, Lisa Kwong, already started to grin as she familiarized herself with the mech and the abundant water in the vicinity. As for Lovejoy, he spent some time on his own with his new mech. VES designed the executioner as an explicitly different machine from his sword dancer. Lovejoy had to memorize his new mech's characteristics and formulate a new game plan that took advantage of its strengths. Now this is more like it. I've always found the sword dancer to be too dainty for my tastes, Lovejoy remarked as he practiced a couple of mighty heaves with the executioner's hefty sword. It's a bit on the slow side, but I can manage. What the executioner lost in agility, it more than made up for it with power. A lesser pilot might consider the extra weight to be baggage. A proper swordsman had ways to take advantage of these properties. After finishing his brief practice, Lovejoy gained enough confidence to set out. His executioner slowly trudged through the muddy terrain. The feet of his mech sunk into the dirty soil like a fatty jumping into a swimming pool. The mud splashed everywhere and the metal dug in deep. Every time the mech raised its foot, a sucking sound emerged as if the mud did not wish to part with a lover. This is disgusting. Lovejoy spat as his mech awkwardly navigated the swampy terrain. Hopefully I don't have to crawl everywhere in order to find my opponent. Anyone who reached the top 24 was a force to be reckoned with. He briefly studied the bracket along with the other pilots and knew he faced Lisa Kwong right now. As a top pilot, Cadet Kwong made her name as a marksman. Whether in or out of the cockpit, her ability to shoot on target impressed everyone at the academy. She even went on to represent the school in various competitions. I'm not going to be able to dodge my way out of this match if I still piloted the sword dancer. This executioner's extra armor is a lot more useful against an expert marksman like Kwang. His strategy was simple. Once he spotted Kwang's mech, he'd simply redirect as much power to his flight systems as possible and close the range without bothering with any fanciful dodging patterns. He had to finish this battle as fast as possible in order to prevent Kwang from exploiting her long-range skills. His sensors pinged at discovering a contact. Kwang's mech had found a deep pool which allowed her cannoneer to submerge up to its knees. The generous contact with the surrounding water aided the mech in transferring any built-up heat. The brand mark detected the executioner a little bit earlier. As a mech built for medium and long-ranged combat, its sensors and targeting systems received a lot of attention. Lachlan personally adjusted the targeting system's programming in order to take full advantage of all of its hardware improvements. The first shots landed on the executioner with the speed of light. Both of the laser cannons zeroed in on the executioner with hardly any need for calibration or test firing. The twin impacts struck the medium mech with a gigantic flash of heat and light. Its chest already bore the melted scars from the impact. If the armor hadn't been compressed, the blasts would have certainly turned the armor plates into slag. The second salvo came merely 2 seconds later. Such a rate of fire was highly dangerous, but Kwang had no qualms in pushing a mech to its limits, especially if it was only meant to last a single match. Thus, for various reasons, both pilots sought a quick end to the match. Cadet Lovejoy obliged by making his mech lift off from the forbidding swamp and rocket straight towards the brand mark. "You're dead meat, Lovejoy." Kwang's voice boomed from her speakers as her mech landed another accurate salvo. "This is my ideal environment. Just admit that you've lost. I'll chop up your mech before you empty your energy cells." The executioner's flight system worked as hard as its limited size could sustain. The mech was rather heavy, and it could only do so much. Lovejoy found he had to endure a lot more hits than he first imagined. Even the brand mark's smaller shoulder-mounted lasers fired at him in unison. The simulated temperature in Lovejoy's pod started to heat up. In the meantime, the brand mark turned its legs around 180 degrees and ran backwards, all the while continuing to lay down accurate fire. Cannoneers often sported such modifications, though only at later generations. Lachlan must have spent a lot of time on it in order to make sure his mech remained accurate. 2 pairs of laser beams intermittently impacted his mech with a disturbing amount of accuracy. No matter how Lovejoy juked his mech, the best he could accomplish was to spread out the impact areas so they wouldn't burn through a concentrated area. It worked for now, but his frontal armor still had limits, compressed or not. The executioner crossed its arms and tried to shield its vulnerable chest from further damage. As the armor on the arms were thinner, it only lasted a dozen seconds before Lovejoy had to give that up. He still needed the arms to wield the sword. "There's too much distance. I can't last long enough to get close." Lovejoy determined with a struggling expression. "Too many lasers. Too much distance." Kwang's not even letting up. The water around the fleeing brand mark started to boil as the cannoneer tried to shunt as much heat as possible. The surface of the brand mark was hot enough to fry an egg, but somehow the overheating mech never grew hot to the point its systems started failing. It could barely handle the amount of heat it currently generated, but that was more than enough to shoot down the executioner. Frustration welled up in Lovejoy's heart. Is my path to the finals going to end this quickly? Chapter 102, Cutting Edge. A mech dedicated to destroying its opponents at range often accomplished their kills if they were willing to pay the price. Lisa Kwang flipped off all the safeties in order to let the brand mark fire off as much lasers as possible. Beams of varying intensity flew through the air in rapid succession. As an engine of destruction, the brand mark revealed no flaws. Its firepower approached the magnitude of a heavy mech, and its heat dispersal was excellent even without the surrounding water. Such a well-built mech had no possibility of breaking down as long as Kwang did not push her mech any further. Cadet Lovejoy tried to figure out a solution. His executioner could not weather this laser storm for long. "I'm still only halfway, but my mech is already approaching the limit. There's nothing in sight that I can use as cover." The marshy terrain was devoid of any distinguishing features to block the lasers. There were no hills, no trees, and hardly any bushes. Considering the power behind the laser cannons, only the sturdiest trees had a chance of dispersing the larger beams. Lacking any other means, Lovejoy could only resort to sacrificing his parts of his mech. He first boosted the power of his flight system before raising the legs of his mech. The lasers burned right through the soles of his mech in short order. Even as the successive beams cooked the legs into slag, it succeeded in shielding the critical parts of the mech. Those who paid attention to this battle showed a lot of appreciation for this drastic move. To keep a mech in flight in this posture required a lot of control in order to maintain this delicate balance. If the executioner got hit by any kinetic projectile, it would immediately lose its balance and fall. Fortunately for Lovejoy, the brand mark sported a dedicated laser loadout. While its laser beams looked intimidating, it essentially consisted of pure electromagnetic radiation. It was like using a flashlight to open a door. The door might melt if the beam was concentrated enough, but it required a stupendous amount of power to open the door through pure kinetic force. Lovejoy took advantage of this basic fact by recklessly flying forward in a highly unstable posture. Even as the feet fell apart, the executioner still possessed a substantial amount of leg armor. It sure is serendipitous for me to face a laser mech with a flight-capable machine. I'd be stuck in a dead end if I only had a pistol. The uncertainty of what a mech pilot might encounter in his next sortie often broke their minds. Many potentates ultimately washed out of the mech pilot academies due to a lack of adaptability. A qualified pilot was ready for combat anywhere and anytime against any opponent imaginable. Even against a ludicrous mech such as the pterodactyl, Lovejoy still insisted up to the very end. Raising the legs mid-flight was an inspired solution that came at a cost. With the slow disintegration of the legs, Lovejoy had to push his piloting skills to the limit in order to maintain his balance. A flying mech could not easily maintain its balance without the ballast provided by the legs. If handled badly, the executioner might end up spinning around like a top. "This is ridiculous," Kwang exclaimed as she kept pumping out laser after laser. "Why won't you fall already? Blame your designer for focusing too much on lasers." The gap closed within moments. At the very last second, Lovejoy spun around his mech and stretched out its sword with both hands. The brand mark attempted to dodge to the side, but Lovejoy had already watched out for that, adjusted his sword grip. The broad and deadly tip sunk right through the right side of the brand mark's torso. Its well-treated armor buckled instantly against the momentum of a flying mech going forth at full speed. Like a melted knife through butter, the sword impaled the brand mark with ease and severed many essential components. The rest of the executioner frame collided against the brand mark, causing both mechs to sustain heavy impact damage. Nevertheless, a lot of the force had been channeled into the sword, causing its tip to emerge from the back of the brand mark. "Cut!" Lovejoy yelled as his damaged mech tried to leverage as much force as possible while still in midair. The executioner's flight system had performed miracles so far by keeping the mech aloft. When Lovejoy cut off all of its power, the remnants of the mech started to fall while maintaining a tight grip on its sword. The edge of the sword ruthlessly sliced down the helpless brand mark like a butcher's knife. The massive sword spliced open its lower torso, cutting straight through the cockpit and engines. The crowd cheered at the brief but intense clash. The commentators briefly showered Lovejoy with praise for his expert piloting before turning back to the other duels. VES let out a deep breath. He won his first duel. Though the terrain heavily favored his opponent's mech, Lovejoy somehow managed to overturn the odds. If not for his flight system and if not for the brand mark's complete reliance on lasers, this match might have ended differently. This isn't possible. There's so much water. How could my brand mark fail to shoot down that primitive mech? And so fell another darling from Lemar. Lachlan Kurbanov's journey to the top had ended abruptly. The two other copies of the brand mark were destined to be recycled. His loss of composure disgraced his school. Many spectators who stood close to the waiting room pointed out his delirious descent into disbelief. Those who also studied at Lemar simply shook their heads. Though they favored the alumni from their school, it was his fault for being too weak. Sometimes, I wonder whether the single duel format is flawed. VES remarked to Patricia as he turned away from Lachlan's display. It's a complete roll of the dice whether the terrain favors your mech, or whether it is facing its natural counter. Patricia smiled as she kept her eyes glued to her heavy mech. Many of the duels were still starting out. The instance where Lovejoy and Kwang tried to force a quick resolution did not happen elsewhere. The pilots played conservatively whenever they could get away with it. They only started to take risks when their opponents backed them into a corner. The duels are never meant to be fair. They are meant to be decisive. Patricia finally pointed out. The pilot only has to worry about how to use the tools at hand. Tools which you have generously provided them. After all, what are we here for if not designing mechs? A mech designer did not fight the enemy on the battlefield. Instead, they worked behind the scenes. They were not omniscient and could not predict the future. All they could do is gather as much information as possible and prepare their designs according to the parameters set by their clients. The first set of duels ended after a few moments of time. Most of the mechs faced their equals in terms of design and piloting skill. Every pilot wanted to attain glory, so even the losers fought as if their lives were on the line. Only 12 designs remained. Surprisingly, Patricia's heavy mech also eked out a victory. Together with VES, they were all that was left of the so-called walkers. Like Barakovsky, the rest of the survivors came from privileged backgrounds. This is interesting. Both of our exotic guests are from the Bright Republic. The female commentator noted with bright eyes. They even shared the same classes in the same school. Might there be something special brewing between the two? Is that the secret to their success? Both VES and Patricia turned away in embarrassment. They were just acquaintances. Before encountering her at Limar, he could not even claim to be her friend. After that brief moment of levity, the second duels commenced. According to the bracket, VES had to face a familiar name. One he did not wish to face at all due to their shared experiences. Looks like fate wants to determine who is better. Barakovsky said with a grin. I'm looking forward to our duel. Your Synerin might be quick, but my executioner is not a slowpoke. We'll see. Unlike some of the other designers, Barakovsky stuck to a single design whenever she could get away with it. She highly favored light mechs and always tried to design a skirmisher or a harasser. With 10 hours of time, she refined her final iteration to an insane degree. VES had a lot of respect for Barakovsky, so even he refused to guess whether his mech could prevail. When the Synerin emerged onto the generic urban battlefield, it instantly started to gallop away. The light mech sported a decent amount of speed but carried a luxurious weapon loadout. First of all, its arms sported a pair of wrist-mounted laser cannons, scaled to light mechs. Instead of carrying shoulder mounts, the Synerin instead wielded a pair of heated knives. Why did you forego the shoulder mounts? Barakovsky nonchalantly shrugged. My mech makes for a great ambusher with a pair of knives. Why would I ruin my mech's balance with a pair of shoulder mounts? I might as well hang some rocks on its frame. Her words suggested that the Synerin was capable of moving faster. His executioner might be capable of flight, but the flight system could not propel the swordsman mech as fast as a dedicated sprinter mech. The executioner carefully navigated the deserted downtown streets. Abandoned air cars and fallen structures made it difficult for Lovejoy to find his opponent quickly. Luckily, despite the clutter, the terrain heavily favored mechs like the executioner. With an abundant amount of cover, he could hop from pile to pile if he had to face the brand mark again. He'd never have to sacrifice parts of his mech again. As both mechs weren't hiding, they eventually found each other after a few minutes of combing the area. After realizing that the executioner only relied on its sword, the Synerin engaged aggressively, firing its laser cannons from a medium range. I'm not a sitting duck. Lovejoy yelled as he pumped full power into his mech's flight system. The Synerin was caught off guard, but quickly adjusted by sprinting away. After building up its speed, the mech easily maintained its distance to the furiously pursuing executioner. The pilot deftly navigated past the obstacles in its way, all the while maintaining its harassing fire. Lovejoy gritted his teeth at being bombarded with lasers again. Is that all? Compared to what I endured in my previous duel, your shots are barely scraping my paint. A light mech had no way of matching the firepower of a medium mech. While the wrist mounts maintained a steady rate of fire, its accuracy was not as good. Barakovsky made too many compromises when she went for wrist-mounted lasers. They excelled at carving up a mech over time. The executioner did not intend to become the Synerin's punching bag. The mech strained its flight system past its conservative settings. The heavier mech started to catch up to the light mech. Still, unlike the brand mark, the Synerin had a surprise in store. A module opened up from its back and released a fine mist of particles in the air. VES rose up from his seat. Particle ejector. His iconic Seraphim variant utilized this specific form of active ECM, so he was no stranger to its effects. The executioner lost its sight of the Syneron. After a few seconds of flight, it exited the cloud of sensor-blocking cloud. "Where are you?" Lovejoy wondered as he shut down his flight system before it melted down. As his mech started to cool down from the exertion, he kept a close eye on his sensor readings and his surroundings. After finding no trace of the Syneron, he concluded the mech still hid inside the cloud. The Syneron purely used the particle cloud as an escape mechanism. "If you think blinding me will help, then think again." His executioner resolutely entered the cloud. The particles had already spread out to the entire street, which meant that it was difficult to bump into the Syneron. Nevertheless, Lovejoy closed his eyes and tried to sense the whereabouts of his opponent with his other sensors. After a few seconds went by, the swordsman mech suddenly raised its sword and struck to the left. The blade struck nothing but empty air. In the meantime, a pair of laser beams just skimmed off its head. The Syneron deliberately aimed at the sensors. This game of cat and mouse continued for over 2 minutes. The Syneron was equally as blind as the executioner, so it was only able to fire at its target accurately if it came close. This gave Lovejoy a chance to turn the tables. A few times, his sword even scratched the surface of the light mech's paper-thin armor. "This cloud won't last forever," Lovejoy remarked. He wanted to urge his opponent on. "I'm faster than you. The longer you lurk around, the more my flight system cools off. Can you afford to wait all day?" The Syneron came from behind. Just as the executioner swirled around to cut the mech in half, the Syneron's wrist sparked with lightning. A massive bolt of lightning landed on the executioner, causing it to halt in its steps. The Syneron also paid a price for the attack, but it recovered a lot quicker. The Syneron expertly retrieved its pair of heated knives and dove towards the paralyzed mech, ready to gut it like a pig. Seeing his doom approaching, Lovejoy frantically tried to budge his mech. "Move already." Cut. Just as the first knife slipped inside the chest, the executioner burst into life. While the mech lost power to a lot of its systems, they were quite robust. VES always put a lot of importance in his mech's integrity. His diligence paid off as the executioner regained its strength just as the Syneron was about to deliver its fatal blows. Cut. The sword swung once. Barakovsky closed her eyes. Chapter 103, Only 6. Congratulations for your victory, VES. You deserve it. Barakovsky finally said as she silently regained her composure. What a resilient mech. Your executioner really awes the crowd. Everyone who attended the duel applauded his work. The executioner shrugged off the effects of the lightning bolt in record time. It was doubtful whether mechs designed by others could do the same. Only the most remarkable designers like Carter Gage could reach this level. While VES lacked the overflowing talent of someone of Gage's caliber, he finally proved his own worth. Nobody badmouthed him anymore in his presence. The other designers, all of whom enjoyed billions of calls worth of investment, regarded him as if he was a hidden tiger. Since Barakovsky lost, a pair of attendants guided her off the stage. She'd return to the podium at the end, but for now the spotlight only shone on the winners. After waving her goodbye, he walked over to Patricia and looked down on the arena where her mech put up a fierce fight. When he looked at Patricia's dauntless heavy mech launching missile after missile, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the enemy hybrid knight. Its fragile kinetic shoulder mounts had already been obliterated under a rain of high explosive missiles. Right now, it barely hung on to its tattered shield as salvo after salvo of kinetic missiles struck its surface. That's a very interesting direction you've chosen. Aren't you afraid your mech becomes harmless once it expends all of its missiles? Just as your design commits to a sword, I'm confident my mech can sweep away any opponent with its missiles alone. At a certain point you just have to put your trust in your ability. VES nodded at her words. A mech designed solely around a single weapon system did not have to make unpalatable compromises. For example, the hybrid knight that was currently taking a pounding tried to combine ranged and melee capabilities in a single package. It wasted a lot of capacity that could have been used to strengthen its armor or its speed. Flexibility had its uses, but strength overcame all. Predictably, the hybrid knight succumbed once its shield fell apart. Its armor lasted quite a bit, but Patricia's heavy mech still carried plenty of reserves. It ultimately finished off the knight with about 20% left. VES had to admit that Patricia chose a bold design. Her mech only used a single strategy: vomit out as much missiles as possible before the enemy closed in. Most of the other mechs designed by the finalists completely disregarded artillery mechs due to their scarcity in one-on-one duels. A regular artillery mech might pose little threat in a duel environment, but one designed by Patricia was different. She obviously tweaked the missile payloads, causing the high explosive missiles to be twice as powerful and the kinetic missiles delivering 3 times the force. Patricia only paid for it by reducing their maximum range, which was not that big of a deal in the small arena. The missiles also lost much of their maneuverability and tracking capabilities. The pilot had to target his missiles carefully in order to ensure they'd hit the target. Faster mechs stood a better chance of prevailing against the missile barrage. After the end of the second duels, only 6 designers remained. VES looked at those who survived thus far. Besides Patricia, he recognized none of the other 4, but they all represented the best of what the Friday Coalition had to offer. It was no coincidence that the top 3 graduates from the Limar Institute of Technology had made it this far. They were all eminent geniuses who could almost be placed on par with some of the lower-class graduates from an average first-rate institution. Any casual graduate from a first-rate institution could raise a storm in the industry of a second-rate state, so that was high praise. There's still a distance between me and Edwin McKinney. VES sighed ruefully as he remembered how utterly dominant the genius displayed his skill. Edwin had truly leaped the dragon gate and shrugged off the shackles of his humble origin, if it was ever humble in the first place. Before the start of the third and final duel, Professor Marshall took to the stage once more. Her eyes swept the gazes of each of the surviving designers with pride. The 6 of you can be proud. No matter who wins or loses, you have all reached the pinnacle of mech design at your age group. She raised a hand, causing a projection to emerge. Nevertheless, our open competition only allows for 3 finalists. I have spoken with the masters and they have all affirmed that the winners will be guaranteed an offer of apprenticeship. The news struck the crowd like a bombshell. Such a statement meant that all of the 6 possessed enough qualifications to study under a renowned master. Outside of that, you must look at your luck. This meant that the losers of this final round might not be chosen, even if they possessed the right qualifications. No one knew why the masters made this decision. Perhaps they simply didn't want to pick up a designer who lost to someone else's apprentice. Same as last time, the final 3 winners will receive a special prize. Behold our latest innovation. The projection finally resolved into a model of a small inter-system spaceship. A couple of specs overlaid the most important parts of the 100-meter-long vessel. The impressive specs quickly roused the interests of those in the shipcraft industry. Our institute has developed a new spaceship ideal for personal travel. The Archon Mark I is the most advanced ship in the series. She features the latest advancements in FTL precision, so she is able to jump across vast stretches of space. Despite her compact size, her cargo bay can hold up to 4 standard-sized containers or 2 packaged mechs. In practice, this meant that the ship could only keep 1 mech on standby. The Archon had evidently been designed around this feature. Many smaller ships and yachts lacked the space to keep a mech on standby. VES knew a little about ships. A ship like the Archon incorporated enough exotics to build a dozen mechs. The price of this ship could definitely bankrupt most billionaires back in the Bright Republic. Even if I don't have a use for this ship, I can sell her for a fortune. Just imagining the rain of credits he could obtain turned his eyes red with hunger. Losing was not an option. He had to make it to the final 3. The Archon Mark I possessed both speed, armor, range, and comfort. The only downside was that her FTL and regular engines both ran on high-grade fuel. This fuel was extremely powerful, but also expensive. Governments kept a tight grip on the supply of such fuels. Those who wished to use the top-of-the-line model as a courier or a cargo transport shook their heads. Even in a wealthy state like the Friday Coalition, the operating costs was hard to bear, especially in a low-margin business like interstellar cargo transport. Even VES had to bleed a lot of credits if he wanted to take the ship out for a spin. Considering his future trajectory, obtaining a fast and well-armored ship was no misdemeanor, especially if he could get it for free. After finishing her speech, Professor Marshall receded and made way for the final battles. According to the bracket, VES faced an elite who originated from another institution under the Carnegie Group. Felix Tremor clawed his way through numerous rivals, including many geniuses from Limar. His mech, the handshake, excelled in sniping, but could put up a mean fight in close range as well. His pilot, Xandra Ribeiro, was an all-rounder who could play his mechs to its strengths. Lovejoy waited patiently in the simulated cockpit of his now familiar executioner. After undergoing 2 brief but intense struggles, he had developed an intimacy with this model. Even after wrecking 2 identical mechs, the third still welcomed his presence like a warhorse reuniting with its knight. While the rewards for mech pilots were not as generous as those received by mech designers, they still received a fair amount of wealth and prestige. If Lovejoy won the next battle, he could leave his mark in history and be celebrated for many years on end. His employment prospects would definitely soar to an unimaginable height. After a moment of adjustment, the final battlefield unfolded into a lifeless moon environment. The low gravity caused his mech to bounce up with each step. Fortunately, it also reduced the load to the flight system, causing the mech to fly around effortlessly. Still, Lovejoy did not dare divert too much power. In this near-vacuum environment, mechs suffered a reduction in their ability to disperse heat. Overall, the terrain highly favored the executioner. If his opponent's mech turned out to be a laser rifleman, he'd have a really hard time. Where is he? Lovejoy wondered as he scoured the silent landscape. This guy sure is patient. He scoured half the battlefield, only to come up with nothing. Just as he considered changing his search pattern, his instincts screamed at him. He flared up his flight system, but his response came too late. A high-powered kinetic projectile tore into the leg of the executioner. Large chunks of armor sprayed into the distance as the slug hammered the affected area. The leg instantly lost all functionality. Xandra! Lovejoy yelled as he honed in on her position. Disregarding the damage, he urged his mech onwards. Sorry, Reddy, but I'll be taking the finals. The woman responded as she fired another slug from the handshake's railgun. Her weapon generated a fair amount of heat, but not as much as a laser. The second slug penetrated glanced off executioner as it kept dodging sideways. A huge furrow emerged from its side armor, exposing the internals to vacuum. The handshake calmly continued to fire off slugs. Its heavy railgun packed a very huge punch, but it required quite a bit of time to charge up the capacitors. By the time the executioner came close, Xandra only managed to unleash half a dozen slugs. All of the slugs made their mark on the swordsman mech. Despite his best efforts, his dodging only succeeded in preventing a fatal hit. 2 slugs impacted the chest, causing the executioner's power reactor to sputter. If not for the generous amount of armor, the second slug could have killed the mech. Once Lovejoy's mech closed the distance, Xandra decisively threw away the railgun and retrieved a spear. Her medium mech stood ready to receive his charge. Their weapons clashed. The handshake successfully fended off the executioner's charge. Its prepared stance absorbed a fair portion of the force behind the collision. As for the executioner, the failed strike caused it to fly to the side. Lovejoy fought to stabilize his mech. The crippled leg and reduced gravity made it twice as hard for him to regain his mech's balance. Having reactor trouble? Xandra taunted as she noticed the executioner's fluctuating power output. Your mech might shut down at any moment. The intermittent power output was a sign of further trouble. Lovejoy quickly read the damage report and knew his mech was on a time limit. The railgun practically ripped through half the executioner's chest. Only its well-designed internals and abundant redundancies allowed the mech to maintain a modicum of functionality. Even if his mech remained floating on borrowed time, Lovejoy didn't show it. Even if my mech is half as good as yours, I can still tidy you up. Don't forget who tutored you in swordplay. That happened ages ago. I've grown enormously since then. While Lovejoy only briefly branched out before fully immersing himself in swords, Xandra sought to master everything under the sun. She attained a comprehensive proficiency in every category imaginable to a further degree than anyone else in the academy. In truth, her spearplay was not much worse than Lovejoy's swordplay. Yet this tiny gap might as well be as wide as a canyon. As Lovejoy corralled his unstable mech and decisively engaged his opponent, his heavy sword strikes pushed Xandra's mech backwards. He heavily relied on his flight system to push his mech forward and put some weight into his attacks. If not for the sparking power reactor, he could have pushed the Xandra to her limits. Now though, Lovejoy had to keep his distance in case his mech lost control. Xandra even regained the initiative once she noticed his hesitation. She aggressively increased the tempo of the clashes. Chapter 104, Fire in Your Veins. The duel between the executioner and the handshake stretched out over 100 exchanges. While the swordsman mech put a lot of power in its attacks, the spear-wielding medium mech always blocked or deflected the predictable attacks with ease. Sweat trickled from Lovejoy's brow as he desperately tried to figure out a path to victory. His damaged power reactor started to release more smoke as he kept stressing the executioner. For a mech designed in just 10 hours, its relative stability impressed the audience. The armor isn't the best I've seen, but its integrity is top-notch for a designer this young. Who is the designer? Larkinson. Doesn't ring a bell. Bright Republic. What kind of backwater could nurture not one, but two designers who made it to the finals? No one had a clue. Why both VES and Patricia came out of the blue and beat countless geniuses nurtured by the most prestigious second-rate institutions? Was there something in the water over at the Bright Republic? Were they secretly cultivating a group of half-alien hybrids? No one knew, but the pair's performances already exceeded their capacity of thought. Still, in the duel between VES and Felix, most of the crowd favored the latter. Not only did he enjoy a better background, his mech was a marvelous machine. Even VES wanted to dig into Felix's head in order to find out how he made the handshake specialize in both railguns and spears. Hybrid mechs usually favored one weapon or the other. Though it was subtle, VES recognized that the handshake could break several records with both its marksmanship and spear play. None of the final 6 are weak. VES concluded with a smile. If his mech lost to Felix's work, then he had nothing to complain. The only downside was that he could not afford to fall short when he almost reached the finish line. Too much was at stake. He already offended plenty of personages. Just thinking about how Gage's pilot mysteriously ended up committing suicide was enough to make VES sleep uneasily. Only by winning this final duel and apprenticing himself to a master could he avoid the calamities he continually provoked. Thus, he kept rooting for Lovejoy even as the audience peeled off to watch the other duels. The match seemed to lost all suspense. As the designer, VES knew how much the executioner could take. The swordsman mech was tougher than it looked. As long as his pilot refused to give up, he still had a shot of winning. The executioner slipped up when its power output stuttered for a fraction of a second. Though Lovejoy recovered quickly, Xandra still managed to slip in a spear thrust. The tip of the spear bore a hole through an arm, causing it to be unable to bear the weight of the sword. Lovejoy's mech already accumulated a fair degree of scratches, but this attack went beyond that. With each crippling strike, his mech's performance continued to decline. Just moments later, the handshake struck the executioner's chest with the butt of the spear. The kinetic impact failed to cripple the damaged mech, but succeeded in stirring up the vulnerable internals. The problem Lovejoy faced was that he couldn't get past Xandra's guard. The handshake turned into a hedgehog in her hands. He had to worry about getting pricked every time he attempted to strike. There's no point in playing it safe. Lovejoy determined after achieving another fruitless result. I have to bet my mech against hers. The designer of his mech focused on maximizing its power and resilience. Against the control-focused handshake, the executioner could not possibly outmaneuver the spear wielder. An instructor once taught him an important lesson. If you're losing the game, then flip the board. He lost sight of his way. His mech was not meant to poke the handshake like a skittish kitten. Such a tactic only resulted in a gradual defeat. Once Lovejoy adjusted his perspective, his mood improved. He pushed away his fear of losing. He wanted to win instead of trying to avoid defeat. There's no choice but to go all in. If her spear hits my mech, then so be it as long as my sword can dish out the hurt. He slowly polished his aggression until it almost boiled over in his mind. His mech subtly amplified his thoughts. Both of their intents aligned. Even Xandra sensed a change. The battered and beaten mech in front of her halted its declining tendency. She upped the pressure in order to interrupt whatever Lovejoy had in mind. Instead of blocking the next spear thrust, the executioner boldly let it scratch the sides of his lower torso. The engine buckled for a bit, but the mech quickly regained its energy. The wounded mech continued to push forward and struck down its sword with a devastating overhand chop. Caught off guard, Xandra acted decisively. Her mech let go of the spear and hopped away, causing the sword to miss its mark. Despite escaping. the damage, she felt no better. Without a spear, her mech lost much of its reach and leverage. As for Lovejoy, his mech's performance grew even more unsteady. Besides his power reactor, he also had to keep an eye on his engines. Thankfully, the spear did not penetrate deep enough to affect its core functionality. With a slow grip, the executioner pulled out the spear and held it above its shoulder. Meanwhile, having lost its principal weapon, the handshake retreated from the executioner and raced towards its fallen railgun. Just as it reached the weapon, it slowed down in order to pick up the large but fragile weapon. Even if the executioner wanted to stop the handshake, it was too late. That was what Xandra thought until the executioner threw the shortened spear at her mech. The handshake had just started to reach down and could not reorient itself in time. The thrown spear knocked its shoulder but failed to penetrate through its armor. Though the handshake avoided critical damage, the impact threw it off balance and caused its hand to miss the railgun. Lovejoy already pushed his mech forward after it hurled the spear. By the time his mech came close, the handshake belatedly picked up its weapon and charged its capacitors. Xandra knew she couldn't wait for a full charge. Just as the executioner chopped towards her mech, she fired her railgun when it only charged up to 39%. The slug accurately hit the damaged mech's power reactor, causing the mech to experience an emergency shutdown. Before his mech lost its power, Lovejoy channeled all of the mech's remaining energy in a single, heaven-shaking chop. Propelled by the mech's forward momentum, the weight of the sword finally crashed into the handshake's head and sliced down its neck. The massive sword carved up lots of systems and interfered with the mech's control systems. For a moment, both mechs stood still. Xandra's mech recovered first. The damage it suffered was severe, but fell short of killing it. Unfortunately, the sword remained stuck in its upper torso. Instead of trying to move away and aggravate its wounds, the handshake raised its railgun. The mech pressed the barrel against its disabled opponent's torso and charged up the weapon. 1%, 2%, 3%. Its charge slowly accumulated. If not for the last attack, the railgun only needed several seconds to accumulate a sufficient charge. Right now, Xandra tried to hurry up the energy transfer. The executioner came to life. The mech might have lost its power reactor, but Lovejoy found a way around the situation by tapping his mech's energy cells directly. This was an extremely destructive process, as the power reactor normally moderated the highly active energy. Flooding the contents of the energy cells directly through the mech caused its internals to overheat in seconds. The mech could only last a couple of seconds as best before all of its energy channels melted down. The executioner only needed 2 seconds to twist the sword and push his deeper into the handshake. Its sputtering flight system pushed the mech and its sword forward. At the last moment before the mech burned out, it suddenly leveraged its sword downwards, past the vulnerable power reactor. The tip of the sword tore through the flimsy shell around the cockpit and halved the sophisticated module that allowed the mech to be remote-controlled. According to the rules set by Lemar, the destruction of the module represented the death of the pilot. There was no coming back. The executioner lost all of its power right after delivering the fatal blow. Most of the audience had paid attention to the dramatic final moments of the duel. When it became clear that the executioner lasted longer, they rose to their feet and applauded the mech's spectacular performance. VES, Lovejoy and the executioner had all outdone themselves in achieving such a hard-fought victory. VES closed his eyes and took in the applause. Though most of the people wanted to show their appreciation to Lovejoy's incredible performance, VES equally contributed to his mech's eventual triumph. While most designers focused on improving their mech's armor or weapons, his own was both structurally sound and resilient to damage. Well, part of why I focus so much on the internals is because I don't have any choice. My foundation in alloy compression is still too shallow. That might change in the future. After witnessing and challenging so many of his fellow peers, VES gained a better understanding of how others developed their skills. He was already satisfied with this harvest alone. After the other duels had come to an end, 3 finalists remained as victors of the Lemar Open competition. Our first victor is VES Larkinson, from the Bright Republic. His alma mater was the Rittersberg University of Technology. Together with Cadet Reddy Lovejoy, he has reached the summit of this event. Our second winner is Patricia Schneider, who is also a guest from the Bright Republic. She even attended the same class as Mr. Larkinson at Rittersberg. What a coincidence. The pair's common origins was pushed to the forefront again. They both climbed over countless geniuses to reach this point. Still, nobody could figure out a compelling reason. They just happened to beat every opponent in their way. Many of their victories were hard-won, which helped the audience accept their success. If they performed too dazzling, then people might suggest they'd been kidnapped and replaced by someone like Carter Gage. Fortunately for the school, Marcel Westkirk from Limar snatched the last available slot. After an arduous battle of attrition, Westkirk's mech finally outlasted its opponent. The LIT managed to preserve its honor. Once the clamor died down, the spotlight shone on the masters sitting atop an elevated podium. The 5 masters heatedly discussed among themselves behind a sound-neutralizing barrier. During this time, all of the other mech designers who reached the 3rd round returned to the stage. He nodded at Barakovsky, who looked like she still had a hard time accepting that VES had reached this point. Almost everyone among the 24 designers waited silently for the masters to make their decisions. They all hoped to leap to the heavens in a single step. Who wouldn't want to receive the personal guidance of someone who had climbed the summit of his profession? VES looked up at the eminent figures and wondered who might accept him as an apprentice or a disciple. An apprentice mostly only learned under a master. Whether they only learned a few tricks or inherited their master's entire legacy, there would be a time when they spread their own wings. A disciple, on the other hand, also had the right and obligation to represent their master. The relationship between the two was lifelong, and they usually forged very deep ties, both business and personal. VES wasn't concerned with the differences between the two. As long as a master took him in, he could finally get rid of the system's confining mission and get back to building his business. The masters have finished their deliberations. They are ready to announce their decisions. The first master stood up. Master Duchamp's charming voice reached the entire arena complex. "Mr. Devin Loesch, please step forward." The lucky bastard joyfully separated from the others as they burned a hole into his back. Devin's mech got trashed in the second duel. So why him? If Duchamp noted the questioning expressions of the others, he didn't show it. Instead, his gaze fell down upon Devin with a gentle expression. "Devin Loesch, do you wish to be my apprentice?" "Yes." Devin yelled, as if he was afraid the master would doubt him if he did not do his utmost. "I gladly accept." "Then follow me." The master threw out as he turned around and walked up to the ceiling. Devin eagerly followed. He engaged his anti-grav clothes and quickly caught up to the floating master. They eventually reached a floating room. With the first master done with his selection, the elderly Master Nguyen stepped forward. "Mr. Marcel Westkirk, do you wish to acknowledge me as your teacher?" Marcel calmly stepped forward and knelt on the floor. He kowtowed 3 times according to the ancient tradition. "Good. From now on, the galaxy will acknowledge you as my nominal disciple." The pair floated away towards another private room in order to settle all of the formalities. The third master rose up from her graceful sitting posture. Every designer held their breaths, VES included. There were divisions between masters. While all of them had reached unimaginable heights, some of them were more distinguished than others. Those who made it a hobby to rank the masters considered Master Katzenberg to be the most formidable designer present. Her mature voice cut through everyone's thoughts like a chime. "Miss Alyssa Phil, are you willing to become my apprentice?" This obscure young woman originated from a tiny 4th-rate state, but graduated from another institution in the coalition. Despite her mixed origins, she amply proved her skill even if her mech hadn't lasted very long in the final round. Much of her success could be attributed to snatching the top mech pilot in the first round. VES applauded Phil's success, though not everyone was glad to see her ascend. The designers from Limar appeared especially resentful. As anyone could imagine, the offer caught her out of the blue. She enthusiastically accepting this amazing offer. She flew to Master Katzenberg's side as if she reunited with her long-lost mother. Only 2 masters remained. Coincidentally, both VES and Patricia had not been selected yet. Unless Limar went back on their word, their turns came next. Between Master Olsen and Master Null, VES thought it was a given that he'd be handed off to the latter. Someone as noble and graceful as Patricia was a great fit for the sophisticated Master Olsen. Reality proved otherwise. When Master Olsen stepped forward, her young but stern gaze focused solely on VES. "Mr. VES Larkinson, do you wish to become my apprentice?" Everyone was speechless. No one could have predicted that someone from an average background could catch the eye of someone as lofty as Master Olson. She was notoriously elitist and considered everyone with a net worth of less than $1 billion to be a cockroach. VES even wanted to access his bank account in order to see if some anonymous grandpa deposited a fortune in his bank account. When he realized he held up the ceremony, he quickly walked forward and gave his response. "I accept." Master Olson silently maintained her gaze at him, which made him feel as if he was an ant. She wordlessly turned around and floated towards a room. Before VES wondered how he could get up there, a silent platform arrived before his feet. After stepping onto its surface, the hovering surface swiftly carried him in the air. VES barely heard Master Null accepting Patricia, his nominal disciple. He still wondered why Master Olson took a fancy for him. Were the rumors wrong? Chapter 105, Meeting. When VES stepped into the floating room, he encountered a plain white room. Far from the luxuries he imagined in his mind, the room only contained 2 comfortable chairs facing each other. The only other thing that broke up the room's monotony was a floating piece of ore. The mineral must be something interesting to be worthy of display. VES tried to dig through his head of any exotics that matched the ore's appearance. After a couple of seconds of fruitless searching, he gave up guessing and followed his new master to the chairs. "Please take a seat." Master Olson gestured as she took the seat closest to the floating chunk of ore. Her admiring gaze suggested that she'd sell out her parents in an instant in order to secure it. Sadly for VES, she felt no need to explain the origins of the ore. After a minute of silence, Olson finally redirected her attention. With an emotionless expression, her eyes ruthlessly scanned his body and his average clothes. Compared to the finely detailed layered dress that Olson wore, he might as well look like a pauper. "Tell me in your words why I have decided to take you on as my apprentice." The master obviously gave him a test. VES already expected something like this, so he simply answered as honestly as possible without pause. "I have a solid foundation, and while my skills aren't impressive, my highly developed mechanics is most compatible to your specialties." In contrast, most of the other designers chose to specialize in more exciting fields first, which won't make them good seeds for a specialization into engine design. Olson idly tapped her chin with the tip of her finger. "You are partially correct. While your foundation is comparable to a top alumni from Limar, your mathematics is woefully underdeveloped. No, underdeveloped is putting it lightly. It is abysmal." The master slammed her palm onto her seat rest, expressing her dissatisfaction quite firmly to VES. "Math is the true foundation of our profession. Do not think you can get away with outsourcing all of your computing to automated processors. While they may be able to simulate any model, it is you who will have to construct the models in the first place." While VES could reply that he could hire a mathematician to do all the heavy lifting, he found it prudent to remain silent. In truth, he prioritized the development of skills that provided a more immediate return on investment. "I will provide you a list of recommended textbooks that you can browse in the Clifford Society's virtual portal. As my apprentice, your starting rank in the society will automatically be set to knight. As a knight, you are entitled to expanded access to our internal library." VES silently sighed in relief once Olson referred to him as her apprentice. He hadn't screwed up in any way or made some kind of faux pas that caused the master to reconsider her choice. Right now, he only wished to keep his mouth shut and survive this meeting with his new status intact. "As you can see, your skills and knowledge are insufficient. There are several other young mech designers who can easily outrace you in that aspect. So tell me, what else distinguishes you from those more talented than you? No matter how impressive they are, most of them have lost. I'm one of the only 3 who made it past the finish line. Perhaps I'm lucky, but my decision-making has brought me this far. I might not be the smartest designer, but I'm confident that I can match the best of them in terms of wits." "That is a bold statement." Olson nonchalantly replied. "Whether it is true or not, it is something you should consider for yourself. Let me ask you another question. How many mech designers are stuck in the novice phase?" The MTA kept track of every mech designer and formally provided them with certifications of their proven skill level. Not any designer could claim to be a master. The MTA strictly tested any mech designer who wished to publicly announce their advancement. According to the MTA, over 90% of all mech designers are still novices. Of the remainder, half of them are apprentices while the other half are journeymen or higher. Do you think all of these novices lack the opportunity to advance? Even if they are not involved in any design work, they can still save up their calls and buy the necessary knowledge over time. Perhaps they will not be able to advance their skills in a couple of years, but they will certainly be able to do so in a couple of decades. There are many old designers, but if they take decades when a younger one only needs a couple of years, then it's obvious to masters and employers who they should invest in. Even wealth is not the determining factor, though it surely helps. Even without the calls to buy a textbook, if you were talented enough, you could apply for grants or knock on the doors of a design company. The point I'm making is that a mech designer is more than a vessel of knowledge. We are humans, capable of both irrationality and creativity. Combined, we can create the most wondrous mechs. Too much of it, and we can easily lose sight of our basic needs. A qualified mech designer is one that can exercise sound judgment. VES already held some suspicions about the Limar Open competition. For an event that attracted tens of thousands of mech designers annually, its rounds were unusually unconventional. They tested the designers in many different ways. Those who fared poorly in just a single aspect were mercilessly eliminated despite their abundant qualifications. Fairness was never an objective. The masters associated with the lit simply wanted to see mech designers suffer. Those who survived the torment have proven themselves to be the most resilient of this year's batch. It was no wonder why even Master Olsen paid attention to VES, if ever so slightly. In truth, among my closest subordinates, you are still unqualified to receive my personal guidance. Unlike my disciples, you are older and you have already found your own way. It is up to you to see it to the end. For now, access to the resources provided by the Clifford Society is sufficient. You can return to me once you have advanced to become journeyman mech designer. VES expected to be brushed off in some way. A master did not lack for apprentices. Someone at his level was an infant in her eyes. He still needed lots of growing up before he could be of use. Since VES only sought to become an apprentice in order to finish his damned mission, the results satisfied him as well. He had no desire for someone watching over his shoulders and finding out about the system. I am fine with this arrangement. VES replied in order to show he wasn't ungrateful or anything. I've set up a small business in the Bright Republic and I don't plan on giving it up. The Republic is my home. That is a good sentiment. A mech designer must always have a home at heart. Master Olsen softly praised. It may be difficult to keep in touch across the star sector, but you may always contact me via your comm if it's an emergency. My subordinates should be able to take care of any routine issues. You can get in touch with them through the Clifford Society. In essence, the Clifford Society was a comprehensive club that did more than bring together Limar's best alumni and contestants. It also provided a ready-made network for newly inducted disciples and apprentices. Master Olsen patiently spent the next half hour explaining her expectations on his apprenticeship. Despite the rumors surrounding Master Olsen, she had been surprisingly accommodating so far. Though she still appeared cold and aloof, she patiently guided VES through the formalities of becoming her apprentice. After signing a bunch of digital paperwork, VES officially gained a new identity as her apprentice. Along with this enviable status, he gained a permanent residency status in the Friday Coalition. No longer would he be considered a total foreigner, which was highly advantageous if he ever decided to do business here. Limar prizes independence. Though you have not gone through our school's rigorous regime, your independent mech workshop constitutes a real-life test. I do not have the habit of holding the hands of my apprentices. Do not cry for me for help if you've only bumped your toe. Make something of yourself and grow from your experiences. In other words, Master Olsen wasn't about to hand VES a boatload of COLS. He had to earn his money with his own two hands. Master Olsen wouldn't lift a finger if his business went bankrupt. He should only really ask for help if he encountered a life-threatening situation. When the meeting came to an end, Master Olsen passed him a couple of gifts. First, she retrieved a secure alloy briefcase from seemingly nowhere. Open it once you are somewhere private. I recommend you do so on your new ship you've won. Next, Master Olsen extended her hand towards the floating rock. Somehow, palm glowed to life, as if it turned into a hand-sized plasma cutter. With a careful motion, she cut a ball-sized piece from the surface of the rock. She passed the ball to VES. This is a treasure. You will thank me if you ever find out its use. With those words, she practically shooed him away, leaving her to gaze at the floating or like it was her husband. A floating platform brought him to an isolated section of the arena, away from the press of the crowd. A mech pilot garbed in a skin-tight suit leaned against a wall. Once VES stepped from the platform, the pilot came up and energetically shook his hand. "Are you VES Larkinson?" Cadet Lovejoy. This was the first time they came face to face. Both of them performed above and beyond their limits in order to make it to the top. They grew closer after a brief chat. Even if they didn't understand each other's fields, they both appreciated their partner's expertise. "Now that you've won this year's competition, what will you do after you finish your studies?" "I've already received an offer from the Carnegie Group. I'll be entering an exclusive training program for potential expert pilots." "That's impressive. I'm sure a major power like the Carnegie Group can polish your talent." Expert pilots enjoyed the same status as a senior mech designer. They were the true elites who piloted the best advanced mechs of any mech corps. Along with this offer, Cadet Lovejoy also received numerous privileges. Potentates always enjoyed more rights, and as his worth increased, his benefits grew correspondingly. For once in his life, VES did not grow jealous. He used to slavishly devote his life to becoming a mech pilot and follow his father's footsteps. After undergoing the past couple of days, his eyes opened to the splendor of his profession. In his heart, he had already moved on from those childish dreams. "If you ever visit the Friday Coalition again, be sure to give me a call. If I'm not on duty, I'd be glad to show you around." "Thanks a lot. I'll be sure to look you up if I do." VES left the arena complex and found his way outside. He had to ask a bot for assistance in order to reunite with Dietrich and Lucky. "Myman VES. Congratulations on your ass-kicking win." "Haha, it wasn't easy, that's for sure." While VES and Dietrich talked about the competition, Lucky stared hungrily at the chunk of ore that Master Olsen gifted him. VES noticed his gem cat's preoccupation. "Whoa there, not yet, little buddy. I want to look up the minerals first. If I can't find out its composition, I'll let you have it for dinner. It's a promise." The cat resentfully meowed at him as if it was a given that the ore should end up in his belly. While VES was convinced the rock should be worth a fortune, he already won plenty of prizes today. Lucky had accompanied him for several months without receiving much in return. VES thought it was about time he indulged his pet for once. Chapter 106, Advancement. The Archon Mark I was 100 meters of pure craftsmanship. As a mech designer, VES appreciated mechs the most, but he had a decent eye for ships. The Archon model had a sleek, curving shape. Her outer plating gleamed in white. A predatory pattern of sky blue accents broke up the monotony. If VES had to describe it, it looked like a fish with its tail chopped off. Massive thrusters at the aft allowed the ship to traverse space with speed, while its stubby wings helped balance the ship if it descended onto a planet. The ship did not come with a name. For now, she merely held a numerical designation. VES could think up a name for the ship and register it later at any coalition port at any point. Compared to the gigantic but sluggish passenger ships and the smaller but economic transports, the Archon Mark I was built to satisfy the vanity of the rich. The designers of this luxury vessel pretty much picked the most expensive options available. This meant that the Archon was faster and more resilient than any other ship of her size. In formal terms, the Archon was classified as a corvette. These vessels ranged from 50 meters to 200 meters. They were built for speed, evasion, and sometimes stealth. Compared to a regular corvette, the Archon featured extensive automation. Lemar even included a complementary navigator bot, so VES could theoretically operate the vessel without a single crew member. Not that it's a good idea. A man should never rely on bots. A vessel controlled by bots and programs was highly vulnerable to malicious digital intrusion. VES intended to hire a human pilot in the future. The luxurious furnishings made up for the cramped interior. Dietrich's eyes widened at the fully stocked bar and instantly swiped a bottle of liquor. "Do you realize how much I can sell this bottle of Doomsday No. 8? It's worth at least 150,000 credits back home." While Dietrich slobbered all over the complimentary booze, VES inspected the 3 decks for any other surprises. The cargo bay was situated at the lower deck. As advertised, it contained enough space to hold 4 standard-sized containers. The bay came with an integrated lifting system that allowed for effortless loading and unloading of any cargo. For now, Dietrich's refurbished mech took up much of the space, so VES had no opportunity to test this system. Other supplies took up the rest of the space in this deck. For example, VES bumped into large barrels that stored the ship's water, air, and fuel. As the Archon ran on high-density fuel, the designers put a lot of effort into securing the volatile mixture. The protective shell around the fuel tanks could take a dozen hits from a mech-sized weapon. A lot of compartments operated out of the middle decks. The all-important engineering compartment regulated both the FTL drive as well as the standard thruster engines. It also regulated the power reactor. VES could imagine if pirates boarded his ship and wrested control of engineering, they'd practically be in effective command of the entire corvette. Besides some boring systems such as the air and water recyclers, the middle decks also came with a fully furnished lab and miniature workshop. Lemar generously furnished both compartments with state-of-the-art devices. Though VES lacked the expertise to fully utilize the lab, he handed off the chunk of mineral to the lab's expensive lab bot. While it was fairly stupid compared to a human scientist, it was better than nothing. With the ore in its hands, the bot should be able to find out a couple of things about the ore. While VES had nothing to do in the workshop area, he still went over all the supplied gear. The workshop enabled him to do some basic maintenance and repair on mechs. The ship's engineer could also borrow the workshop's tools to keep the Archon running. What VES found particularly surprising was that the workshop came with a mini-sized 3D printer. The model was recent and came with many advanced capabilities. Unfortunately, due to its scale, VES couldn't replace his old 3D printer with this state-of-the-art device. The small printer simply couldn't fabricate anything larger than a person, and if VES wanted to print something advanced, he had to wait a long time. The mini printer still provided VES with another tool. If he ever needed to fabricate an advanced component, he could turn to this device instead of seeking outside help. The bridge of the Archon was placed at the bow of the middle deck. VES had no clue how to pilot the ship, so he entrusted the controls to the expert hands of the navigator bot. The top deck took up less space due to the Archon's sloping form. The deck mainly offered comfort and accommodation to the passengers and crew. The smaller cabins held enough space for 4. The beds could be expanded into double bunks if VES ever took in more crew. The mess hall offered a comfortable place for people to eat their meals. In its standard setting, the dining area looked like an austere cafeteria. Crew members could eat their meals in peace. When VES changed the dining area's mode, the normal furnishings receded and the room turned into a classy dining room that could also function as a conference room. The wooden furniture and soft carpets gave the transformed room a sophisticated ambience that would certainly help in impressing any guests. The food preparation system was state-of-the-art. The hall also came with an automated food fabricator that prepared any meals programmed in its systems. The food fabricator took in standardized nutrient packs as input and fabricated natural-looking meals such as spaghetti bolognese or instant noodles. If VES ever grew tired with fabricated meals, he could hire a cook to mend the attached kitchen. The observation chamber came with a retractable roof that allowed the occupants to gaze at the stars. The chamber also functioned as a leisure room. It came with programmable seating that allowed VES to summon up sofas or bar stools as he needed. Dietrich currently monopolized the bar set to the side while Lucky cautiously sniffed at fish swimming lazily inside the aquarium set on the other end. The final 2 compartments at the bow of the ship turned out to be the ship's best cabins. The staterooms offered enough space for the captain and the owner to take care of some paperwork. One of the extensive secure closets already came with a new set of clothes. Are all of these anti-grav clothes? The freebie certainly came as a surprise. Though all of the sets looked simple, VES quickly realized there was more under the surface. All of the sets could be reprogrammed, allowing them to change their shape and color. Not that VES thought to play around with this function. To his underdeveloped fashion sense, the clothes were already miles ahead of his old wardrobe. He quickly changed to a set but left the float function for later. The last thing he needed was to bump his head onto the ceiling. He retrieved another set of anti-grav clothes and left it onto the bed of the spare stateroom. He already received more than enough gifts. Dietrich deserved a share as well. Once he finished his tour, he entered his stateroom. In the privacy of his office, it was time to reactivate the system and retrieve his rewards. The system inundated him with notifications once he ran the program. VES quickly glanced through most of them, only bothering to pause at the most important messages. He held up the mech evaluation report for the unicorn, his rushed design for the free-for-all. X Factor, C+. He indeed broke through, though sadly he couldn't replicate the result. His sword dancer and executioner designs only received a middling score of C by the stingy system. He wasn't too worried. Once he had a taste of a higher boundary, he could still recall the sensations. After pushing all of the evaluation reports along with the handful of DP the system rewarded, he finally got to the most important messages. Congratulations for upgrading your status to apprentice mech designer. You have taken your first step into the path of a supreme. The mech designer system will now initiate an upgrade. Please stand by. What are you doing? His comm unit physically changed shape. The thin armband-shaped device started to melt in front of his eyes. For a moment, VES panicked at the sight. Would his wrist melt off? He calmed down a few seconds later once he realized his comm did not melt into a hot piece of metal. Instead, it merely broke down into tiny nanomachines of some sort. It first spread out an ultra-thin layer of metal until it engulfed his entire hand. VES stood uncomfortably still while the metal constantly poked at his skin. After completing whatever it did, the metal receded into an unobtrusive brace. When VES poked at it with his fingers, he found the comm to be surprisingly pliable and springy. Smart metal. Whatever its composition, VES was sure the system massively upgraded his previously average comm unit. He'd dig through the changes later. First, he had to go over the rest of the upgrades. Your access to the store has been expanded. You are now able to exchange more advanced items with design points. Considering that even the cheapest junk in the store cost a fortune, VES was not that eager to throw more DP in this bottomless pit. You are now able to purchase copper lottery tickets at the lottery at the preferential price of 500 design points. That might be something interesting. VES remembered he used up 3 of them at the start. While they gave him nothing, the lottery might hide something useful. The question was if he wanted to test this assumption by throwing away lots of DP. The designer module has unlocked the superpublish ability. When completing any designs, you are able to superpublish them. In exchange for forfeiting all your current and future rewards, the designer will automatically enhance your design by a factor of 10%. You are only able to superpublish a design once every standard year. This was a massive reward. 10% might not sound like much, but every percent mattered with regard to designs. The only snag was that giving up all of that DP certainly hurt a lot. The system obviously did not encourage him to use this ability often, given that the cooldown lasted an entire year. I should keep this trump card in reserve. I can learn a lot by watching how the system surpasses my design. The messages ended at that point. It seemed the system did not intend to lavish VES in riches for his successful promotion. VES awkwardly scratched his head. He expected more. Well, I still have my new master's gifts. He received 2 physical presents from Master Olson. The lab was still busy analyzing the mysterious piece of ore, so VES turned to the secure suitcase resting on his desk. As an engineer, he recognized its extraordinary construction. The metal surface had been treated with advanced alloy compression. The material worth of the coffer alone exceeded 1 million bright credits. To Master Olson, such an amount was chump change. Unlocking the case took quite a bit of effort. Lemar somehow got a hold of his biometrics, so he had to let the digital lock scan his retina, sample his blood, measure his breath and read a random article aloud. The lock disengaged after making sure that VES was not some kind of shape-shifting alien. The padded interior only held 2 distinct items. VES first picked the item placed on top. He recognized the device as a miniaturized shield generator. A recording of Master Olson's voice popped up from nowhere. What you are holding is a life-saving treasure. This shield generator possesses enough power to withstand a single large-caliber railgun projectile. Its development is a closely guarded secret and you should never reveal it to anyone. It possesses its own methods of concealment, but for your own good, you should better keep it out of sight. VES thought such devices were exclusive to the upper crust of first-rate states. Perhaps his cognition of high society needed to be revised. Regardless, such a small and amazing shield must have cost his master a lot. He appreciated her generosity. When VES turned to the second object, his eyes turned a little weird. After removing the strange foliage, he held a medical injector. The vial inserted in the injector contained a strange, glowing green liquid. The label on the vial only displayed a single code. M21 Initiating Elixir. What you are holding is an even greater secret than the shield generator. This secret is so well kept that you should extinguish any thoughts of leaking it to the public. VES already had a good idea what the mysterious vial contained. Holding it meant he had finally stepped into the upper ranks of society. Chapter 107, Injection. The contents of the vial turned out to be a freshly synthesized gene boost elixir, tailored to his physique. The conspiracy theories were definitely true. Those in power controlled a method of manipulating a person's genes and improve their attributes. The secret did not affect him as much as others, as he already enjoyed something similar from the candies the system handed out. He patiently listened to Master Olsen's recording as she extensively warned him of all the ways he could end up dead if he did anything improper. The M21 is an entry-level gene boost designed to reconstruct your body and pave the way for future injections. The M-series elixirs are particularly suited for scientists and engineers. The first dose has a pronounced effect on your intelligence. Due to their extreme effects, it is recommended that you ingest a premium nutrient pack before you proceed with the injection. VES ordered a household bot to retrieve a nutrient pack from Archon's mess hall. After chewing up the mushy bar of essential nutrients, his belly quickly became bloated. Only starving people ate an entire nutrient pack without processing. Without further ado, he placed the business end of the injector against his arm and pressed the button. Gugga. The elixir burned through his veins and traveled up his arm before spreading out. The fluid somehow engulfed his entire body in seconds. His flesh and bones shook with excitement as the fluid washed over them simultaneously. His brain received special emphasis as up to 30% of the gene boost made their way up. A few indeterminate minutes went by as VES collapsed to the floor. While his body suffered through the pangs of rebirth, the empty injector silently disintegrated into dust, which slowly broke down into smaller particles that was swept away by the ship's ventilation. After VES finally recovered, half an hour had already gone by. His bloated stomach had turned into an empty pit. He could certainly grab another bite. Eager to see how he progressed, VES called up his status. Profession, Apprentice Mech Designer. Design points, 815. Strength, 0.8. Endurance, 0.8. Intelligence, 1.3. Abilities. Superpublish, available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation, an apprentice who has taken a step in the true world of mech design. His status hadn't changed much. Most of his rewards for completing his mission went towards upgrading his privileges. It was as if the system stole all the benefits and left him with a pittance. Regarding his attributes, the M21 gene boost certainly made a difference, though it was not as big as he thought. Both his strength, endurance, and intelligence received a small 0.1 bump. VES could imagine that anyone might faint at the sight. As someone who already ate a couple of candies, he merely noted the bump and wondered what it would take to get the next injection. Something like this should still be out of reach. The Clifford Society should have more information. After taking a brief sonic shower, he dressed himself, exited his bathroom and walked over to the full-sized mirror next to his closet. The shower's drying program even styled his dark brown hair into a neatly combed look. The cut of his suit fit him like a glove. These anti-grav clothes came with the most perfect measuring systems. It even adjusted to his changed physique without having to lift a finger. Wow, that gene boost sure brushed up my appearance. VES stated admiringly. Even the system didn't offer cosmetic boosts from its store, at least to his knowledge. The gene boost's physique enhancement not only strengthened his muscles, but also smoothed out his physical features. His skin lost all of its blemishes and his face appeared more symmetrical. Though he'd never be called handsome, at least he distanced himself from the skinny nerd look. Should I grow a beard? No matter the era, facial hair always gave men a dignified look if properly groomed. Even if VES knew little about styling, he could borrow his ship's amazing styling program to groom a sophisticated beard. I'm too young. People will think I'm trying too hard. He just became an apprentice to one of the Friday Coalition's vaunted masters. Even if Master Olson was one of the youngest among their ranks, she had a bright future ahead of her. His new status had turned into his defining characteristic. Even someone as distinguished as Barakovsky fell short. I'll be sure to squeeze my status as often as I need. As a mech designer with ambition, he didn't want to rely on his master's name forever. He had no qualms of borrowing his status to deter anyone who wished him ill. Well, let's get this ship underway. The Archon came fully stocked with enough fuel, food, water, and air to travel across the star sector. VES summoned a tipsy Dietrich to the bridge. Cool bridgemen, if a little vulnerable. There's hardly any cover here, so you better pray pirates won't reach this place. Dietrich had a point. The Archon had been designed first and foremost for the rich. While the ship incorporated some defenses, the interior prioritized aesthetics. Retractable defenses were only effective up to a point. I asked you up here to consult you on a couple of matters. First, you're aware that I've offended a couple of people during the competition, right? Haha, you sure kicked a lot of people's butts. Even though Master Olson took me in, I can't be sure that someone is out to get me. I've instructed my navigator bot to plot a circuitous route back to the Bright Republic. Take a look at the map. A projection of the entire star sector appeared in view. A bright red line originated from the Lemar system and reached out to a lightly populated system. The route kept hopping between less crowded systems until it reached the border of the Bright Republic. We have to make 56 stops, but we'll still be back in a month. Unlike passenger ships, our Archon won't be wasting time traveling to the interior of a star system in order to exchange passengers. Our ship will rest at the edge of each star system and leave when her FTL drive has finished cycling. A ship could not hop into FTL immediately upon disengaging it. The FTL drive required at least a couple of hours of cleaning, maintenance, and inspection. Military-grade drives cycled faster, but required a seasoned engineer to keep watch. Dietrich stumblingly tried to make sense of the elongated route. I don't have any complaints, but are we really skipping all of the port systems? We're taking a massive detour here. I don't mind if I have to delay my homecoming. What's more important is that my enemies won't be able to predict my schedule. There were too many star systems in the sector. VES deliberately included uninhabited systems in his planned route in order to mess up anyone's guesses. With the inclusion of these systems, anyone who wanted to track him down had to devote thousands of ships at each hop. He didn't think anyone would be crazy to divert so many ships for a trivial apprentice mech designer. The second thing I'd like your input on is a name for this ship. We won't be visiting any other port system, so this is our only chance to register a name. VES wanted to gift his Archon with a dignified name. According to the laws of both the Friday Coalition and the Bright Republic, as long as he didn't come up with something offensive, he could pick any name. A ship is like your personal mech. It's part of your identity. Dietrich sagely explained, as if the liquor made him smarter. The thing is, the Archon is already a beast. You don't have to crack your skull in order to come up with something cool. After throwing a couple of names back and forth, VES eventually decided upon the Barracuda. The ship already looked like the fish, so the name fit her like a glove. It also sounded cool enough without trying too hard. After passing on the name to Lemar's traffic control, VES quickly received a notification that they've approved the christening. The sides of his ship shimmered for a moment before they displayed the new name in a bold black font over the vessel's bright white surface. No wonder the rich like to throw good money after bad on these toys. Dietrich remarked with a hint of envy. With a ship like this, you'll never worry about the hassle. The Barracuda's extensive automation was her biggest selling point. VES was determined to keep this ship in his possession. No matter how much money he had to throw in this money pit, the ship's ease of use allowed him to maintain her without involving too many outsiders. She's a good means of escape if anything happens. In a galaxy full of tension, no planet was safe. Even a quiet and boring state such as the Bright Republic had to face a lot of threats. The ship ascended into the skies. VES bid farewell to Lemar, too, as the Barracuda effortlessly escaped the planet's gravity well. The archipelagos claimed by the Lemar Institute of Technology slowly faced underneath the clouds and haze of the planet's atmosphere. For the next few hours, VES observed the navigator bot as it efficiently slipped past the crowded traffic near Lemar 2's orbit. It frequently sent automated requests to the system's traffic control and received updates on its assigned routes that led it to the edge of the star system. As a small and nimble corvette, the Barracuda only required half a day to travel from the inner system to the very edge. Surprisingly, the system's security force approved his departure after only a cursory scan. Their inspectors hadn't even boarded the ship. Looks like flaunting my status as an apprentice is quite useful. The FTL drive transitioned into a different dimension without problem. The Barracuda was on its way. Feeling a bit uncertain, VES summoned up the diagnostics of the ship. While he couldn't understand the details, the operating system detected no anomalies. His ship wasn't about to explode. Now that I've got some free time on my hand, I might as well take a look at the Clifford Society. Technically, Master Olson was merely a guest professor at Limar. Despite the short duration of her stay, she made several agreements with Limar that smoothed over the rights and privileges of her apprentices and disciples. Thus, when he returned to his stateroom and visited the Society's virtual portal, the room's projection came to life. A vivid world came into existence. Highly advanced projectors and other systems simulated a very realistic environment full of sights, sounds and smells. Like a god observing his worshippers, VES stood on a cloud that overlooked a vast and sparsely populated mountain range. A few moments later, another person warped into view. Ah, welcome. I was expecting you. The middle-aged man. Are you enjoying your new ship? We've added a couple of extras once we've learned you've received this prize. The man wore sophisticated anti-grav clothes in a much more elaborate style. Custom jewels adorned his suit jacket in an intricate geometric pattern. An emblem of a fist enclosing a blue rose was pasted onto his chest. VES recognized it as Master Olson's personal master mark, an exclusive symbol assigned by the MTA to mark her designs. Are you my senior? That's right. I am Horatio Vecklin. I am Carmen's oldest apprentice and one of her personal assistants. I am in charge with keeping track of her subordinates and managing their needs. Horatio gestured with his hands, throwing his virtual contact details to VES. Contact me if you have any questions. You don't want to bother Carmen with a trivial issue. She takes quite a dim view to idiots who waste her time. Only someone close to Master Olson could have the guts to call her by her first name. VES decided it didn't hurt to get acquainted with Horatio. Can you introduce me to the Clifford Society? Why certainly. That's why I'm here. If you will follow me, we will descend and tour the virtual facilities. There are a lot of hidden gems down there if you know where to look. Through certain gestures, VES learned how to descend his virtual body. He followed Horatio downwards. He was looking forward to what this exclusive society of mech designers offered. Chapter 108, Clifford Society. The virtual structures built on top and around the mountains were remarkably diverse. Some were shaped like ancient temples, while others borrowed from the latest architecture. Are you wondering why nothing matches? The society is not in a habit of imposing firm controls. We're not the Kansa clan after all. Every member above the rank of squire has the right to place a permanent structure in this mountain range. The higher your rank, the larger your personal space. It turned out that the Clifford Society ranked its members in a simple hierarchy. The lowest rung consisted of squires. They formed the largest member group as each year many of the top 500 in the Limar Open competition chose to join. They only had basic level access to the society's resources, but for the designers with shallow backgrounds, it was an oasis in a desert. They had to earn merits through missions in order to pay for more exclusive services. The next step up were the knights. Only. Rarely do squires get promoted to this rank. Most of the apprentices, disciples and regular middle-ranked mech designers were knights. They formed quite a substantial influence, and enjoyed more extensive access to the Society's exclusive libraries, mission hall, and restricted lectures. As VES entered the Society with this rank, Horatio gave him a better idea on what to expect with this status. Don't bother mingling with the squires unless you want something done. You can assign a mission at the mission hall and attach a small reward. I can guarantee you that hundreds of the little buggers will flock to your task. It appeared Horatio took a very dim view of squires. Considering the mixed composition of this year's top 500, VES understood his disdain. Due to the competition's weird format, plenty of unqualified mech designers had slipped through. These lucky bastards probably stagnated later on due to their lack of talent and work ethic. It's best to interact with your peers. Every knight is an exceptional individual who has earned their rank. While you are able to earn merits the boring way through fulfilling missions, it's more convenient to trade for knowledge or assistance with your fellow knights. When Horatio guided him to the mission hall, VES knew why he dismissed the mission hall. Many of the missions appropriate for knights lasted for months or years. They included missions like tutoring a spoiled brat until he successfully graduated with a degree in mech design. Such a mission rewarded the taker with 50 merits if he succeeded after 5 years. Don't underestimate the value of 50 merits. While there's no direct equivalent in cols, knights like you often treat 1 merit as 1 million cols. This meant that a single merit was worth at least 100 million bright credits. He could fabricate 4 Mark Antony mechs with that much money. As a knight, you are entitled to 10 merits per standard year. This is merely play money to tide you over. To illustrate the value of a merit, let's take a look at the libraries. The Society's library complex took over an entire plateau. Several different Greco-Roman structures offered varying levels of knowledge. The Star Library was meant for squires and contained books and articles that ranged from novice to apprentice level. A knight had unrestricted access to every book. The Moon Library offered deeper knowledge. The books and articles in its catalog were of a higher level than the textbooks that VES had previously bought from the open market. The vast majority of its books was at the journeyman level, though the highest floor also offered senior-level books. Knights like VES had to exchange merits to gain a virtual copy of a book. He could only receive them onto special secure tablets in order to safeguard the knowledge. These tablets featured an abundance of encryption and other forms of copy protection. The way they worked was very strange. If VES wanted to read a book, he had to swallow a special neural capsule tailored to his DNA that temporarily reconfigured his optic nerves to read the nonsensical patterns displayed on the tablet. His brain would automatically interpret the squiggly lines and symbols into legible words. The Society provided knights with only 20 neural capsules. This meant that VES received only 20 attempts to read through an entire textbook. He had to pay more merits if he wanted another batch of neural capsules. As you can see, VES, the foundational journeyman-level books only costs 1 merit for knights. The more advanced books range from 5 to 50 merits. As for the senior-level books, don't even think about it until you've accumulated at least 1,000 merits. Even VES needed to complete a 10-year mission if he wanted to earn 1,000 merits. Some missions paid more or lasted shorter, but they also entailed a lot more dangers. Some of those missions placed the takers in the middle of active conflicts. After leaving the structure, Horatio led VES to the front of the most magnificent library. The Sun Library is the holy grail of Limar's mech development faculty. Every professor of the lit has donated at least a single book. Over the years, the amount of knowledge it has accumulated is very terrifying, even if most of it is dated. Have you ever had the opportunity to read a book from this library? VES curiously asked. Horatio looked rather old. He must have worked under Master Olson for many years. Horatio puffed up his chest. I completed a critical assignment for Master Olson a couple of years ago. I gained the right to access a single book from the Sun Library. Oh, you can't imagine the brilliance seeped into every page. To experience the essence of their specialties is a marvelous chance. Ahem. He awkwardly coughed once he realized his emotions got the better of him. He quickly regained his composure as a friendly senior. The knowledge within this library is extremely dangerous for young mech designers like you. Unless you have gained a lot of experience and tempered your design philosophy to a strong degree, you better not sneak a peek. VES nodded in agreement, though he reserved some skepticism. How could something as innocent as books break a mech designer's mind? They descended down the mountain range and entered one of the cities. Unlike the eclectic mix on the mountain tops, the city looked like a proper medieval castle settlement. Simulated people added a lot of livelihood to the scene, though all of them ignored the Society members as if they didn't exist. This is where the squires can rent a virtual home or storefront. It is not the most harmonic environment, but it is sufficient for most of them if they wish to advertise their services. Many squires had set up stores or stalls offering wares for merits. They also showed off their capabilities in the hopes of getting hired by someone who has merits to spare. Looking at these talented mech designers debasing themselves for a couple of merits showed VES how brutal the world can be. Squires who joined the Clifford Society started at the bottom and had to claw their way upwards. It reminded him of the harsh circumstances that students of the lit had to go through in order to survive. These squires make excellent lackeys if you're short on manpower. The society binds us all together. The rules are very strict against those who violate any contracts made within its bounds. They reached the final destination of their tour. Horatio had led VES onto an upscale bazaar where knights and those of even higher ranks had set up their own storefronts. Almost anything could be exchanged with merits. From completed mech designs to wreckage of highly advanced mechs, as long as you had merits, it was yours. VES widened his eyes when he stopped in front of a store selling fabrication equipment. "That's a decent 3D printer," Horatio remarked as he eyed the machine. It was a bog-standard printer common in the coalition. "It's nothing to me, but it should be adequate for your needs." The hefty price tag of 500 merits discouraged VES. There were not many ways in which he could earn so many merits quickly. He reluctantly let go of the shiny toys and followed Horatio as he pointed out the most notable stores. The tour came at an end when they reached a fountain. Horatio reached inside his pocket and retrieved a merit ticket. He threw it into the fountain without hesitation. People say that you can gain some luck if you throw some merits into the fountain. Horatio smirked at VES when he looked bewildered at the waste. "You might think that I'm throwing away a virtual object into a virtual fountain for nothing. If you believe the multiverse is fixed and follows a defined set of physical laws, then you might be right." VES could guess the point he was making. This might even be a hidden test of sorts. "I believe we have only skimmed the workings of our reality. There is much we have to learn," he said as he remorselessly tossed a valuable merit ticket into the waters of the fountain. Inwardly, he groaned at the loss. He only had 9 merits left. His guide said nothing and merely watched on. Once the ticket fully submerged, he started to float. "That's it for this little tour. Take care of yourself and work hard to become a journeyman mech designer. Once you have reached this level, you will gain access to the Titanium Garden, which is Carmen's exclusive portal. It's not as lively as the Clifford Society, but it offers exclusive resources that will help you advance." The Titanium Garden existed both as a virtual portal and as a physical location on Master Olson's home planet. Master Olson owed her rapid rise to the Vermeer Group, but her true allegiance was more complex. She proactively partnered with masters from other groups within the coalition and maintained a neutral stance in all intercoalition turf wars. In essence, she was welcome everywhere. While VES could climb the Clifford Society's hierarchy, it remained a way for the Carnegie Group to exert influence on him. It would become messy if he got involved in the complex politics between the two groups. If he had to make a choice, then he was better off favoring the Vermeer Group. Still, as a foreigner, VES hoped to stay out of this cesspool and develop his mechs quietly in the Bright Republic. For now, try to take advantage of what the Clifford Society has to offer. Horatio advised VES in a sincere manner. The resources they offer to lower-ranked mech designers is quite comprehensive. Make sure to develop a solid foundation and develop your specialties one step at a time. While you shouldn't be in a hurry, I expect you to reach journeyman in a decade at most. VES didn't have to ask what would happen if he failed to meet that request. As a disgrace to his master, he'd be stripped of his apprenticeship and kicked away like a piece of trash. Understood. I'll be sure to work as hard as possible. One more thing. If you are stuck in your studies, feel free to contact me if you need some guidance. Do note that my time is also scarce, so you better have some merits on hand. That left him with a way out if he absolutely got stuck. VES did not expect to consult Horatio often due to his reliance on the system to advance his skills. Cramming books like a human lost its charm when he could simply spend some DP and gain complete mastery over a new skill. Well, I'll probably give this book learning a thing since I'm short on DP. Once Horatio left, VES exited the simulated environment as well. He could borrow some books later. First he had to finish the ones he purchased previously. After going through so many battles at Limar, VES felt the need to consolidate his new gains by revisiting some theories he didn't completely understand. It was a good way to pass the time while the Barracuda made her way to the Bright Republic. Chapter 109, Making Plans. The Barracuda quietly traversed the stars. By visiting out-of-the-way star systems, the Barracuda avoided most of the bustle. This led to a quiet series of hops as the Barracuda kept engaging her FTL drive with just a few hours of downtime. While Dietrich was steadily sampling the ship's alcohol, VES consolidated his gains from Limar. The pressure and the lack of time during the competition caused him to unleash his potential. In his inspired state, he made several risky design choices that gave him a new perspective on design and implementation. Even if the system stuffs an entire library of knowledge in my brain, I still have much to learn. I thought I thoroughly mastered journeyman mechanics once I upgraded it through the system, but now I've found out it's just the start. Books remained useful to him even if he still relied on the system. Different sources of knowledge provided contrasting perspectives. Some shined a light on issues that others neglected. VES could never read too many books, though in practice he still needed to work for a living. He sighed when he thought what he might face when he returned home. While the industry insiders from the coalition only raised an eyebrow to his status, the Hicks from the Republic might start treating him like the Vision King. No matter what, VES was certain he could milk his status into increasing his sales. Brand and reputation mattered the most in the mech industry. They also hung on his neck like shackles. Any designs he sold had to meet a minimum standard of excellence. Anything he released that turned out to be lacking would affect not only him but also his master. He didn't want to wait until the Barracuda arrived at her destination. VES raised his comm and summoned up his list of contacts. His finger hovered over Carlos Shaw's name. Compared to the squires of the Clifford Society who were begging to be hired, Carlos fell awfully short. After a few minutes of consideration, VES decided he'd rather have someone he trusted over someone who's only in it for the merits. My first employee should be someone I can treat as a partner. I'll be far too busy coming up with new designs to bother with managing my future subordinates. With Carlos on hand, he could act as my Horatio by keeping an eye on his expanding business. VES had been ambivalent about expanding the scale of his business. Not to mention the cost of equipment, he simply couldn't afford to split his focus. After his ordeal in Limar, he gained a different perspective. Every great mech designer needed a mountain of resources in order to advance. Designing and fabricating one mech at a time took too much time and earned only a limited amount of revenue. If VES wanted to accelerate his timetable, then he had to let go of his need for absolute control and delegate responsibilities. Though he hadn't started to expand his workshop yet, he wanted to bring in Carlos early. His finger pressed the name, causing his comm to connect to the galactic net and route his call across the star sector. The Barracuda's quantum entanglement node allowed him to connect successfully to the galactic net without any shenanigans happening due to the ship traveling in FTL mode. VES. His eyes brightened with hope. It's good to see you again. I've watched your performance at home. Patricia and you have really made our little republic famous. The two of you are heroes now. That's great news, but I didn't call you to rest on my laurels. He briefly explained his future expansion plans to Carlos. Though he warned his friend that it might take a year or two to get the ball rolling, Carlos wouldn't be sitting idle in between. That's a great offer. Carlos replied with emotion. I can finally say goodbye to my stupid quality control job. I'm not hiring you to be a full-time mech designer, so don't get your hopes up yet. For now, I'd like you to polish your assembly and fabrication capabilities. You'll be taking over my machines whenever I receive a routine order. Don't worry, VES. After working in quality control, I've learned all the ways the fabrication process could go wrong. I can guarantee you that I won't be sloppy. After finishing his talk with Carlos, VES hung up and called his cousin Melinda. Hi Melinda, did I call at a bad time? I'm still on duty, but my boss doesn't mind a short break. Melinda said as she was fiddling with her planetary guard uniform. You're a big deal now back at home. I've heard. I called you up because I want to ask you if I'm still under investigation. One of his mechs had been used to commit atrocities in Bentheim. Last he heard, the Republic's investigators wanted to bring in VES for a very firm talk. All inquiries involving you have stopped. Melinda responded with a smile. Your impressive achievement gave the investigators a scare. They changed their stance overnight and quietly pulled back their feelers. The influence of a master mech designer was so dreadful that people proactively bowed out of his way. He didn't even have to say anything for others to accommodate his needs. What does the family think? Grandpa is proud of you, as ever. As for the rest, well, we know the importance of mechs. But they think you're still too young to exert any meaningful influence on behalf of the Larkinsons. Melinda's assessment rang true. Just because he became an apprentice did not mean he wielded a lot of personal influence. Master Olson had her own dignity. She wouldn't direct her attention to the small and weak republic and start to meddle in their affairs. After exchanging some small talk, VES ended the call so Melinda could return to her duties. He made a final call to his broker. Marcella Bollinger's stocky face stared at VES with an intriguing expression. "You've made quite a leap. I didn't think you were capable of stealing the show at Limar." As a dealer of mechs, Marcella knew far more about mechs than the typical mech pilot. The VES who designed the Mark Antony could never match up to the geniuses from Limar. The sudden leap in strength was perplexing. "I've recently come across a chance. I considerably improved my skills," VES stated simply, deciding to leave Marcella guessing. "How is the demand for my designs?" She adopted a greedy grin. "They've been barging at my door for days. While I suspect that much of the enthusiasm will die down over the week, you won't be lacking customers anymore. Your name recognition alone has broken through the roof." Marcella sent VES a marketing report that detailed his increased brand value. Even if he only fabricated 2 physical mechs, the value of his brand far surpassed the small-time mech manufacturers from Bentheim. In fact, his value came close to matching the brand of a medium-sized mech manufacturer. The problem is that while your brand is bigger, your scale is still too small. What are your plans? First, I intend to halt my sales. My Mark Antony variant is too outdated, so I intend to update its design. You can expect a substantial improvements in its specs once I'm done. That's good. The Mark Antony's main selling point is that it's cheap. For an advanced mech, its performance falls woefully short. If you can close the gap to the most dominant models in the market, then I'm sure you'll attract a steady stream of orders. VES nodded in agreement. They both knew that the Mark Antony could never match the current GN designs that maintained a stranglehold on the market. By increasing his variant's performance, they both hoped that his meteoric rise in fame was sufficient to divert a portion of the customer base. "I've also revised my pricing and labeling scheme," VES added as he sent over a single-page document outlining 3 distinct labels. "Since I'm planning to expand my workshop, I'll be handing off the fabrication to my employees. The mechs they make won't be as solid as my own, but I will make sure they will meet the specifications set by the design. This is your silver label, I see. A good choice of name. Silver is traditionally associated with valuable but affordable products. It fits well with your mass-market products. Your clients won't hold unrealistic expectations for your cheapest products. The next step up is the gold label. These are the mechs I've fabricated personally. As you know, I don't want to do this too often. Since my brand value has increased, I think a premium of 50% compared to the silver label is viable. Do you agree?" Marcella hummed in thought. "This is a difficult question. I can do some market research for you, but it's better to implement it directly and see how many clients are willing to pay. I can see the appeal, but the price is very close to the maximum acceptable ceiling. If VES proved mistaken, they could always adjust the price." Marcella determined the final sale price in any case, so she only treated his suggestions as guidelines. Her expression turned into a frown when she addressed the 3rd label. "While the market will easily accept previous 2 labels, this ruby label of yours breaks the mold. Not only will you charge 75% above the base price, you also set the minimum order amount to 4 mechs. I don't know if you're aware, but we regularly offer discounts when clients order multiple mechs. I know that you're bewildered, but my ruby label is absolutely worth the price. It's an exclusive service meant to meet the needs of squads and close-knit mercenary corps. Just like what I've done for Vincent Ricklin, much of my time is spent on getting to know my clients and customizing my design to fit their profile. It's not worth it to go through all of that effort only to fabricate a single mech. By setting a minimum amount, I can make the most effective use of my time." Left unspoken was that VES wanted to develop his X factor. In the final round of the Limar Open competition, he became struck by how a handful of identical mechs strengthened each other's auras. He wanted to explore this phenomenon and turn it into a commercially viable benefit. If his speculations were true, his ruby label might turn into his biggest treasure. I'll put the word out, but don't expect any takers. Marcella replied with a hint of hesitation. For now, you have to strike while the iron is hot. The market has a short-term memory. Before you fade away completely, you should find some way to solidify your reputation. I already plan to revise the Mark Antony. Once I've sold enough gold and silver labeled mechs, I intend to purchase an alloy compressor. Those things cost quite a bit of credits. You can get a second-hand one for about 300 million credits, but I don't recommend you take this route. Alloy compressors often deal with extreme pressures. They wear out faster than any other machine in a mech workshop. This is true, but the profit margin of the Mark Antony is too limited. There are two ways I can increase my earnings. First, I can expand my production scale. The problem with that is that it costs even more to do so. I'd rather take the second option and make a smaller upgrade to my workshop so that I can produce a higher quality mech. You want to design and sell a Caesar Augustus variant, right? That's the only choice I have. VES nodded his head. I've advanced a lot, so I'm confident that I can tackle this design. I've already prepared the groundwork and have a new design ready in a couple of months. The profit margin of Mark Antony paled in comparison to the Caesar Augustus. The faster VES started to incorporate alloy compression in his designs, the faster he'd accumulate enough credits to fund the development of a completely original design. Marcella looked intrigued. She thought over his words before formulating a response. You should build a track record first. Once you've proven that you can earn a steady income, you should apply for another loan in order to purchase a brand new alloy compressor. What? VES rose up from his seat. I still have to pay off my existing debt. Your debt ceased to be a burden a long time ago. Tell me, how much effort do you have to make in order to pay off your annual interest payment? I can cover the payment with a couple of sales. This means your business is underleveraged. Debt is not a scary monster, VES. It is a tool that you can use to fund the rapid expansion you have always dreamed about. You don't have to be patient and slowly save up the required amount of credits. You can take a shortcut by maximizing your leverage. I own all the shares of my business. If I screw up, all the consequences are borne solely by me. What's a bankruptcy or two among entrepreneurs? You're still young. And are you so insecure that you lack the confidence to take the next step? I thought you are a genius. Marcella also had a point. VES gained a lot of confidence recently. He had high hopes for his future earning potential. If he could successfully sway the bank in giving him a couple of 100 million credits, then he'd be able to accelerate his timetable by at least a year. I'll do it. I'll make an appointment with the bank once I return. VES said with conviction. Even if the bank remained skeptical, VES was not above using his status to apply some pressure. As VES closed the call with Marcella, he thought about what else he should be acquiring. The Caesar Augustus utilized an amazing armor system, one that required more than an alloy compressor in order to fabricate. I'll have to procure a chemical treatment machine as well. The armor plates have to be processed by a patented chemical formula first before they undergo compression. Without access to the CTM, I won't be able to ensure the chemicals will penetrate the alloys. Armor compressors could still be bought from the open market. As for the CTM, they were usually in the hands of the big boys. Getting a hold of one required good connections. Fortunately for VES, the Clifford Society provided him with a channel. He found several stores in the Society's market that sold affordable CTMs. I just have to save up 50 merits. Even as a knight, VES had to work for his merits. The most lucrative missions either tied him down for years or sent him straight into a battlefield. He had no stomach for either, so he waited patiently for other opportunities. VES learned that the Society's mission hall sometimes issued time-sensitive missions. Those who took the missions often had to handle difficult situations. The rewards were ample and the risks were manageable. Hopefully I can grab a suitable mission in the coming months. Chapter 110, Cramming Session. Lucky playfully twisted his tail as he followed VES into the lab. The Barracuda's lab bot finished analyzing Master Olson's present. Depending on the results, he'd either feed it to his cat or reserve it for another purpose. When the lab bot presented the data, VES looked intrigued for a moment. Disappointment set in right after. The miniaturized equipment of the lab ultimately lacked the power to break the veil surrounding the ore. The lab-bought ineptness also couldn't be helped. I know its size, mass, hardness, and other basic attributes. As for its composition, I still have no clue. Unless VES entrusted the ore to a materials science institute, he could get nothing else out of this piece of rock. It wasn't worth the hassle. He turned his attention to Lucky, who sat next to VES looking pleadingly at him. The cat even stretched his paws in a grabbing manner, as if it was a starving kitten. Are you sure this thing won't poison you or something? Then have at it. He nonchalantly threw the ore onto the floor. The chunk rolled a short distance before stopping. The gem cat pounced on the rock without mercy. Lucky gnawed at its surface with his alloy teeth, which surprisingly bounced off. The cat appeared indignant and employed his energy claws to break up the rock. The claws only managed to scratch tiny chunks out of the rock. The resilience of Master Olsen's ore was something else. Lucky's most powerful weapon easily sliced through exoskeleton armor had to admit defeat. Lucky eagerly gobbled up the tiny chunks before beginning to slice again. VES could tell his cat could take a while to digest the entire rock, so he left his cat to enjoy his buffet in peace and went back to work. During the Barracuda's uneventful journey across the border of the Friday Coalition, the ship encountered nothing unusual. Perhaps no one had pursued them, or perhaps their strategy of traveling through uninhabited systems worked. The Barracuda successfully evaded pursuit, if there was any in the first place. Everyone relaxed after a few days. Dietrich finally had his fill of the bar and slowly explored the rest of the ship. Lucky kept slicing his new toy, swallowing piece after piece. As for VES, he started to work on improving his mathematics. He recognized that his poor math dragged his designs down. It might not have manifested during the competition due to its incredibly short time limits. When it came to regular designs, a good foundation in math could absolutely increase its optimization. The key use of math was to create and adjust complicated models that could test out different design choices. For example, if he wanted to make a mech run faster, he could shave off armor from different spots. If he wanted to minimize the impact on the mech, he should lighten the area which would be least affected by the change. How could he determine such a thing on his own? Up until now, he always used his judgment and intuition. For example, the chest was usually the most heavily protected portion of a mech. If he shaved off half a layer, it might not impact the mech a lot. In truth, he was merely guessing. He might think he only diminished the armor's effectiveness by 5%, when in reality it was 10%. VES risked introducing a fatal flaw in his design if he was not aware of this discrepancy. The only way to make sure was to construct a mathematical model simulating the armor's performance. While the mech designer system came with a large amount of ready-made models, VES ultimately didn't understand the essence of most of the math behind their complicated programming. Using a model was like using a firearm. He only had to pull the trigger if he was content to shoot at someone. If he wanted to modify the firearm and achieve more penetration or a higher firing rate, then he had to thoroughly know the ins and outs. Instead of using the system to forcefully upgrade his mathematics skill, VES tried to do the hard work himself. His mathematics remained at an incompetent level which was quite disgraceful. While it only took 500 DP to upgrade it to novice, VES did not wish to waste the valuable points. As his intelligence received a minor boost, VES did not encounter too many roadblocks during his cramming sessions. He borrowed quite a few low-level textbooks from the Clifford Society's Star Library. These bottom-level books were so worthless that the Society didn't bother with any elaborate security restrictions. As a knight, VES could directly study the content of the books inside the premises of the virtual library. VES made for a remarkable sight. A knight not only stayed at the Star Library, but he was solving problems that others have mastered in their sleep. The squires and knights who visited the library couldn't help but pause at the sight of a solemn knight cracking his head over basic college-level math. Haven't these people seen enough? He complained inwardly as his cheeks grew hot. He wanted to find a hole to burrow into. While the library offered to rent private rooms, VES had to pay a merit in order to reserve one for a month. Considering his stingy nature, he refused to waste his valuable merits again. He already regretted tossing a merit into the virtual fountain. Despite the embarrassment, VES quickly learned to tune out the distractions and focus on his studies. His progress picked up and he quickly devoured every book he borrowed. In truth, VES was capable of advancing his math long ago as he utilized a lot of elements already in his other skills. His increased intelligence helped him in grasping new concepts. The content wasn't especially challenging, but there were hardly any shortcuts in improving his math. He had to study and master different kinds of math. His laser-focused concentration allowed him to persevere far longer than all but the most dedicated math fanatics. All of that hard work eventually paid off. It took merely 5 days to raise his mathematics skill from incompetent to novice, and another 2 weeks to raise it from novice to apprentice. VES saved 1,500 DP, which he could use to buy something shiny. He studied his status and confirmed that the system acknowledged his efforts. Design points, 1223. Mathematics, apprentice. He also took note of his DP. His public efforts and Marcella's promotion caused his virtual mech sales to spike up for a short time. Due to their low specs and primitive design, his sales hadn't reached a significant height, but the boost was welcome. If I have 2000 DP, I can upgrade my mathematics skill to journeyman. Once I reach that point, my overall ability to optimize my design will achieve a comprehensive transformation. With a solid foundation in math, he wouldn't get lost when he used the system's more advanced mathematical models. With these tools in hand, his ability to correct hidden flaws in his design improved to a point where he could even be of assistance to more senior mech designers. Too bad it will take months for me to raise my skill level to journeyman. I also have to pay a lot of merits to borrow a decent book. The value of a merit outweighed the value of DP. The former had to be earned through lots of effort or risk. The latter could be earned casually if he pumped out a couple of new designs. Hey system, if I update an existing design, will I earn any DP from its creation? Any design that is similar to an existing design by the user will not reward any design points upon creation. This includes the act of improving an existing design. This limitation does not affect the design points granted through selling a design. The system's caustic words shut down the easiest way for VES to earn a large amount of DP. Sure, he could update his designs in order to improve his running sales, but what was the point? Modeling his designs took a lot of time. He might as well design something new. He made an exception for his Mark Antony design. As the only product of his workshop, VES needed to make it as attractive as possible in order to lure over customers. When VES last designed the Mark Antony, none of his skills reached journeyman. It could desperately use a tune-up. Still, it's a waste if I work on it now. I still need to bump my mathematics to journeyman level and physics to apprentice level. That was the absolute minimum VES had set. The Mark II version of his first commercial design should be a competitive product. If his improved Mark Antony still fell too far behind, he'd be making a mockery out of his status as an apprentice mech designer. I can't be as sloppy as those amateurs who are stuck at the novice level. With no solution in sight, VES put the problem aside. He revisited the STAR library and started working on improving both his physics and electrical engineering skills. By now, most of the society members had gotten used to his cramming sessions. Meanwhile, the Barracuda discreetly made her way across the Komodo Star sector. Past the central territories of the second-rate states, the amount of traffic vastly decreased. Most ships ignored this region due to the lack of wealth, development, and exotic resources. Occasionally, the spaceship detected light activity in the inner system. They usually turned out to be scouts or small-time mining outfits. No one bothered to station a significant force in these empty systems, so the Barracuda ignored the paltry presences. As they were crossing the territory of yet another trivial third-rate state, the ship suddenly detected unusual activity. When Dietrich investigated the issue, he deemed it serious enough to interrupt VES. Irritated at being pulled away from his studies, VES followed Dietrich to the bridge. So what's the alarm? The sensors detected the remains of a raid. Some secret base got invaded and destroyed. Dietrich explained as he summoned a projection compiled by the Barracuda's long-ranged sensors. Whoever attacked the base succeeded in wiping out the opposition. They obviously salvaged the fallen mechs, but they didn't take everything. The ship detected signs of the battle on a mundane rocky planet. The boring planet was as dry as a bag of salt. It lacked both water and an atmosphere. 2 tiny moons orbited around the planet at a fair distance. VES studied the exterior scans of this fallen base or outpost. It did not bear any insignia, which was usually mandated by galactic laws. This meant that the base was an illegal operation. Who built this base? Was it pirates? Shady mercenary gangs? An intelligence agency? VES failed to puzzle out the clues. As for his companion, he had a much better eye for battlefields. Both the attackers and the defenders tried to erase all of their marks. I can't be sure of my guesses, Dietrich stated up front. My instincts tell me this is a fight between two corporations. That certainly came as a surprise. Any corporation usually preferred to avoid getting their hands dirty. Oh, I don't mean to say that their security departments went into action directly. This is likely the case of one corporation employing shady mercenaries attacking a hidden base protected by other mercenaries. The traces on the battlefield are a bit too varied on both sides. They both employed individualized mechs with their own unique loadouts. Though not an ironclad rule, corporations and the military usually employed a uniform force of mechs with no more than a handful of different types. Excessive individuality increased the amount of maintenance and complexity an organization had to deal with. Only a sloppy organization went into battle with dozens of different models. Do you have any indication on what this base was up to? This star system is quite desolate. There shouldn't be any exotics here. What company wanted to build a base so far out in the middle of nowhere? Why not find out? Dietrich grinned and cracked his neck. I've been dying to make myself useful. Let's get close and explore the site. The battle should have ended at least a month ago, or else there wouldn't be so much erosion. It should be completely deserted. Should they explore the fallen base? The notion excited him. What kind of treasures could he find from these abandoned ruins? Certainly, the attackers must have salvaged anything valuable, but if they were merely mercenaries, then they might have only reached out to the obvious. Depending on the purpose of the base, it might hold lots of specialized equipment that mech pilots might casually dismiss. If the base turned out to be some kind of mech research facility, then he might even stumble upon an alloy compressor or a chemical treatment machine. Greed almost overtook him before a note of caution doused his enthusiasm. Just because the invaders had left didn't mean the risks were gone. Who knows if the aggressors left behind a guard? What VES worried about the most is if either party came running with a quick response ship if he tripped an alarm. Was he contemplating adventure or disaster? Could he afford to take this risk when home was just a few leaps away? Let's do it. Navigator bot, please approach the designated planet carefully but maintain a low profile. Dietrich already rubbed his hands. He loved treasure hunts like this. As for VES, the only reason why he dared to approach the base was because he thought it was unlikely anyone had left a ship behind. What was the harm in taking a look? Chapter 111, Exploration. The star system was as quiet as a haunted house. Nothing popped up from the gas giants, asteroid fields, and the other junk that orbited quietly through space. Besides the fallen base, the Barracuda detected no other signs of human habitation. Even if no threats had popped up, the ship still traveled cautiously, keeping its defenses on standby. The name of the game is caution. VES explained to Dietrich as he tweaked the Harrier mech with the tools the Barracuda had in stock. I don't want to step into a trap. I'd rather retreat and miss out on an opportunity than go in recklessly and gamble our lives. Dietrich checked his own gear. While the Barracuda lacked an armory, the pilot brought his own gear. His main job was to pilot the Harrier, so he prepared to loan his spare pistol to VES. The light ballistic pistol fired smart projectiles that automatically changed their profile depending on what they encountered. In the case of encountering armor, the bullet entered penetration mode, allowing it to punch through obstacles. When facing flesh, the bullet entered fragmentation mode, which ensured unarmored targets suffered massive damage. While the pistol was adaptable, its magazines only carried 15 rounds. Dietrich customized the pistol and its bullets for accuracy. Due to his excellent marksmanship, he disabled the automatic tracking system that helped shooters aim on target. Before handing over the pistol, he reactivated the system so an amateur like VES could actually hit something. The Barracuda finally entered the barren planet's orbit after a day of travel. After a round of focused scanning, the ship found no imminent threats. Though risky, VES decided to let the Barracuda descend a kilometer away from the base. The ship smoothly sank into the ultra-thin atmosphere of the planet and used her powerful thrusters and anti-grav modules to moderate her descent. A ship as light as a corvette had no trouble entering or exiting the gravity well of an average planet. Once the Barracuda extended her landing struts and landed on a somewhat level surface, the ship extended her powerful short-ranged sensors. A small hatch opened up and released a couple of tiny observation bots that spread out in a widening circle. VES stood on the bridge and studied the data gathered by the ship's extensive scanning. The topography of the map filled out in even greater detail. The map even showed what was buried underneath. There's no traces of traps nearby. It's safe to step out. The Harrier stepped out of the Barracuda's cargo bay and engaged its flight module. The mech carefully lifted up in the air and patrolled the surroundings in a vigilant stance. Its ballistic rifle pointed at various rocks and other suspicious terrain features. After 10 minutes of elaborate scanning, a handful of observation bots finally approached the base. From its makeup, the scarred and ruined structure built along a cliff only served as the entrance to an underground complex. The bots carefully scanned the exterior before plunging into the gaping maw of the base. In the meantime, both VES and the Harrier approached the entrance of the base. VES rode a small floating platform to the site with a curious Lucky clinging atop his shoulder. Bringing in anything else risked getting traced or hacked. He already broke convention by employing observation bots. VES prepared a crude standalone receiver that could interpret the data transmitted by the bots without exposing any other system. While it was not a foolproof method, it should delay any lingering defense mechanisms left behind. The observation bots took their sweet time in mapping out the underground corridors. A lot of miscellaneous debris was strewn about. Many armored doors had been forced open. None of the scans detected any bodies or equipment. Only traces remained that told a story of a desperate defense. Dietrich grew grim as he read the data from his cockpit. The defenders went down fighting. If they are mercenaries, then they shouldn't have fought to the last man. This is strange. Perhaps you guessed wrong. The defenders might have disguised themselves as mercenaries. It could be that the people who hired these mercs compelled them to fight. It's not unusual for a shady corporation to keep their families as hostages. Whatever the truth, the only way to find out was to step inside. VES recalled the observation bots and sent them back to the ship. The Barracuda automatically corralled them into patrols. With their escape route secured, a mech and a suited human stepped inside the darkness. The Harrier activated its powerful searchlights, illuminating the immediate area. VES held a pistol in one hand and a hand-sized multiscanner in the other. The little device worked hard to make sense out of the cleaned-up battle site. My scanner estimates that up to 75 to 90 mechs exchanged fire from the traces left by the battle. The attackers came with the strength of an entire mech regiment. That's about 50 to 60 mechs. The defenders should have an equivalent strength. If they were caught with their pants down, then only those on shift were ready to respond. As the pair entered the tunnel, they reached a broken elevator shaft. With the Harrier's flight system and V's floating platform, they cautiously descended to the floor below. Outside the wide, mech-sized corridors, they encountered several gaping caverns. Even without the scanner, VES could tell the space functioned as a warehouse. The spaces are divided into two sections. My guess is that incoming goods are stored in the left cavern while the finished products are stored in the right cavern. Too bad that everything's gone. The raiders haven't even let off the loading equipment. All the signs pointed out that the base functioned as a production facility. This ignited their enthusiasm. VES sniffed a chance to salvage valuable production equipment. Dietrich hoped the attackers missed out on a few stashes that he could sell for a fortune. Lucky proved to be of use when VES let the mechanical cat roam the emptied caverns. It managed to find scraps of ores and metals. None of the traces were exotic, so VES quickly lost his interest. They exited the warehouse section and floated down to the second underground floor. The gray reinforced metal walls made way for a warmer green tint. From the looks of it, the barracks and mech stables are on this floor. They encountered empty beds, ruined leisure rooms and half-destroyed mech stables. The fighting here had been hard, but the defenders were already doomed. The Harrier carefully shoved some of the debris aside while VES poked around the mech stables. The scavengers left a lot of gear behind. Tools like wrenches, cutters and various batteries were strewn about. VES picked up a cutter and inserted a spare battery. The tool lit up with a flare of focused heat and light. This thing's only worth a couple of thousand credits. VES said and turned off the cutter before tossing it away. Nothing here is worth our time. The real valuables should be the mechs and any spare parts. Whoever emptied out the stables had done a thorough job. Despite the desolation, VES wasn't about to give up. He constantly stretched out his multi-scanner and began to search the areas where the mech technicians stored their gear. Lucky sniffed around as well and quickly meowed in excitement. "What's up, buddy? Did you find anything?" The cat scratched at his paws against a typical metal floor panel. VES deep scanned the location with his multi-scanner. The machine found signs of a hidden compartment. "What have you found, VES? There should be something valuable underneath." After a few minutes of fumbling, VES failed to find any triggers. "Do you want me to pry it open?" "No. We don't want to ruin what's inside. If my guess is right, we could be looking at a small fortune. Let me handle it." He picked up another random plasma cutter and proceeded to cut a hole in the floor. The last time he operated a full-powered plasma cutter was back when he studied at Rittersberg. He held the cutter with care and made sure he followed all of the safety guidelines he could still dredge up from his mind. The last thing he wanted to do was to splash his legs with heated plasma. A couple of minutes later, he finished cutting a man-sized hole. He carefully shut off the plasma cutter and removed its battery. With the help of a magnetizing tool, he lifted the metal cutout and placed it to the side. Just as VES took a step inside, a laser beam seared against his torso. At the very last moment, his master's shield generator flickered to life, expending 5% of its charge in an instant. "Get back!" Dietrich boomed from his mech as he pointed his ballistic rifle. VES jumped to the side, breaking the line of fire. He stretched out his palm. "Don't shoot. You'll blow up everything inside." The Harrier held back not just due to the warning, but also because VES was too close. The kinetic energy of a single mech-sized rifle could easily kill a human by proximity. "As far as I know, there's only a single anti-infantry defense measure inside. Do you think it's a survivor?" Dietrich asked. He succeeded in pushing down his instinctive aggression once he saw that VES mysteriously came off the attack without a single scorch mark. "It's possible, but I doubt it. Whoever dug this out did it behind the backs of their bosses. They won't be using it to stash something as worthless as food and air. Let's call up an observation bot." "No need. Just stretch out your Harrier's finger in the opening. We'll use your arm-mounted sensors to take a peek." The fingers of a humanoid mech boasted very little armor, but they could easily withstand a single infantry-scale laser beam. As Dietrich did as VES suggested, they both got a good look inside. A small mounted light from the finger illuminated the hidden compartment. For a moment, both VES and Dietrich were taken aback at the sight. Someone managed to stuff a whole container's worth of spare parts inside. The crude sensor-blocking wall panels added proof that it was an off-the-book operation. "Let's take care of that defense bot first." A single stationary defense bot remained active among the neatly stacked parts. Without any central direction, the cheap bot defaulted to its standard programming. Dietrich delicately flicked the Harrier's finger at the stupid bot, causing it to crunch and splash against the wall in a broken heap. Just as VES wanted to enter the compartment in order to finish off the bot, Lucky entered first and sliced the bot into pieces. "Ha ha." Dietrich laughed. "Looks like your pet kind of pissed it almost killed its main source of food." Lucky had also been caught flat-footed by the surprise attack. Despite his deadly armament, his body only packed a limited amount of functionality. The cat's sensors were not as good as those carried by dedicated reconnaissance bots. While Lucky vented his anger, VES followed after his cat and scanned the compartment for any threats. Besides the broken bot, the compartment did not have any other surprises in store. "That's a lot of spare parts," Dietrich noted as his sensors noted that all of the parts were in pristine condition. "We're looking at a mountain of credits." "How did you know you'd find something like that?" "It's a common scam among mech technicians," VES responded as he rapped his knuckle against the surface of a packaged engine. "They're probably contractors or attached to the mercenary corps. It's a simple enough trick that only works if there's insufficient supervision. Since this base is supposed to be hidden, the real owners of the base kept their exposure limited. This left a hole in which the mech technicians are able to report a higher incidence of wear and tear than is actually the case." A light dawned on Dietrich's face. "I get it now. The owner sent them their replacement parts, unaware that the old ones are still in working condition. Since the replacements are all freshly fabricated parts, you can sell them for quite a sum in the black market. I bet the mercenary corps was in on this scam as well. Maybe they never even performed the live fire exercises they reported to their bosses. This slowed down the wear and tear of their mechs even further, but it also lowered the readiness of their pilots. The consequences of losing their edge was obvious. All signs pointed out that the base had fallen fairly quickly. As VES inventoried the parts, he let out a whistle. The great thing about this cache is that the mech technicians knew what to pick. Most of what they stored consists of engines or power reactors. They're not as valuable as armor plating, but much of their composition is made out of exotics. This meant that the goods were easier to smuggle out. Since the Barracuda only had limited storage space, this was ideal. Let's finish exploring the rest of the base before emptying out this cache. Until they fully explored the base, VES did not intend to take anything away. Danger might still be around the corner. After failing to detect any other caches, the group entered the elevator shaft and entered the next floor downwards. The observation bots encountered a lot of issues trying to parse the third floor. Far more wreckage than anywhere else still littered the entire floor. Most of it turned out to be ruined industrial fabrication equipment. VES held his breath once he entered a large production hall. He imagined how many industrial-grade 3D printers worked side by side churning out the same parts. There were 3 halls in total, and each of them hosted 3 identical production lines. Lucky pounced on some wreckage, trying to claw his way inside. The entire place was a treasure house for a pet that fed on rare materials. Man, some crazy mech has gone to town in here. All the fancy stuff is wrecked. Dietrich noted as his mech idly kicked the outer cover of a valuable 3D printer. I'd say the defenders destroyed these machines once they realized they were going down. His guess came close to the truth. There was no reason why the aggressors would be so destructive when they robbed everything else down to their bones. A defending mech had methodically sabotaged each machine by slicing them with a sword. VES noted that 2 spaces had been cleared. They must have hosted the most intact 3D printers, ones that could be fixed up and sold for a very tidy sum. He approached one of the brutally slashed printers and tried to find some markings. He eventually noted the model. Dortmund V3B Industrial 3D Printer. It's a Dortmund. VES exclaimed. His greedy eyes ran over the wrecked printer like it was a pile of credits. This is one of the fastest 3D printer available in the local market. Its speed and precision is miles ahead of a regular commercial model and can even rival the machines from the Friday Coalition. Only the most established megacorporations are able to afford this machine. That's interesting and all, but how much money are we talking about? A brand new 3rd-generation Dortmund is worth at least 3 billion bright credits. Even Dietrich's heart skipped a beat when he heard that figure. He quickly lost his excitement once he took a closer look at the state of the printers. They're all chopped up now. Even the raiders didn't bother to salvage these leftovers. They're worthless. That's not entirely true. VES retorted as his eyes practically turned into credit symbols as they carefully inspected the damage. Originally there's 9 identical Dortmunds. The raiders took 2, leaving us with 7 broken machines. What do you think about salvaging everything that's still intact and piece together a single working model? Is that possible? It's worth a try. Both of them thought about the pros and cons about this action. If VES was lucky, he might be able to replace his rickety old 3D printer with one that could keep up with his future needs. The only problem was salvaging and reconstructing a printer took a lot of time and expertise, both of which were in short supply. Can we afford to stick around? I know you're serious about this, VES, but whoever took a bite here might be coming back for seconds. I can puzzle together the printer back at home, so we only need to gather all the scraps. VES decided. He didn't want to stay in this system any longer than necessary. This was the find of the decade for him. Now that he glimpsed a chance to acquire an expensive machine for free, he was not about to let it go. There's one final floor left for us to explore. VES remarked as he firmly pulled Lucky to his side. Let's quickly go and clear the rest of this place. We can start taking apart these beauties once we're done. Chapter 112, Treasure Hunt. The 4th underground floor was the best defended one. The observation bots painted a gruesome picture of a desperate last stand. The reinforced walls and plentiful fixed emplacements suggested that this was a very important part of the base. Once VES and Dietrich's Harrier stepped past the ruined vault doors, they came across the remnants of a massacre. While the invading force spent some efforts in cleaning up their tracks, they didn't put too much effort in wiping out the bloodstains. Whoever attacked this base has been very thorough so far. They're experienced in covering up their tracks. You'd think they do a better job on this floor. VES nodded in agreement. Maybe they ran out of time. If the attackers were in a hurry, they might have missed a couple of gems. The possibility fueled their anticipation. The abundant fortifications suggested that this floor certainly held a lot of value to the former owners of the base. This also meant that the odds of encountering a lingering threat had risen by quite a bit. The observation bots found nothing active, but who knew what kind of booby traps remained? Lucky, can you scout ahead? The mechanical cat hissed at VES. Oh, come on, I've gifted you that unknown chunk of ore. Can't you at least return the favor? After a brief back and forth, VES convinced Lucky to act as their scout. In return, VES promised Lucky 1,000,000 credits worth of minerals when they returned home. The expenditure took out a big chunk of his savings, but considering his current gains, he could spare the money. Motivated by piles of delicious food, the cat went about his role with gusto. The cat moved swiftly if a bit recklessly. VES had to warn the cat to slow down several times. They combed over the administrative department first. Not a single record remained. A scavenging party meticulously cleaned out all the terminals, processors, and backups. VES wasn't stupid enough to think they missed a spare. Instead, he banked on the suspicion that the scavengers were in a bit of a hurry. He meticulously scanned the walls, floor, and ceiling. Lucky helped out by employing his sensitive nose. The mechanical cat's nose handedly outclassed the multiscanner. VES borrowed the device from the Barracuda's lab, so that spoke volumes of Lucky's ability to distinguish smells. The excited cat led him to a maintenance closet of all things. Lucky pawed a specific section of the wall. When VES came close, he held out his scanner. Nothing. Almost nothing. The only thing he registered was a faint rise in temperature. The difference was minimal. If VES wasn't so close, he'd miss the signs. After interpreting the data, VES threw out a guess. An active system is generating heat behind this wall. There's a box-sized area in front of us that's blocking out the rest of my scans. Sounds like we're dealing with a safe. In a place like this, it's bound to trigger an alarm or a self-destruct mechanism. That's quite possible. Even I'm not confident in disarming this trap. He obtained a good impression of the build quality of this facility. This was the work of experts, not a bunch of pirates with too much free time on their hands. If it wasn't for Lucky, we'd be clueless. For now, let's leave this safe for last. They didn't want to trip any alarms. For now, VES prioritized the recovery of the parts for the Dortmund. In his eyes, the utility of a functioning high-quality 3D printer trumped any other possible gains. After sweeping the administration department, they crossed the corridors and reached an even larger fortification. The size and thickness of the broken vault doors showed that it wasn't easy cracking this last part open. The attackers came prepared. Dietrich noted as he tried to puzzle out the sequence of battle from the remaining traces. They brought enough mechs to overrun this base. It took a while for them to crack open this barrier, but they came prepared. With Lucky taking the lead, they entered what used to be a highly secure research complex. Different from the rest of the base, only the main corridor and a couple of chambers were large enough to accommodate mechs. They swept these giant chambers first. Everything had been swept clean. Only empty furniture and useless markings remained. Despite Lucky's best efforts, the cat failed to sniff out anything the scavengers had missed. Clearly the research labs was one of their main targets. The Harrier bumped its feet against a wall. The lack of atmosphere dampened any noise, but the impact spread vibrations through the mech-sized chamber. I wonder what kind of research was done that requires this kind of elaborate setup. Dietrich idly wondered. Someone spent around 5 billion credits to set this place up. VES estimated from what he saw. The extravagant production lines alone points to a major commitment. If a corporation wanted to mass-produce a line of mechs, they were better off doing it open and above board. After exploring the mech-sized chambers, VES and Lucky proceeded to clear the smaller rooms alone. Dietrich remained in his cockpit in order to guard against major threats. The remaining rooms differed little from their larger counterparts. Large amounts of servers, lab equipment and more had been completely swept away. The scavengers even dug out a couple of hidden stashes. Instead of feeling despondent at the sight, VES found cause for hope. Another stash might be left. VES informed his cat. Go and take a sniff of these hollows. Perhaps you might encounter a similar smell. Lucky hopped inside the hollowed-out stashes and memorized the smells. After an affirmative meow, the cat hopped back to the floor and slowly sauntered across the empty rooms. The cat found one more possible stash. The cat indicated that a large, broken piece of machinery blocked the way to the potential treasure. This must have been the reason why the scavengers missed this find. How's it look like, VES? It's larger than the suspected safe we found at administration. My scanner tells me that there's a room-sized hollow hidden behind this wall. I found no traces of heat or energy, so there shouldn't be a trap, but I can't tell for sure. This final find marked the end of their exploration trip. Now they needed to decide how much longer they should stay and what to recover during that time. Dietrich wanted to leave as fast as possible. This place is creepy. If you tell me, we should empty the smuggler's cache first. It will only take half a day for the bots to load the goods into our ship. May I remind you that the Barracuda is my ship? VES firmly asserted. It was important for him to remind his friend that he was in charge. The broken Dortmunds are worth 1,000 times more than a random collection of parts. Yeah, says you. It's all well and good for you to drool over a stupid printer, but even if you finally kludge something together, it only benefits you. I don't get anything out of this. VES did not want to argue too much with Dietrich. As the owner of the ship that brought them here, he should possess most of the rights to the salvage. He held back because he was armed with only a single pistol while Dietrich currently piloted a very deadly mech. After a brief argument, the two hammered out a compromise. They would stay as long as required for VES to salvage the necessary Dortmund parts. Anything concerning the printer belonged solely to VES. After that, VES would crack open the remaining two stashes. If he hadn't screwed up and triggered a self-destruct, they'd retrieve the treasures and split them up with VES claiming 80% of their value while leaving Dietrich with the remaining 20%. There was no guarantee that they'd get anything useful from the caches. VES might also inadvertently trigger an alarm. In that case, they'd bug out as fast as possible and leave this star system. The base still held a lot of value even after they emptied all of the caches. Dietrich had the option to turn in his 20% share for the sole right to exploit the ruins on behalf of Walter's whalers. Dietrich was confident that his father's gang would send a couple of transports to this star system and strip it down to the bone. This naturally included the smuggler's cache. Due to the Barracuda's limited cargo space, the ship did not have any room left after taking in the Dortmund parts and the Harrier. The terms of the agreement heavily favored VES. He was able to secure the prized Dortmund parts. As for Dietrich, as long as the base remained abandoned, he could earn massive amounts of credits from the remaining salvage. The defenses, vault door, and debris all consisted of high-quality alloys. Dietrich intended to get his gang to strip them down and melt the pieces in order to extract the exotic materials. The mech pilot estimated that the whalers could earn as much as 500 million credits from the recovery effort. That's an optimistic assessment. You'll need a lot of ships to bring back the salvage. The defenses here are tough, so you'll also need a lot of time to break up this base. The longer they lingered in this system, the greater the risk of discovery. Walter's whalers had to invest in lots of transports and manpower to salvage the base. A major movement like that was bound to leak. Dietrich didn't look worried. If anyone comes looking for a fight, we'll kick their asses. If you say so. VES shrugged. It was his problem to deal with. Let's begin with the salvage operation. Now that they've cleared the base, the Barracuda lifted off from the outskirts and approached the entrance of the base. After touching down, the cargo bay opened up and released a small fleet of cargo handling bots along with a couple of observation bots. VES directed the observation bots to thoroughly scan the internals of all the Dortmunds. He tasked the cargo bots with collecting the loose junk scattered around the third floor. Meanwhile, Dietrich patrolled the perimeter, making sure that no one sneaked up on their vulnerable operation. Lucky, on the other hand, ran off to feast on the many wrecks left behind. While the observation bots did their work, VES was not assured he could piece together a single functioning machine. I should get a detailed schematic. If VES tried to reconstruct the Dortmund without preparation, he was bound to screw up. In order to assure the reconstructed machine worked properly, he had to get his hands on an official blueprint. He returned to the Barracuda and booted up his terminal. He searched for any leaks on the galactic net but came up empty. It's too good to be true if the blueprint of the latest Dortmund is leaked. In the past, VES would end his inquiry at this point. I'm not a nobody anymore. I've got connections now. VES logged into the Clifford Society. His virtual avatar spawned in the clouds. He looked down and located the city at the foot of the mountains. His form descended from above. Once he landed on the streets, he walked to the market district and browsed every store. Many stores sold only mechs or designs relating to mechs. Only a couple of squires sold equipment related to fabricating mechs, and none of them possessed any blueprints. Just as VES threw in the towel, he finally found a place that traded in blueprints. Surprisingly, a knight opened up this storefront. Since the knight was absent, the store only offered VES a projection of a catalog. The knight sold hundreds of thousands of blueprints. VES couldn't imagine how he was able to get his hands on so many detailed schematics. For now, it didn't matter. VES selected the 3D printer subcategory and found a listing of the Dortmund V3B. The knight charged only 5 merits for the blueprint along with a repair manual for internal use. VES instantly bought the files. 5 merits was a lot for just a blueprint, especially considering that it was impossible to use an existing 3D printer to build another 3D printer. The developers and manufacturers of these expensive machines weren't stupid. The last thing they wanted to see was someone printing their own printers at home. The commercial 3D printers available on the market were designed to incorporate many complex components that could never be printed into existence. Therefore, these leaked and stolen blueprints were of little use. Only someone like VES who managed to come across a pile of broken printers could make full use of these schematics. VES grinned once he exited the Society's virtual portal. With these plans in hand, he might be able to piece together a working industrial-class printer. Chapter 113, Discoveries. The salvage operation proceeded on schedule. VES downloaded a popular scavengers app and loaded in the blueprint and the scans of the Dortmunds. Every time the observation bot scanned a section of the Dortmund, a section of the blueprint turned from red to green. A brighter color meant that there were more of those parts available. In this way, VES slowly found out whether his reconstruction effort was feasible. At the end of the day, the entire blueprint turned green. There's enough working parts available. Whoever sabotaged the Dortmunds did a sloppy job. The mech was evidently in a hurry as each machine only endured a couple of sword attacks. The observation bots already marked out all of the green parts. With some careful disassembly, VES could retrieve them intact. The only problem was that the blueprint radiated a couple of glaring red spots. Some consisted of inconsequential parts like the exterior casing or some unimportant cables. Others presented a bigger problem. I'll have to scavenge all of the broken parts and figure something out. Having marked the additional parts, VES began his disassembly. Despite his lack of experience, he made up for it with patience and focus. His recent augmentation left him with a steadier grip, which aided him in utilizing his tools with precision. A Dortmund was a beast of a printer. If VES did lacked both a blueprint and a repair manual, he was liable to break something. The valuable information procured from the Society allowed him to avoid many pitfalls and handle the most important components with care. The work proceeded slowly as VES took care of the entire disassembly himself. None of the Barracuda's plentiful bots could help with this delicate operation. The best they could do was to bring them back to the ship and store them in secure containers freshly fabricated for this very purpose. The entire operation lasted almost an entire week. VES worked with excessive care, and this led to quite a few delays. His partner might have grumbled a couple of times, but he dutifully patrolled the area with hardly any pause. Both of their nerves were fraught with tension. When VES sent off the last shipment of parts, he finally relaxed a little. The most crucial part of this salvage operation is done. The Barracuda already swelled with printer parts. While her cargo bay possessed enough space to accommodate them all, in order to leave enough room for the Harrier, VES was forced to store them elsewhere. He repurposed the dormant compartments in the middle and upper decks as emergency storage rooms. It made his ship a bit less safe, but VES could deal with it. The Barracuda could not fit much more without throwing away some supplies. Let's go back to the bottom floor of this base and open up the final stashes. Dietrich, Lucky and VES all floated down the elevator shaft and reached the 4th underground floor. While Dietrich kept watch from the corridor inside his mech, VES entered the marked-out maintenance closet and prepared to crack open a suspected safe. First, he removed the armored wall panels. Then, he cut through the structural composites that make up most of the walls. In order to avoid any disruptions, he used a more sophisticated plasma cutter from the Barracuda's inventory. After reaching close to the safe, he turned it off and chiseled off the rest of the wall with a specialized tool that kept vibrations to a minimum. He eventually hollowed out a corridor to the front of the hidden object. It turned out to be a simple armored box rather than a fully featured safe. This must be a later addition. Whoever installed the box likely fabricated it with the materials on hand. That's a good thing, right? Dietrich asked. The safe is made by an amateur, but it's still generating heat. I can't be too sure about what's inside. Let me take some scans. While the sensor-blocking exterior hindered most of his efforts, the proximity made it easier for the multiscanner to return some readings. There's a trigger attached to the hinges. Any use of force will trigger some sort of mechanism that will ignite a block of flammable high-density fuel. Is there any way you can stop that from happening? Not yet, but I'm working on it. VES replied as he churned his brain for solutions. His jury rigging skill applied primarily to mechs, but it also came in handy in situations like this. He knew what type of fuel was inside. If he froze the section close to the fuel block, he could prevent its ignition even if the trigger went off. It might not be able to prevent anything else, but VES was hopeful he could retrieve the contents. He picked up a specialized freezing tool from the floor of the mech stables and got ready to freeze the flammable fuel block. He first dug out a wider channel to the top of the armored box. He pressed the semi-flexible nozzle against the top and started the freezing process. The box frosted over rapidly as the cold spread out quickly. After estimating that he'd done enough, he turned off the freezing tool and threw it aside. He quickly picked up a miniature plasma cutter and started cutting through the front of the safe. He was racing against time. He had to finish cutting and retrieve the contents of the safe before the fuel block unfroze. VES carefully operated the cutter in order to prevent its localized heat from spilling too far outward. The box clanked as VES successfully cut a hole in the front. He turned off the cutter and pulled away the circular piece. This time he covered his hands with a thick pair of gloves which he also borrowed from the deceased techs. With remarkable speed, he dug out a handful of objects that turned out to be a pile of data chips. He finished the job by throwing in a prepared explosive before running outside. The blast ripped apart the entire wall setting. VES deliberately strengthened the explosion in order to interrupt any other surprises. The scanners he placed around the closet failed to register any follow-ups. He was fairly certain it did not trigger any alarms. Are you certain no one has a clue we're here? Dietrich asked again. The sensors and scanners that I have at my disposal are state-of-the-art. I haven't detected any outbound signals. I also haven't found any signs of an active quantum entanglement node. The latter was difficult to stop, but those things were large, expensive, and power-hungry. They had to be in order to establish instant communication with the rest of the galaxy at a decent bandwidth. VES suspected that the raiding force prioritized their destruction. Before VES tackled the larger stash, he wanted to take a look at the contents of the data chips he painstakingly retrieved. He grabbed a secure data pad and inserted one of the chips. No viruses or hacks popped up when the data pad accessed the chip. To no one's surprise, he encountered nothing but encrypted files. He had an answer for that. Barracuda, please connect to this data pad and decrypt these files. Disable any precautions in the chip while you're at it. His ship featured basic electronic warfare capabilities. By basic, it meant the systems paled in comparison to those installed by warships. Compared to the dismal technological standard of a third-rate state, the Barracuda only took 4.7 seconds to decrypt all of the files. That was considered to be fairly slow for a modern corvette. The data pad revealed reams of unlocked files. VES opened up a document and briefly tried to make sense of it. He nodded and switched to another file, only to encounter something similar. When he removed the data chip and put in another one, he encountered the same sort of data. So what did you get? Top secret research? Some juicy intel? Nope. Looks like we've stumbled upon a financial ledger. It logs all external transactions, from import to export. The amount of revenue this base has earned is astounding. So are our suspicions correct? I can think of no other reason why this base is so circumspect. The massive profits from these sales is enough to make any medium-sized corporation lose their morals. From the clues they gathered beforehand, they concluded that this facility was an illegal operation. VES had also recovered some of the logs from the Dortmunds to support this verdict. VES gathered up the data chips and put them into a secure container. This facility was set up to mass-produce unlicensed mechs. It's not difficult to get a hold of a couple of excellent designs without paying for the license. The real challenge consists of producing mechs from these pirated designs without getting caught by the MTA. As the self-proclaimed regulators of the mech industry, the Mech Trade Association took a dim view on anyone who broke the rules. The MTA's dreaded enforcement division came down hard on anyone who violated the rights of intellectual property holders. Forget about getting sued and sent to jail. The division always went in guns blazing. Any corporation who went ahead and still produced mechs had to be very circumspect. This was the reason why a base had been constructed in the middle of nowhere. The Barracuda only detected its presence due to its fall. Otherwise, no skin should have been able to penetrate its camouflage. The files use specific codes to obscure the identity of this organization and its trading partners. It's very likely that the manufacturer shipped their mechs to pirates. Proof of that alone is enough to hang the entire corporation's board of directors. Everyone hated pirates. Those who overtly supported their activities deserved no mercy. Due to the Komodo star sector's remoteness, the scourge of the galaxy was less of a threat in this region. Nevertheless, their mere presence endangered trade routes and depressed economic growth. Dietrich expressed a lot of interest for the data chips. This is great blackmail material. I know a data analyst who can make sense of these transactions. He'll be able to figure out which corporation is colluding with pirates. That's dangerous talk. VES replied with caution. Even if you figure out who has made a killing with this trade. Relax, I'm not stupid. Me and my boys might be small time, but I know just the place to sell the data chips. I can get you a lot of credits if you pass me the goods. We won't be able to earn as much if we don't do the blackmailing ourselves, but it's better to cut ties. Due to the enormous risk involved with this transaction, VES and Dietrich amended their agreement. They agreed to split their earnings 50-50 from the sale of the blackmail material. Now that they handled the smaller stash, they got ready to crack open the larger one in the research department. VES had high hopes for this stash due to its proximity to the labs. His cargo bots already removed the debris blocking the wall. The unobstructed access allowed VES to deploy his scanners closer to the suspected stash. There's a bathroom-sized space behind this wall. It's even better hidden than the previous stash due to the lack of any active systems. It's not leaking any signals or energy. That doesn't mean it's devoid of traps. I'll have to get closer in order to make sure. Similar to last time, VES methodically broke down the wall in front of him until he reached the sensor-blocking exterior of the hidden compartment. He removed a generous amount of material around the compartment and deployed his scanners almost right next to the surface. His efforts picked up nothing that suggested any active systems. That still said nothing about any traps, but the likelihood of tripping anything decreased. It's a little suspicious, but the only way to find out is to crack this place open. Do you want to risk it? Despite their apprehension, both men were greedy for treasures. They already brought in a good haul. If they had to cut and run, they still earned a substantial profit. VES decided to crack it open directly without wasting too much time. He took a heavy-duty plasma cutter and separated the vault door from the wall. A large hiss of air escaped from the enclosed chamber, causing his plasma cutter to sputter a bit. Once he created a large opening, he carefully sent an observation bot inside. The two men kept their eyes peeled on their monitors. When the observation bot illuminated the interior, they both looked up in surprise. Those are dead bodies. Besides a large stack of boxes, the compartment held 3 different corpses. They all wore the standard white lab coats that revealed their former status as researchers. The most notable observation about their state was that none of them wore any vacuum-sealed suits. Dietrich figured out the story from the awful state of their bodies. They suffocated when they expended all of their oxygen. This stash is just a place to hide some valuables. It isn't meant to be a panic room. No air, no food, no water. The researchers never stood a chance of survival. Even if they wanted to surrender, they likely couldn't exit the compartment due to the debris blocking their exit. The blockage also prevented the scavengers from discovering their bodies. It's an awful way to die. The least we can do is bury their bodies with respect. VES tasked a couple of cargo bots to carefully bring the bodies up to the surface. He tasked some other bots with digging a couple of graves. Before he let the bots take away the bodies, he searched their clothes and removed all their comms and other possessions. When he studied the comms, he knew he couldn't get anything out of them. These models were provided by the lab themselves, and came with a host of security features. In the event of their owner's death, they automatically wiped the memory chips and fried them into melted slag. The large boxes turned out to store the components of a disassembled weapon. Surprisingly, Dietrich was the first to recognize the weapon. It's a mech-sized laser rifle, but it looks a little weird. Certain parts look larger than others. It's not a regular rifle for sure. If the boxes contain parts, then they should also include a schematic. VES did a little digging and finally found a couple of data chips inside a smaller box. The decryption proceeded slowly. The lab put a lot more effort into protecting the contents of these chips. Despite this setback, the encryption method was dated, and stood no chance against the might of the Barracuda's electronic warfare module. When VES took a peek at the files, he found a couple of schematics along with lots of notes documenting the lab's developments. The logs included in the data chip spanned a period of 3 months. Once VES opened up a schematic, he finally got to know why this lab operated off the books. The researchers were developing a grazer rifle. No, they already developed a working model. According to the schematic, they were working on their 3rd iteration. Dietrich banged his fist against his cockpit. If the MTA found out that they recovered the schematics of a viable grazer rifle, they could get in a lot of trouble. A grazer stood short for gamma-ray laser. Grazers could be considered as the hyperactive offshoot of a regular laser. A grazer beam fared poorly in most atmospheric conditions due to their tendency to ignite air into plasma. A grazer had a number of special attributes that made the MTA take a dim view on this weapon type. First, they packed a ridiculous amount of energy. A mech-grade grazer consumed a substantial amount of power in order to make them practical on the battlefield. A grazer beam passed right through obstacles or blew them up if it came across something dense. The more insidious use of a grazer was to take advantage of its penetrative properties. A strong enough grazer always succeeded in passing some of its gamma rays through an obstacle. Grazers were capable of irradiating people who thought themselves safe inside the cockpit of a mech. It only took a fraction of the energy emitted by a grazer to consign a human being to death. Anyone who received a lethal dose of radiation in this manner had little chance of survival unless they had access to superior medical services. Only the best hospitals were equipped to respond to radiation poisoning. VES was certain this base developed and sold the grazer rifles to pirates. In turn, the pirates used the grazer rifles as a convenient means to irradiate the crew of a spaceship. This killed off the people but left the goods intact. Certainly, the pirates had to clean up the residual radiation. This was not a big problem as gamma rays were not as bad as alpha or beta rays in that regard. In short, VES could not make use of this research, let alone attempt to sell it. Producing pirated mechs was one thing. Producing an outlawed weapon was an entirely different matter. Let's destroy the disassembled rifle. VES suggested after a moment's consideration. It's a bad idea to get involved. Let's not even mention taboo weapons when you sell the blackmail material. Dietrich paused in his Harrier as he weighed the benefits in his head. You haven't mentioned what you will do with the files you recovered. Are you thinking about keeping them? Yes. I know it might doom me, but I can't let go of this valuable collection of research. VES replied with hunger in his eyes. Before you call the MTA, let me assure you that I have no intention of breaking any taboos. I can use the data to increase my understanding of conventional laser weapons. VES was playing with fire, they both knew it. Perhaps Dietrich didn't care, but he only objected briefly before he turned his thoughts to other matters. The fact that Dietrich knew VES kept the research gave the pilot some leverage. Any time he felt like it, he could report VES to the MTA, or hold it over his head as blackmail. What Dietrich didn't know was that VES intended to transfer all of the files to the Mech designer system. With the system's recent upgrade, it gained the capability to camouflage its programming so that it would look like a harmless designer app. Even the MTA couldn't do anything to VES if they lacked compelling evidence. For now, VES didn't expect their relationship to deteriorate. The journey brought them closer and the earnings from this trip alone was enough to satisfy the pilot. Let's pack up and go home. Chapter 114, Pursuit. Laden with treasures, the Barracuda exited the lifeless star system and followed the route back home. Both VES and Dietrich were satisfied with their gains. Lucky was content with the promise of food and went back to chewing Master Olsen's gift. During the rest of the trip, VES went back to improving his physics and electrical engineering skills. The Society's Star Library offered many books that VES could borrow for free. He liberally made use of this privilege to rapidly expand his knowledge base. In order to puzzle a Dortmund back together, it was essential that he knew what he was dealing with. Improving his electrical engineering skill helped him in making sense of the Dortmund's blueprint. This allowed him to refine his tentative reconstruction plan and avoid some elementary mistakes. Shortly after he upgraded both skills to apprentice level, the ship sounded an alarm. VES immediately shut down the projection of the Dortmund's blueprint and raced down to the bridge. Lucky and Dietrich arrived seconds later. "What's up, VES?" Dietrich asked as he scratched his loose blonde hair. "I thought this was supposed to be a lightly inhabited system." Lightly inhabited or not, but the Barracuda detected a lot of dormant engine signatures coming to life. The Barracuda arrived at the edge of this system only 15 minutes earlier. The coordinated response that followed their entry originated from a nearby asteroid belt. "The ships are refusing to respond to our hails," VES stated grimly. "It's safe to say they aren't coming with good intention." "Pirates." Dietrich spat. Normally, he enjoyed a scrap or two, but the ships and mechs they carried grossly outnumbered them. "Is there any way we can get away without a fight?" VES seated himself behind a console and ran the numbers. "Assuming that the pirate vessels are accelerating at their maximum rate, they won't be able to catch up to us if we start running. My ship is a lot faster than theirs." VES ordered the Barracuda to flip around and run past the edge of the star system. Her engines started boosting with substantial power. As a modern corvette, his ship was capable of outperforming any rust bucket in the hands of scum. These pirates are rather tricky. Even with our engine superiority, we don't have much of a lead. The pirate vessels already followed a ballistic trajectory before our arrival. What does that mean? That means that the pirates have a running start. If my ship is just a standard third-rate corvette, then they might be able to overtake our ship before we can transition into FTL. The Barracuda's FTL engine only took 2 hours to finish its cycling process. A regular corvette might take at least 3 hours to do the same. The pirates shouldn't be aware of this discrepancy. While they are still thinking of getting close, we'll already be waving them goodbye. Even as he explained their situation, VES was not quite reassured. As a mech designer, he knew very little about ships. For example, the pirate vessels might be keeping powerful short-range boosters in reserve. He also had to consider their mech contingent. With the relative speeds we are working with, there's no chance the pirate ships can catch up if they aren't hiding any surprises. What we'll likely see is mechs joining the pursuit. The ships won't be able to catch up to us, right? What about their mechs? VES inputted some new numbers to the calculator. We don't have to worry about medium mechs or heavier. The only light mechs stand a chance of overtaking the Barracuda, and that's only when they are geared for speed. This was good news. They could disregard most of the hardware and focus on fending off the light mechs. While the amount of speed-focused light mechs in pursuit was still up in the air, VES doubted he'd face more than half a dozen of them. A pirate gang of this size shouldn't be carrying too many light mechs. Haha, if those flies want to catch up, then they'll be easy targets. Dietrich exclaimed once he realized he only had to deal with a handful of chasing light mechs. I finally get to put my marksmanship to good use. The situation at the moment devolved in a slow and drawn-out chase. The sensor plot showed that the Barracuda was vastly outnumbered, but if the ship could keep her systems running, she could make it out of the system. The key was to stall the impending light mechs without sustaining damage. The Barracuda was a corvette, which meant it mainly focused on speed. Her designers never prioritized her armor. A concentrated barrage by a couple of pursuing mechs could easily damage her vulnerable rear. VES and Dietrich wanted to prevent a situation where the corvette was forced to stop accelerating due to suffering too much damage. If the pirates managed to inflict critical damage on the thrusters, then the Barracuda would be hamstrung. Both men descended onto the hangar bay. Dietrich entered the cockpit and optimized his Harrier settings for deep space action. He already had some experience with fighting in zero gravity. Meanwhile, VES ran some checks over the Harrier's exterior and made sure the aerial mech performed up to spec in vacuum. There were many nuances involved in space combat. VES only scratched the surface in this area. He applied only a limited amount of fixes. Lucky remained at his owner's side. As a gemcat, his role in the upcoming battle was to keep VES safe. As the ship's chief security officer, Lucky did not appreciate being taken away from his favorite food. Due to its extensive rework back in Limar, the Harrier was in its best shape in years. VES had already inspected the mech a few weeks ago, so the mech was structurally sound. "There's nothing else I can do for your mech," VES finally said as he pulled back from the mech. "I'll return to the bridge and manage the ship from the captain's seat." "Good luck." The Harrier gently slapped the butt of its ballistic rifle. "Ha! I'll be back in no time. Just make sure I still have a ship to return to." VES left the cargo bay with Lucky in tow and returned to the middle deck. After reaching the bridge, he forced the navigator bot off the captain's chair and claimed the seat for himself. He summoned a projection of the pirates and studied them in detail. The corvettes and light transports in pursuit looked ramshackle. A lack of maintenance and patchwork repairs gave VES the mistaken impression that these vessels were about to fall apart. In truth, the pirate ships exhibited lots of creative engineering. Most of the ships in pursuit sported additional thrusters that gave them an extra kick. These aren't professional mercenaries moonlighting as pirates. VES informed Dietrich over the comm after scanning each ship's construction. Their quality fell short, which indicated that this gang lacked access to a legitimate market. They aren't well funded either if the ships are only capable of accelerating so much. A speaker flared to life as Dietrich connected to the bridge. "How many mechs are they carrying?" "They've only brought 5 light transports which they are likely using as mech carriers. They should each have space for about 4 to 6 mechs, so they've brought 30 mechs at maximum. Only a couple of them were speed-focused light mechs, but the numbers still mattered if the ship suffered a slowdown." VES was able to guess the pirate gang's origin from this information. These are regional pirates. I don't think anyone is supporting them from behind, much less someone I've offended at Limar. Those snobs are well aware of the Archon Markai's amazing specs. Any force they send in my way should at least include faster ships. They could be sent by the shady corporation which used to sell those Grazer rifles we found. I don't think so. If they assumed we're aware of their illicit dealings, then they should have thrown more pirates at us. CEOs with a guilty conscience have a habit of overreacting when someone finds out they've broken one of the big taboos. I guess we'll know for sure once the mechs show up. If they're armed with grazers, we're screwed. VES believed that wasn't the case. They just happened to bump into a random pirate fleet by sheer dumb luck. They seemed to be everywhere you least expected them. That they happened to lay in wait right next to the Barracuda's emergence from FTL could be attributed to chance. Due to the nature of space, it was impossible to eradicate the scourge of piracy. The rats fled to the vast space between star systems each time someone in power wanted to wipe them out. His console beeped an alert. The pirates finally hailed his ship. VES had no idea what to expect when the pirate captain came into view. The interior of his grimy bridge had seen better days. The mech designer even detected patches of mold, something which should horrify any decent engineer. "Eh? Who are you, kid?" the bearded pirate asked as he scratched his scarred face. "I don't have time to play with juniors. Get your captain on the line right now." My name is V.S. Larkinson. You are speaking to the captain and the owner of the Barracuda. You. The pirate took a good look at the Barracuda's bridge. Oh, I see, you're one of those rich brats gallivanting in the big bad universe. Well, let your granddaddy teach you a lesson how you're supposed to react to the astral wolves. First, shut off your blasted engines right this instant. VES hyped up his own status in order to stiffen his nerves and hopefully deter the pirates. The likes of you don't have the right to order me around. Have you watched the news lately? Do you know who I am? I am the apprentice of Master Carmen Olsen. A master mech designer from the Friday Coalition. Touch me and you won't even know when you will die. His relative youth and shaking voice betrayed his lack of experience. Ha 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 ha. Look at the little brat calling out for his parents. Well, Granddaddy is here and I'll be sure to comfort you. So you're one of those nerdy mech designers, huh? I could use a new one after I splattered the brains of my last one. The pirate captain kept laughing like a pig and cut the connection. Lawless pirates truly feared no threats. Their confidence came from their ability to scurry back to the depths of interstellar space where the nearest star was light years away. No conventional force could track them down. Only the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance possessed the technology to track down these rats. In practice, neither organizations bothered to chase after petty criminals. They only roused their mighty fleets and mechs once someone violated one of the big taboos. The Astral Wolves launched their spaceborne mechs once the pirate transports came close enough to the Barracuda. 27 mechs appeared all at once and rocketed forward. Mechs optimized for space usually incorporated powerful flight systems. While they could not compare to a spaceship in endurance, their relatively high thrust-to-mass ratio allowed them to sprint short distances as long as their fuel and heat capacity lasted. The pursuing pirate mechs separate in two different groups. The majority consisted of slower mechs in for the long haul. Despite the distance, those armed with lasers started to fire at the Barracuda. Due to the distance, the mech's vibrations and the inherent flaws of their weapons, the laser beams weren't able to hit the fleeing corvette. Yet as long as they kept firing their lasers, they might get a lucky hit. Our ride is under fire. At this range they're barely able to hit us. VES reassured Dietrich, though he squeezed his fist in frustration. Our corvette can't withstand a sustained attack, but it hasn't gotten to that point yet. Ignore the lasers for now. Since Dietrich's Harrier carried a ballistic rifle, he wasn't able to retaliate. As light-speed weapons, lasers were able to attack at very extreme ranges out in the vacuum of space. Projectile weapons lost their effectiveness due to their relatively placid muzzle velocity. It's a shame we don't have a railgun or Gauss rifle. These kinds of advanced projectile weapons packed a formidable amount of punch and muzzle velocity. They were a lot more expensive than conventional weapons due to their high power consumption and their strict material needs. Even second-rate states employed these weapons occasionally. VES stuck to the plan for now. He saw 5 brilliant flares of light gaining in on his ship. He knew they represented the light mechs that formed the actual threat. There was no need to sortie Dietrich early and let his Harrier build up its heat in vain. Now that the pirates revealed their full capabilities, VES updated his model and gained some additional numbers. Dietrich, if the light mechs maintain their current speed, they'll reach extreme effective range in about half an hour. All we need is 23 minutes. Don't let them get land and attack on my ship. That's too long. I can fend them off for about 10 minutes, but I'll run out of magazines sooner or later. I need to go back and resupply at least once. That will endanger the ship. The cargo bay's hatch is placed at the bottom aft of the ship. Once I open it, a single laser can devastate the valuable Dortmund parts I've stashed in there. Unless you can speed up your ship, there's no other choice. Either your printer goes down or we lose the entire ship. The pirate attack put all of their gains at risk. The Barracuda's spare rooms were already stuffed with plundered parts, though the cargo bay held the majority of the spoils. VES stored them in simple boxes secured to the deck with reinforced cables. It was only one step up from leaving them in a messy pile. Eventually, VES was forced to relent and prepared additional reloads for the Harrier's ballistic rifle. Without the Harrier's deterrent, the light mechs would be free to take potshots at his ship. Shortly after, the pirates managed to score their first hit. The laser beam only happened to scorch a rear panel of the Barracuda, but more was yet to come. Navigator bot, please start dodging. The Barracuda adjusted her course. Instead of flying straight, she started weaving in 4 directions. This threw off the predictive targeting of the pirates, forcing them to work a little harder in achieving a hit. VES hoped he bought enough time for his ship. Chapter 115, Astral Wolves. One of the worst dangers an interstellar ship has to deal with is pirates. Space was big, so the chances of bumping into them should be negligible. In reality, pirate fleets worked together with observers stationed in neighboring star systems. They observed all traffic going in and out, and whenever a ship intended to transition to the pirate fleet system, they informed their masters. Through the galactic net. This allowed the pirate fleet at the other end to prepare a reception for their unsuspecting victims. This didn't always work due to the inherent uncertainties involved with FTL travel. Sometimes, the arriving ships ended up millions of kilometers away from the pirates. Considering the odds, VES could have ended up worse. The Astral Wolves accurately plotted his destination and even took the telemetry from their observer to predict his entry point in this remote star system. The trick with the running start further emphasized the capabilities of his pursuers. We're not dealing with amateurs here. These wolves are seasoned robbers. I don't believe we've seen the full extent of their moves. The aft of the Barracuda was taking a beating. The enemy pilots appeared to adjust to the circumstances and increased their fire rate to the maximum sustainable limit. While this did no favors to their accuracy, the sheer volume of fire inevitably worked their charm. The odds of throwing a dice and getting a 6 was small. The pirates knew that, so they threw the dice faster. Nothing in the Barracuda's arsenal could slow them down or mitigate their shots. While ships operating inside human space were not allowed to carry weapons, VES wished his ship came with several defense measures such as security screens or after boosters. Even if they used up a horrible amount of energy, it was better than letting pirates get their hands on his ship. As the clock ran down, his ship accumulated more stress. The Barracuda held on so far due to boasting thick armor. No matter the ship, even a heavy mech paled in comparison to the amount of absolute protection they enjoyed. This was the intrinsic difference between a bipedal war machine and a self-contained ecosystem built to traverse the stars. Still, there were limits to a spaceship's integrity. While the long-ranged laser fire wasn't capable of dealing critical damage due to their wide dispersal, they softened up the Barracuda's aft section. If the light mechs came into range and were allowed to focus their fire, the ship could easily suffer an engine breakdown. VES desperately tried to figure out what he could do to repel the pirates from his end, but came up short. His ship was essentially a glorified pleasure yacht, a souped-up sports shuttle with interstellar range. 3 minutes to go until the light mechs are in range. Are you ready to swat some flies? I've been ready ever since we arrived at this stupid star system. Good. I'm opening up the cargo bay hatch in 30 seconds. Please sortie out as fast as possible. I don't want to expose the interior any longer than necessary. Dietrich wasn't looking forward to the upcoming fight. His Harrier worked best as mobile fire support and normally relied on studier mechs to hold the line. He did not look forward to trying to defend his buddy's ship while outnumbered 5-1. The mech designer might think himself clever for navigating through remote and inhabited star system, but it came to bite them back with a vengeance. Now the mech pilot had to clean up after the mess. Fortunately his Harrier received an extensive overhaul back in Limar. His mech might not be able to exceed its specifications, but it wouldn't fall apart from under him after receiving a couple of shots. I'm depressurizing the cargo bay. Get ready. The air disappeared from the chamber before the imminent opening. Letting all of the air escape from the ship when the hatch slid down was not only wasteful, but also dangerous. 10 seconds left. With just seconds to go, Dietrich grumbled about his friend's propensity to stumble into pirate attacks. This was the second time they encountered one so far, and they only made a single round trip. It shouldn't be so easy to bump into pirates. The hatch slid open once the ventilators completely sucked away the air. A black expanse of stars came into view. Dietrich suppressed his instinct to admire the view and flew out of the ship in an instant. The hatch closed behind him as he positioned his mech below of the constantly accelerating Barracuda. The Harrier had to adopt an awkward horizontal posture with its rifle pressed against its torso in order to keep up with the ship. The mech's modest flight system kept up with the corvette for now. What the hell? You could have mentioned the rain of laser beams. Relax. It's not as bad as it looks like. If you manage to draw away their fire, then that would be best. You're a much smaller target, so you'll make a great decoy. Some of the distant mechs indeed shifted their aim to the Harrier. Dietrich already introduced some randomness in his flight path in order to cope with the barrage. VES might had a point about their accuracy, but the pilot took no chances. He already kept his eye on the approaching light mechs. Their flight systems flared up as bright as a star as they expended substantial amounts of energy or fuel to catch up to their fleeing prey. Detachable radiator panels extended from their backs in order to cope with their enormous heat generation. The pirate mechs unleashed their weapons once they passed a certain threshold. A light volley of solid kinetic projectiles and explosive shells impacted the Barracuda's vulnerable rear. Dietrich. We just suffered as much damage as 5 minutes of sporadic laser fire. We'll only last a couple of minutes if this keeps up. Get them off my back. The pilot didn't need his partner's nagging to know what to do. He already engaged his sharpshooting module and prepared to fire on all 5 mechs. He shot a volley of 3 projectiles at the closest aerial mech. The pirate panicked at the incoming kinetic slugs even though they did not land anywhere close to the target. Dietrich already shifted his aim. His rifle barked another 2 shots at a seesawing mech. The pirate's lazy and predictable dodging pattern allowed the young pilot to land a glancing shot at its legs. While the damage was negligible, it frightened the pirate into pulling back. He sent a couple of shots in the direction of the other 3 mechs in turn. All of them paused their aggression in order to regain their composure. He succeeded in halting their relentless assault and disrupted their efforts to cripple the Barracuda. The Astral Wolves adjusted their strategy. The distant medium mechs maintained their fire on the Barracuda. They were confident it was only a matter of time before the lasers crippled the ship. As for the light mechs, they split their attention. 2 of them kept up their fire against the Barracuda while the other 3 shifted their targeting systems to the Harrier. Dietrich had to overload his flight system in order to keep his hide intact. You're doing a great job, but it's not enough. Get the other 2 mechs off my tail. I'm kind of busy here, VES. The pilot spat back as he worked his controls. He increased his rate of fire in order to keep the enemy mechs on their toes. How's the ship? Her engine nozzles are accumulating too much heat. The shells landing on her hull isn't helping either. In the meantime, the Harrier only suffered from scratches and glancing blows so far due to the deplorable skill level of the pirates. The typical scum who resort to piracy didn't have much choice. Even if they were potentates, their neural aptitudes ranked near the bottom. No decent mercenary corps was desperate enough to offer them a place in their ranks. A potentate often grew up with an inflated sense of importance. Those with disappointing aptitudes, lazy work ethics or severe attitude problems might not be resigned to living life as a norm. Why respect the laws that held them back when they could use force to indulge in their desires? Hedonists and degenerates like these never spent much time in polishing their skills. Even as he came under constant fire, Dietrich adopted a dodging pattern that worked well against riflemen who relied too much on their targeting systems. It decreased the odds of getting hit, but the irregular movements also affected his marksmanship. He ignored the mechs who shot at him and instead fired at the machines who persisted in harassing the Barracuda. 1 or 2 shots hardly worked, so Dietrich increased his fire rate in order to put more pressure on the persistent bastards. His ammunition depleted at an alarming rate, but the pilot had no choice. He achieved his first breakthrough almost accidentally. He shot a casual volley at the furthest light mech, intending to scare it back before shifting his attention to another opponent. By some coincidence, 2 slugs managed to hit the unsuspecting mech square in the center. The stricken mech's breakneck speed worked against its favor by amplifying the damage. 1 slug crunched right through the frontal armor, crushing the flimsy plates. The second slug that followed after landed close enough to slip through the cracks and apart its sides. To Dietrich's regret, his shots failed to disable the mech, though it halted its chase. The damaged mech sputtered as its flight system lost power. Whether the mech actually lost power or the pilot simply lost his nerve, nobody knew. In any case, it made Dietrich's job easier. The pirates responded by firing missiles. Over 50 individual missiles launched from the medium mechs which held back so far. Due to the need to chase and catch up to the Barracuda, the missiles weren't actually traveling very fast. They still presented a very real threat. Those missiles need to be shot down. There's too many missiles. Dietrich growled as he kept distracting the light mechs, who flew much more circumspect at the sudden loss of a fellow pirate. Then empty your magazines if you have to. Those missiles are not only high explosive, they're also capable of homing in on a specific section of my ship. If you ask me, I'd rather get shot at by pirates who failed their marksmanship class than let those homing missiles chew up my thrusters. Dietrich faced a difficult choice. If he relented on the light mechs, they might recover their poise and begin to fight back more aggressively. Still, VES had a point about the missiles. The mech pilot lamented that his mech lacked the capacity to incorporate a machine gun that was perfect for anti-missile duty. He shifted his targeting settings and started to fire mech-sized slugs at the missiles. Despite their nimbleness, the homing projectiles had to swim against the current, so to speak, which allowed Dietrich to land most of his shots. While the Harrier methodically destroyed the missile swarm, the other mechs grew bold and focused their fire on the ship again. The pilot couldn't do anything about their opportunistic attacks besides speeding up the destruction of the missiles. Once he intercepted the last missiles, the Harrier flew back to the ship. Open up VES. I need a resupply. The battered hatch lowered quicker than normal. VES had overridden the safety protocols. The Harrier flew back inside even as sporadic shots landed close to the vulnerable opening. One laser managed to scorch the interior bulkhead of the ship before the hatch closed up again. VES tiredly spoke again from the bridge. I need you back out of there as fast as possible. The aft section is almost out of armor and the thrusters aren't looking too good either. I know. I'm doing the best I can already. Dietrich replied as he quickly shook off his spent magazines. The empty cases landed onto the deck with a soundless thud due to the absence of air. Midway through the resupply, the Barracuda shuddered for a second. What's that? That's the result of a malfunctioning thruster. I've forced the faulty component to keep working, but it won't do any favors for its longevity. Get back out there, please. Dietrich didn't bother with picking up the last magazines. Open the hatch. I'm going out. The Harrier exited the hatch and fired aggressively at the pursuing pirates. He changed his strategy. His previous act of suppressing all of the mechs at the same time did not do much in deterring them. Only when he disabled a mech did the enemy pilots pull back a bit. You guys want to see blood? Then let me show you what this whaler can do. Chapter 116. Distance. With about 10 minutes left to go before the FTL drive finished cycling, the pirates already came close to immobilizing their prey. Though unaware that the Barracuda was able to jump in just 2 hours after arriving at the star system, their ceaseless aggression made it clear these pirates were out for blood. The passage of time allowed the light mechs to close the distance to their prey. Their mechs were at the brink of overheating, but their pilots exerted enough control to stay under the limit. Their awful accuracy improved quite a bit now that their target grew bigger on their targeting screens. You're not the only pilots who benefit from this ship. Dietrich muttered with a focused snarl. I've taken a lot of crap from you guys. It's time for payback. Dietrich specialized in both aerial maneuvering and marksmanship. Armed with a ballistic rifle, he excelled in picking off enemy mechs from medium range. Now that his main targets approached his optimal range, he could finally dish out the hurt. Taking advantage of their lack of attention on him, Dietrich took his time and aimed at the nearest light mech. He calmly lined up his shots and released 3 kinetic slugs in succession. His aim held true. The first kinetic slug glanced off the light mech's arm, stripping a decent chunk of armor plating. The following round flew past the mech's head, missing it entirely. The third one accidentally crashed against the rifle stock, tearing the weapon from the still reacting mech's hands. The weapon helplessly flew off into deep space, leaving the lightly armored mech with no means to continue the fight. Like the Harrier, the pirate mech only carried one main weapon in order to save weight. Realizing his predicament, the pilot of the disarmed mech pulled back and tried to join the second wave following from behind. He wanted to borrow a spare weapon from his comrades in order to resume the chase. 2 down, 3 to go. The sudden attack left the remaining light mech stunned. They hesitated for a couple of seconds before focusing their attacks on the Harrier. In their eyes, the toothless Barracuda was a sitting duck they could slaughter at their leisure. VES encouragingly praised Dietrich's performance. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. The integrity of the thrusters have reached a critical point. They're resistant to heat so the lasers don't bother them much, but they absolutely can't take any more shells. How much longer do I have to stall them? 7 minutes. We're almost home. Those 7 minutes were hard fought. Dietrich dueled with the 3 mechs. Due to his recent resupply, he liberally emptied his magazines like a drunkard binging at the bar. Previously, he had to take his time to line up his shots. Not anymore. He bracketed his target in an inescapable net of projectiles. No matter where the hapless pirate dodged, he couldn't escape. To his credit, the pilot of the light mech spun around and let its relatively useless feet take the impact. Dietrich commended the pirate's split-second decision-making even as he realized he was dealing with a tough cookie. Fine, I'll leave you for last. For now, he had to remove as much sources of danger as possible. Even as his mech shook from the increasingly accurate incoming shots, he trusted his Harrier to hold together. Unlike the flimsy light mechs in front of him, his mech boasted actual armor. In contrast, his immediate opponents emphasized speed at the cost of both armor and firepower. Their ballistic rifles only shot juvenile versions of what his own weapon unleashed. Despite being outnumbered, Dietrich leveraged his advantages in such a dominant way that the remaining light mech stood no chance. Like the flies they represented, Dietrich swatted them out of contention with only a bit of effort. It took a generous amount of kinetic slugs, but he inflicted serious damage to the flight systems of 2 of them. The remaining pirate decisively gave up once he stood alone and pulled back to join his mates. Yeah. Run away, you coward. Dietrich yelled as he realized he successfully beat back the pirates and saved his friend's ship from certain doom. They came with 5 but none made it to the end. I am the best. The astral wolves obviously hadn't given up. They merely stopped throwing mechs at a closer range where the Harrier held all the advantages. The constant laser fire from the extremely distant medium mechs never ceased. While the Barracuda had been built to withstand a lot of heat, the cracks in her hull did not bode well for the ship. Get back to the ship. VES commanded from the bridge, breaking Dietrich's high. We're jumping out in 2 minutes. Now that Dietrich turned around, he finally saw how close they made it past this hurdle. The light mechs had done a number on the aft section. Their light projectiles might not pack a punch, but against a target as large as a ship, they chewed up the armor like a swarm of 1,000 bees. The plating was marred by so many pits and holes that it resembled the surface of a barren moon. Is the ship still functional? He idly questioned as he quickly snuck his mech inside the opened hatch. Whoever designed the Archon class deserves a lot of credit. They've incorporated an ingenious buffer layout that mitigates any damage that goes past the armor belt. All our critical systems besides the thrusters are intact. The damage to the thrusters was severe, but it mattered little when VES spooled up the FTL drive. Engaging the drive immediately after finishing the cycle degraded its hardware, but nobody cared about maintenance problems right now. The pirate vessels detected the unique fluctuations coming out of their prey. With impotent rage, the astral wolves had no means of preventing the corvette's escape. With a swirling whoosh, the ship transitioned into an entirely different mode of existence. The Barracuda finally let go of her highest alert state. Repair bots of all kinds scurried out of their holes and patched up whatever internal damage the ship received. Air returned inside the cargo bay as Dietrich slowly shut down his battered mech. Due to maintaining a flat fighting posture in the previous battle, the Harrier's legs blocked most of the incoming fire. The damage was so severe that the mech could not stand on its own 2 feet anymore under standard gravity conditions. With no other choice, Dietrich awkwardly collapsed the mech to a sitting position. He made sure to avoid bumping into the boxes strapped down to the deck. He met VES when he exited the cockpit. Sweat suffused his entire body though his pilot suit absorbed most of the moisture. There was nothing like snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. You fought good. VES congratulated him even as he stared at his Harrier's wretched state. We'll have to pay for the bills, but we could have lost it all. VES. Yes, Dietrich. You owe me a mech. Hey, I'm the one who invited you to this trip. VES immediately responded with his palms held up. I'll cover your repair costs, but I'm not in the position to gift you a new mech. Besides, I'm not capable of designing a rifleman mech at this moment. TCH, I don't need your money to fix my mech. I can easily cover the cost once I send my dad to the abandoned base. No, I want you to personally build a mech for me. I can wait for it, but you better deliver. Don't forget who saved your billion-call ship. The blonde mech pilot had a point. VES eventually promised to tailor a mech for him once he had the means. If Dietrich's gang got a good haul from stripping the underground base, then he'd even cover the cost. It was an equitable arrangement for both men. After Dietrich left for the showers, VES looked at the Harrier once again and sighed. We've really cut it close. I'm lucky to have brought you along. The galaxy is a lot more dangerous than I thought. I won't be making the same mistake twice. The Barracuda sustained no damage to her FTL drive, so the remaining leg of the journey occurred without glitches or breakdowns. VES made sure to inspect each of her systems in person, but there was only so much a mech designer like him could understand. VES stroked his chin with his palm as he gazed at the damage report. His ship got off lightly, all considered. She lost very little functionality and could still be used to traverse the stars. The bad news came when VES considered how much it cost to fix the damage. The Barracuda used a proprietary armor plating system that could only be produced at the most advanced production facilities back in the Friday Coalition. If VES wanted to fix the holes in his ship, he'd have to leave her at a repair yard and arrange imports of most of the exclusive materials. The total cost amounted to at least 20 million credits. For now, he couldn't spare the money to repair a ship that wasn't essential to his daily operations. Better to leave the ship behind and focus on building his core business first. He planned to revisit the matter of repairs once he enhanced his earnings. After making sure his ship wasn't about to fall apart, VES went back to his studies. He only had a limited amount of time and he wanted to hit the ground running once he arrived at his workshop. The recent attack once more reinforced how easy it was for him to die. Without strength, one had no right to speak. Even a mech designer was able to accrue power if everyone wanted you to design their mechs. His first priority was to advance his skills. His latest brush of death pushed VES to accelerate his learning. He wanted to advance his electrical engineering and physics skills to apprentice level with just weeks to go. In order to keep up with his brutal schedule, he kept his daily interaction with Dietrich and Lucky to a minimum. Fortunately, both Cat and Pilot had other concerns in mind. Lucky almost finished gnawing Master Olsen's ore. When VES stroked his gem Cat's back, he always got the feeling he was touching an overstuffed energy cell. Meanwhile, Dietrich helped plan his father's upcoming salvage expedition. Walter's whalers were already in the process of commissioning a convoy of transports and corvettes. By the time the Barracuda transitioned into the Bentheim system, VES finished upgrading both of his targeted skills. The improvements bolstered his fundamental mech design skills by plugging his weaknesses. They also eased his attempt to reconstruct the Dortmund. The new insights he received from his studies allowed him to understand the blueprint and repair manual a little better. He understood some of the subtler nuances of the 3D printer's design. Alright system. Show me my status. Design points, 1307. Electrical engineering, apprentice. Physics, apprentice, lightweight armor optimization I, medium weight armor optimization 3. Evaluation, a well-rounded apprentice at the start of his real career. Even the system complimented him for working on his weakest skills. He shouldn't let his designs be dragged down by a critical shortcoming. My DP barely grew. It's still a long way until I reach 2000 DP. His current plan called for earning enough DP to advance his mathematics skill to journeyman level. Without this upgrade, VES wasn't willing to release a second iteration of the Mark Antony. As his primary moneymaker, VES wanted to make the updated variant last. VES had a lot on his plate when he finally returned. He was already looking forward to it all. Chapter 117, Back in Business. The Prodigal Son returns. Marcella Bollinger greeted VES with open arms as he arrived at her office. Does that make you my mom? You wish. Jokes aside, thank you for granted the Barracuda a berth in your private docking space. If there's one thing brokers don't lack, it's space. I'll be sure to keep your new toy secure. The two sat down and began to discuss how the Bright Republic fared in his absence. The mech broker employed an entire department of analysts who kept track of the political and economic trends of their state. Marcella freely shared some of her insights. Everyone is smelling a war is brewing, but this time is different. She said grimly. She obviously predicted dark tidings. We expect the Visions to stir the pot a little, but the uprisings and terrorist attacks are much more severe than the Republic has anticipated. Every state in the star sector is suffering from some source of instability. VES scratched his head. Even the Visions were dealing with their fair share of terrorists. Could it be another star sector is having designs on our territory? No, that doesn't make sense. The Komodo star sector ranks near the bottom in both exotic resource deposits and economic development. There's something bigger brewing behind the scenes. We won't know what's going on until they spring their plan on us. That doesn't sound reassuring. You're right, this isn't something we should stick our hands into. Better let the politicians from Rittersberg earn their pay for once. Your old friend Vincent is gaining prominence. Marcella added with a smirk. He's one of the spokesmen for the so-called Bentheim independence movement. They want to secede Bentheim and its surrounding influence from the Republic, with violence if necessary. That's crazy. If Bentheim is our only port system. Without it, the Bright Republic is finished. Bentheim won't be better off either. Without the population and support from the rest of the Republic, the newly independent movement will only amount to a fourth-rate state at most. Don't underestimate their appeal. Bentheimers always consider themselves superior to the rest of the Republic. They resent the fact that they have to take their marching orders from Rittersberg. It doesn't help that much of Bentheim's wealth is used to subsidize the development of other planets and star systems. The issue turned out to be quite the wedge between the people of Bentheim and the rest of the Republic. While Cloudy Curtain fell under Bentheim's sphere of influence, VES had little sympathy for these delusions. So how's the mech industry faring these days? Marcella gave VES an ambivalent smile. The attacks are straining our industry supply chains. Shipments get hijacked, factories get blown up, or certain businesses get persuaded to cancel their long-standing contracts. It might only happen here and there, but each disruption has a ripple effect that affects all other companies down the supply chains. In other words, the saboteurs are trying to achieve maximum disruption with minimum effort. They shouldn't be part of a powerful group, then. Maybe they don't have a scary backing. Surprisingly, the chaos has only led to greater sales. The Mech Corps has expanded their orders by 15%. Many mercenary leaders decided that they'd rather expand their arsenal immediately than to wait for the transition to the next generation of mechs. Looks like it's already high season for the industry. It's too bad I'm missing out. Are you sure you won't reconsider fabricating your current model? I already said I had a big order in store for you. It's easy money. The Mark Antony doesn't conform to my standards anymore. I can't allow any detractors to make an example out of it to convince the public that I'm not worthy to be an apprentice. Marcella shrugged. It's your call. Let me warn you that it won't do your credibility any good if you are halting your sales for an extended time. A mech designer that was all talk and no show didn't go far in the business. VES knew he risked squandering the goodwill he gained from becoming Master Olsen's apprentice. VES asked for some tips on applying for a loan. Marcella briefly explained the procedure and what he should watch out for. She had a very daring suggestion when it came to collateral. You should put up your Corvette as collateral if you're in need of a large amount of money. A genuine luxury Corvette from the Friday Coalition is worth as much as a medium-sized company here. It's the best way to make use of a shiny but non-essential asset. No. VES shook his head. Absolutely not. I don't want to risk the ownership of the Barracuda. Besides, I'd be drowning in credits if I put up my ship for collateral. I can't grow my company that quickly without losing grip. Marcella dropped the subject once VES refused to budge on this matter. Take a look at last month's national sales figures. Most of the skirmishes that have taken place are mainly hit-and-run attacks. Sales of light mechs have gone through the roof. After discussing some minor issues, VES ended his talk with his broker and left her office. He returned to the spaceport and met up with awaiting Dietrich and Lucky. Finally, you're back. The board pilot spoke as he rose from his chair. Are we done with this place? I've finished all of my arrangements, yes. Your mech and my cargo are already being shipped back home. We've got a transport to catch. They boarded the transport and took their seats without issue. The modest, utilitarian decor of the local spaceship contrasted sharply with the classier ships from the Coalition. This was the first time in months that he felt as if he finally felt at home. He didn't have to worry about class differences or watch his step in case of bumping into a powerful bigwig. After 2 days of placid travel, their transport landed at Cloudy Curtain Spaceport. Their journey together finally came at an end. VES held Lucky close to his chest while making sure his floating luggage followed him out of the ship. He turned around and said goodbye to Dietrich. It's been a wild ride. We've cut it close, but we made it through. I'd rather take a break from all the action. Dietrich smiled helplessly as he no offense, but you're a dangerous man to be around. After a friendly pat on the shoulder, the exuberant mech pilot returned to the embrace of Walter's whalers. The entire spaceport was a hive of activity as the gang finished their preparations for their upcoming scavenging expedition. VES had no further involvement in their proceedings. In exchange for forsaking all of his claims on the abandoned base, he'd received the full sale value of the blackmail material they recovered from a stash. Let's go home, Lucky. When the air car arrived in front of his workshop, VES sighed in relief. Nothing happened to his workshop. A lone security bot vigilantly patrolled the perimeter and the electric fencing sparkled ominously. Household bots neatly trimmed the grass and swept up any dust in their way. A familiar face waited by the entrance. Carlos Shaw resolutely quit his job arranged by his father's connections. His friend severed his only opportunity to climb the ladder of a major mech manufacturer. Hey VES. Look at you. Last time we met, you were just a fellow buddy. Now you've become an unreachable existence. You even look handsomer. VES did change a lot since he left the Bright Republic. His mentality matured after winning the Limar Open competition and surviving 2 different pirate attacks. His appearance grew smoother due to the changes brought by the gene boost. Finally, he set aside most of his normal clothes and started donning his gifted anti-grav clothes all the time. The malleable high-tech clothes came pre-programmed with an entire library of stylish outfits. Even a fashion-illiterate boor like VES could not go wrong once he took advantage of this function. Let's step inside before we discuss your employment. VES calmly spoke and led his friend past the security measures and into his shabby workshop. Lucky escaped from his grasp and ran to his private little bed. The cat had grown less active over the past few days. VES suspected his pet was about to undergo a fundamental transformation. Once VES finished arranging his luggage, he returned to the living room and stared at his friend. Carlos sat at the dining table with a data pad in front. The pad showed his employment contract. My broker arranged this cookie-cutter employment contract. I've modified a couple of terms in order to suit my purposes better. You will work for my company in a full-time capacity as a mech fabricator. I'm not hiring you to be my designer, but you are free to use my licenses and facilities to play around if you finished your daily tasks. You will receive a modest pay of 10,000 credits a month before taxes. Do you have any questions? Carlos scrunched his face. Yeah, it says here you will own all the rights for any commercial designs I register at the MTA. Isn't that a little overboard? I don't think this is an unreasonable demand. VES retorted with a firm voice. Mech designers usually don't allow their subordinates to borrow their facilities in the first place. If you are taking advantage of my hard-earned equipment and licenses, then your design should also belong to me. Don't worry, the contract states that you'll receive appropriate credit as well as a cut from any sales. It might not be entirely fair to Carlos, but VES wanted to make it clear who was in charge. He knew that Carlos wanted to work under VES in order to develop his own mech designer career. VES didn't want to invest in Carlos without getting anything in return. If Carlos thought he was going to be a selfless chump, then he was sorely mistaken. Okay, I can accept that, Carlos said and dropped his objection. The next page states that I have to sign an MTA-administered disclosure agreement. You know the penalties for breaking a contract under the purview of the MTA, right? In the worst case, I can even get executed. I trust you, but I've made quite a few enemies. VES crossed his arms. Who knows if someone offers you a couple of billion credits to pass on some information? I would never do that. Even if you are inhuman enough to resist becoming an instant billionaire, perhaps you'll receive threats. No one is infallible, Carlos. I don't want to consider the option of you betraying me. I can be assured you won't do anything stupid if I bring in the MTA. It will also send a signal to my enemies that there's no use trying to use their means on you. Since it was a matter of life and death, VES gave Carlos time to weigh the issue. If his friend insisted on change, then he would withdraw the employment contract. He had a lot of secrets in his closet. While VES didn't intend to inform his employee about the system or the X factor, it never hurt to prepare beforehand. Okay. I don't know what you're hiding, but if you think it's serious enough to bring in the MTA, then so be it. I'll sign your darned NDA. After going past these hurdles, Carlos brought up a range of minor issues. VES patiently explained his thoughts, even showed a little flexibility by changing some minor clauses. He hardly cared about when Carlos would claim his vacation days, or how much of a bonus he earned if he worked overtime. If that's all, then let's visit the local branch of the MTA to finalize the contract and sign the NDA. You'll start your work tomorrow. I'll arrange a spare design terminal and some other amenities in order to accommodate your presence. After a firm handshake, Carlos left the workshop and went back to his new home. In preparation for his new job, he already rented a nearby home in the nearby suburbs of Freslin. VES returned to his workshop. He had to arrange the storage of his salvaged Dortmund parts. He considered taking another loan in order to fund the purchase of an alloy compressor. He also wanted to earn some very precious DP by designing a couple of virtual mechs. In short, he was back in business. Chapter 118, First Employee. The next day, VES stared at a glowing blue ball. He remembered that Lucky settled into his bed here. Overnight, he somehow turned into a dangerous-looking ball of energy. After stretching out his hand, he noted that the ball did not emit any kind of heat. Lucky should have warned me if he was up to something dangerous. I'd better leave this ball alone for now. He remembered that he promised Lucky 1,000,000 credits worth of minerals. Despite his apprehension at spending so much money, VES still wanted to keep his promise. He went to his terminal and opened the MTA's internal market. After ordering a bunch of shiny-looking ores, he confirmed his order. He expected Lucky's present to arrive within the week. He walked to his backyard and stared at the large containers that arrived in the morning. VES summoned up his workshop's cargo bots and brought its contents to a secure storage room. He handled the boxes of Dortmund parts carefully. As VES did not plan to reconstruct the Dortmund immediately, he left the boxes unopened. Before he started work on reconstructing the industrial-scale 3D printer, he wanted to accumulate more skills. It would be foolish to ruin the reconstructed printer due to underestimating the difficulty involved in putting it back together. It's all about the skills, he said ruefully. I'm never ready to do anything if I constantly chase after upgrades. He couldn't help it. Reconstructing the Dortmund and updating the Mark Antony variant both required him to exert his utmost. Both were critical projects that VES could not afford to screw up. The extra office equipment he ordered yesterday arrived as well. VES received the extra terminal, chair, drinks dispenser, and other amenities and set them up in his workspace. He reconfigured the workroom into an office space that complied with the local codes. He installed several privacy screens into basic cubicles that ensured a worker's privacy without isolating them completely. VES also activated the setting that prevented sounds from spreading. He had a tendency to talk to himself, and didn't want to bother Carlos with his ramblings. Some of the work might not be entirely necessary at the moment. VES wanted to prepare for the future. Speaking of expansion, I don't think I've thought up a proper name for my business yet. It's still registered as a sole proprietorship. That's fine when I'm just starting out, but now that I'm thinking of increasing my scale, I really should get around to registering a corporation. A sole proprietorship basically meant that VES and his business were one and the same. Any losses the business made reflected directly on him. This might be fine for small-time street corner stores, but for a company that dealt with goods worth millions of credits, it was wholly inadequate. A limited liability corporation was a separate legal entity in the eyes of the Bright Republic and most other states. If his business somehow screwed up and incurred a loss of 1 billion credits, then VES wouldn't be liable if the company declared bankruptcy. Naturally, things weren't so simple, and VES still had to deal with some of the consequences. Registering a corporation was not a simple task at all. He had to set up a charter and enumerate everyone's rights. I'll take care of it later. VES waved his hand, adding it to his increasingly growing to-do list. First, I'll have to bring in Carlos to the fold. His friend arrived at his doorstep at noon. VES met him outside and hailed a high-speed aircar for them both. After boarding the vehicle, they were on their way to Orinoco, the planetary capital on the other side of the planet. On the way, VES explained his expectations for his new fabricator. Once you're officially employed by me, you'll have to brush up your assembly. It's of prime importance that you can assemble one of my designs without my supervision. If I have to look over your shoulder every time you bump into trouble, then what's the point of hiring you in the first place? I understand. Carlos dutifully nodded. In the time I've been waiting for you to return, I dove into my old textbooks. I've got a solid grasp on theory. That's insufficient for my purposes. My first and only commercial design so far is a very complex advanced mech. Its maze-like internal layout alone is prone to faults. Just one mistake could set me back millions of credits. No, you need lots of practice before you can even think of using my machines for real. I'll register and pay for an Iron Spirit Mech developer account in your name. What? You want me to play a game? Hey, don't knock on the game. The realism is sufficiently close enough that you'll be able to master almost all of the fundamental steps to fabrication in a safe, virtual environment. Doesn't it cost a lot of money to start fabricating a virtual mech? Don't worry, I'll cover the costs. With my current savings, I can afford to splurge a little. Consider it an investment. Just don't expect a raise anytime soon. According to the current rates, it cost about 18,000 credits to fund the fabrication of a virtual Mark Antony. As a notoriously overstuffed advanced 5-star mech, VES considered that Carlos needed at least a month of practice before he mastered the basics. That was with the old version of the design. When VES introduced the second generation of the variant, Carlos most likely had to do things over again. Carlos smiled in appreciation. I don't have time to be greedy when you've given me these opportunities. Thank you for taking care of me. I really appreciate all you've done. Then repay me by helping me grow my business. I need a trustworthy man by my side. They spent the rest of the ride discussing the ins and outs of fabricating the Mark Antony. VES did not have any notes about his insights, so all he could do was to pass them using his own words. After a couple of hours, the aircar arrived at the MTA's local branch. VES already scheduled an appointment, so they were led into an elegant meeting room by a low-level representative. Both VES and Carlos confirmed their identities through numerous tests before signing a bevy of digital documents. After leaving the MTA, VES decided to stick around the capital. As they walked through Orinoco's modest shopping streets, Carlos whistled in appreciation. I can actually walk around without bumping into people all the time. I've got to say that it's a nice change of scenery. The only downside is that I still haven't gotten used to the constant cloud cover. It's even more disconcerting when the clouds adopt a rainbow sheen. Blame the original settlers for leaving the terraforming to the lowest bidder. VES amiably said. When you get used to it, you'll realize our sky is an endless canvas. Folks like to gaze endlessly at the clouds, taking inspiration from its infinite varieties. It sounded incredibly boring to Carlos, but he kept his opinion to himself. Instead, he pointed at a nearby sculpture. What's that? VES did not answer his question immediately. Instead, he led his new employee to the foot of a thin but tall statue. It had been shaped into an archaic candle that reached above the tallest office buildings in the city. A narrow trail of smoldering black smoke ascended from the top of the candle. Somehow, the smoke did not disperse, but maintained cohesion as it climbed its way into the clouds. Both men looked up at top of the candle where its tip ceaselessly smoldered. Compared to the many monuments they once toured in Rittersburg, the lone stone candle hardly matched up. Do you remember the founding story of the Bright Republic? VES suddenly asked. Sure I do. A bunch of marginalized idealists and pacifists from the new Robarth Empire banded together and funded a colonization expedition to the galactic rim. They chafed at the stifling, militaristic culture of the Empire and wanted to create a paradise in the most remote corner of the galaxy. In their eyes, they wished to preserve the light of civilization in an unforgiving galaxy. Every Republican citizen knew the story, and what followed after. The ancestors of the Bright Republic eventually reached the Komodo star sector, only to find the juiciest star systems claimed by expeditions funded by their more warlike rivals. The few times the Bright Republic tried to wrest control of them ended badly, as pacifists did not make for very good soldiers. Carlos continued the story. After losing so many ships, supplies, and men, they eventually came across a habitable world. They settled down on the planet and called it Rittersburg, the last refuge of a noble venture. The Bright Republic was founded there and then, and over time the colonists expanded and claimed the surrounding stars. And what happened to their dreams? VES asked in a tone that indicated he already knew the answer. Over time, the Bright Republic shed its pacifists' roots. They had to in order to fend off aggression from aliens and regional rivals like the Veja Kingdom. Still, in order to commemorate their origins, they built the Eternal Lighthouse at the spot where the first colonists stepped foot on Rittersburg. VES gestured his arm at the giant smoldering candle. The descendants of hardcore pacifists consider the Eternal Lighthouse to be a farce. When the Bright Republic slowly increased its militarization, the most dissatisfied pacifists scrounged up their meager savings and founded the planet that would eventually become Cloudy Curtain. So they built this candle as a middle finger to the Eternal Lighthouse. Yup. The smoldering candle is supposed to remind the people of this planet that the rest of the Republic has forgotten their ideals. The light is snuffed, and only a smoldering tip remains. Huh. Don't you feel strange about basing your mech workshop on this planet of pacifists? It's already been hundreds of years since the founding of this planet. VES replied without a note of concern. Time has wiped away our roots. These days, the locals drink their beer and watch the mech arena duels like any regular Republican citizen. The bureaucrats hardly raised an eyebrow when my father and I registered my business. Nothing was eternal. Dreams only lasted until the people woke up. Life eventually must go on. After touring the streets and showing off the local sights, the pair decided to return. They took another aircar back to the outskirts of Freslin and returned at the workshop by evening. Carlos said his goodbyes. It's been great hanging out with you. It brings me back to our days at Rittersburg. Be thankful for the break, because your work starts tomorrow. You need to master your new role as a fabricator as soon as possible. I won't allow you to be a drain on my resources forever. I understand. You won't regret hiring me. After a good night's sleep, VES woke up the next day and started working on some administrative details. He keyed Carlos into the security system and granted him limited access to the facilities. He also prepared a new mech designer account for him and granted it access to the designs under his Chasing Clouds account. When Carlos arrived at the workshop, VES led him to the office room and pointed at the second terminal. That's your new workstation. I've already configured it to allow you to log into Iron Spirit and practice your skills. Can I make use of your design software as well? It will help me out a lot if I can flex my other mech design skills. It's already done. VES replied and drew his employee's attention to a grayed out icon in the starting menu. I've set the terminal up to unlock the design software after working hours is over. You can stay over after you finish your shift if you want to play around with designing your own mech. That's very generous of you. Thank you again. No problem. Once Carlos finished registering a developer account, VES went back to his terminal and logged into his own game account. He put off work for several days now. I'm still missing about 700 DP. If I want to upgrade my mathematics to journeyman, then I'll have to publish a new virtual design. The problem was that he couldn't afford to waste too much time. He had to get back to selling actual mechs in order to keep up with his timetable. Rather than designing a whole bunch of virtual mechs, I should focus on perfecting a single machine. With the attention he gained from the entire star sector, VES knew he was being watched. Many industry insiders kept tabs on him. He didn't want to squander all of this initial interest by releasing a sloppy design. The first impression was the most important one to make. His last two virtual designs consisted of octagon variants. His Mist Prowler acted as a capable ambush predator, while his Speed Demon excelled in chasing down light mechs. Both were competent designs for a novice mech designer, but they fell short to his current standards. After advancing to an apprentice mech designer, VES felt it was time to move on to 3-star designs. He already had a taste of these designs when he competed at Limar. He only held back due to the cost. My spending account has nothing left. I spent way too much money. VES took note as he checked his bank accounts. I've already started dipping into my piggy bank. With only 22 million credits left in liquid funds, can I afford to splurge on virtual licenses? VES decided to take a look at the catalog. Most of the licenses for the mechs averaged around 1 million credits. This was a steep price that put most amateur mech designers out of play. The lack of clutter appealed to VES, though he also had to compete against professionals with too much time on their hands. Even if I'm young, I can still stand firm, he concluded after taking a look at the best-selling variants. It helped that he did not intend to top the sales charts. VES was content if he earned 700 DP. With this modest goal in mind, VES considered the type of mech he wanted to design. The ongoing tension has caused people to feel less safe. The game is experiencing an upsurge of players. In tumultuous times, they can only rely on themselves. Many potentates intensified their training. They left behind the simple, generalist mechs and focused instead on mastering specialized mechs. Marcella already explained this ongoing trend during his last visit to her office. VES already had a plan in mind. In order to prepare for his upcoming redesign project, he wanted to work on a medium knight. The Mark Antony was actually an overburdened hybrid knight. By working on this variant so early in his design career, VES was actually putting the cart before the horse. He could gain more insight on hybrid knights by starting with the basic form of a regular knight. In mech terms, knights referred to mechs armed with a single-handed weapon and a shield. Usually knights were armed with swords due to their versatility and popularity, though some relied on spears or axes. A normal knight never wielded ranged weapons. Sometimes they carried a pistol, but never anything larger. Mechs focused on melee combat optimized their limbs for power. Ranged weapons did not make use of this. Instead, they demanded precision. A knight which tried to juggle both power and precision were called hybrid knights for that reason. Regardless of their loadout, knights formed a bulwark of defense. They generally fared poorly when operating alone, but excelled in team fights. With a knight holding down a position, any enemy had to go through a painful ordeal in order to dislodge the defender. They also took on other roles if needed. For example, they made use of their tough exteriors to break through enemy lines. They also escorted vulnerable artillery mechs or any other kind of sharpshooter mechs. The synergy between a knight and a ranged mech was well known. I'll have to design a knight that is able to work in a team. Previously at Limar, VES designed mechs that operated alone. This was different. While he could still design a knight which excelled in solo duels, it had to seamlessly integrate into a team. He settled a couple of parameters for his upcoming design. The knight must be able to take a beating, so it will weigh at the top end of the medium weight class. It's going to be slow, but it should still be within the limits of a medium mech. The knight should also be a sufficient threat at close range, which means it is going to need strong arms and legs. Most knights already took these factors in account. Certain designs fulfilled the basic requirements, but also emphasized some other aspects in order to distinguish themselves. What VES sought in particular was a design with a powerful short-range dash. After an hour of browsing through the catalog, VES finally narrowed down his choice. Chapter 119, Hoplite. Many mech manufacturers boldly entered the market with a superstar designs. Only a few companies demonstrated enough staying power to persist until today. The Lindholm Armament Company outgrew its modest roots to become a giant transgalactic corporation. Lindholm was a household brand name in the mech market, to the point where loyal customers brainlessly bought their latest products. VES normally disdained mainstream mechs, but their introductory model deserved a look. The story of Lindholm started with their first commercially available design, the Hoplite HPL 100P. 200 years ago, the introduction of the Hoplite propelled a small and obscure company to galactic prominence. Its design deviated significantly from convention. First, the Hoplite used a spear instead of a sword as its main armament. Lindholm was not content with a simple spear. Instead, they introduced an innovative weapon capable of adjusting its own length. Through a sturdy layered tube design, the Hoplite could extend or shorten the length of the spear at will. The only downside to this structure was that the spear could not withstand as much force. It's still a daring innovation, VES said admiringly. True, the weapon had flaws, but it worked out for the model. It proved a design didn't have to be flawless in an engineering perspective in order to sell well. The Hoplite also made use of an unconventional heavy shield. Its large round shield sported a flat, broad spike in the center, allowing it to pierce through armor when used as a weapon. Lindholm expressly designed the shield for offensive use by adding a couple of unconventional augments. First, they attached miniature boosters to rear of the shield. They automatically ignited their charges when the hoplite initiated a bashing motion. The boosters only burned for a quarter of a second, but that was sufficient to magnify the impact by up to 50%. If that wasn't enough, the Lindholm designers also stuffed in an inertial manipulator. Normally, it remained inactive. The module only took effect when the hoplite started to bash. It only reduced the shield's weight by 30%, which sped up the bash. At the last instant before impact, the module reversed its settings, making the shield 30% heavier. This slowed down the bash, but that hardly mattered when the shield impacted its target an instant later. The extra weight gave the bash more momentum, making the shield harder to fend off. Hoplite pilots usually followed up by striking their target with an extended spear. This was the hoplite staple combo, one that propelled the design to prominence. There were downsides to the augments. While Lindholm reinforced the boosters and inertial manipulator against shocks, they were still prone to malfunction. The augments also only carried a limited amount of charges, enough for 3 times. The critics called it a gimmick. The mech pilots who performed the move professed their love for it. Despite the controversy, Lindholm aggressively marketed the ridiculous move and sold hundreds of thousands of hoplites. The hype eventually faded out, but by that time Lindholm earned enough of a killing to fund the development of better designs. If that was it, then the model should be forgotten by now. Instead, the hoplite enjoyed enduring popularity in Iron Spirit due to its final feature. Lindholm wanted to design a knight with offensive prowess. Upgrading the weapons wasn't enough. They also wanted to give their mech the ability to rush forward at high speeds. To do that, they extensively modified the hoplite without relying on boosters. Installing boosters was the conventional way of enhancing a mech's short-ranged boost. While powerful, they also imposed many limits on the design. Instead of dealing with issues such as fuel storage and heat management, Lindholm instead augmented the legs. While the legs still appeared humanoid, the designers massively strengthened the artificial muscles. No one knew how they did it, but they introduced an original muscle scheme that allowed mechs to push off the ground in an extremely powerful burst. Extendable claws embedded in the feet helped maximize the hoplite's grip, which prevented it from slipping. Overall, VES admired the original developers of the hoplite. They were not afraid to implement their own vision onto the staid old knight archetype. The work done on the spear, shield, and legs all complemented each other's strength, amplifying their effects when combined together. The designers succeeded in turning their outlandish vision into a practical product. The hoplite is a masterpiece. In design terms, the model was difficult to improve but easy to ruin. Many mech designers tried and failed to develop variants that significantly improved upon its performance. VES did not fear a challenge. He wanted to prove he could handle a difficult model like the hoplite. The way to that was to succeed in creating a new variant that was not some minor rehash of the base model. Lindholm Armament Company Hoplite HPL 100p, 1.2 million bright credits. He winced at the price. While he still possessed a substantial amount of savings, he hadn't been earning any money lately. I still need to make another purchase. VES had a very simple plan in mind. He wanted to design that took advantage of the current trend. Many teenage potentates were currently flocking to Iron Spirit in order to polish their piloting skills. Mastering a knight was one of the basic classes offered by mech academies and mech institutions. It was the simplest mech type and one that offered beginners an excellent starting point in piloting mechs. One reason the base model only enjoyed a limited amount of popularity was that it was built around the spear. Trainee pilots only practiced with sword-wielding knights. He intended to meet their needs by designing a sword-wielding hoplite variant. While several such variants could already be found in the catalog, VES thought he could put his own spin on the concept. After browsing the catalog, VES found an appropriate weapon and added it to his shopping cart. JJV Limited Imperial Sword ISX 34, 250.000 bright credits. The so-called Imperial Sword sounded fancy, but shared the same shape as the weapons used by trainees. The one-handed sword was not too long, not too short, not too heavy, not too light, and so on. It had no distinguishing features due to the need to accommodate every possible mech pilot, at least at the start of their training. VES chose the Imperial Sword because it was a well-designed upgrade from the cheap and substandard training swords. JJV Limited poured a lot of research into improving the simplistic sword design, from changing its composition to adjusting its shape and center of mass. It led to a weapon that many recruits love to use at the start of their careers. It's not a very exciting sword, but it is a time-tested design. It's sharp, tough, and not too expensive. That's good enough for most mech pilots. After confirming his purchase, his savings shrank. He now owned 2 3-star licenses, enough to design a decent variant. Sat back in his chair and thought about what kind of vision he wanted to imprint onto his design. As always, he tried to seek an example from ancient history. A gladiator. No, I don't want to create a showboater. A Viking. Too aggressive and undisciplined. A medieval knight. That might work, but I still feel it comes up short. After a couple of minutes of fruitless digging, VES gave up on referencing history. Do I even need to draw on reality in the first place to form a coherent picture? He thought about his designs so far. VES always let his mind drift to dramatic actions when he tried to form his intent. When he thought back on designs like the Mark Antony or the Mist Prowler, VES automatically constrained his imagination to obey reality. What if he broke this rule? The X factor is something that is alive but intangible. Something that isn't anchored in the physical plane has no obligation to be bound by its rules. It sounded simple, but how could an engineer like VES ignore the laws of the universe so easily? A mech was a machine. Their structure and composition was nothing magical. So long as mech designer obtained its blueprint, they could replicate the mech without problem. All except for the metaphysical. The apparent existence of the X factor had long since convinced VES that mechs might have a proto-spiritual presence. He never explored the full implications of this premise. A spiritual existence can take any shape. VES recalled the time when he achieved a minor breakthrough in the X factor. Back then, he was competing in front of the entire star sector for the first time. He had to design a mech as fast as possible in order to claim a high-ranking mech pilot in the free-for-all stage. The mech that resulted from his heated efforts was the Unicorn. Despite the frame's many technical flaws, VES imagined its design as a proud and inviolate mech that wielded its spear like the horn of its namesake. To be honest, he had no time to consider its fantastical background. A unicorn is a mythical creature. Everyone has their own ideas about what a unicorn looks like and what kind of powers it possesses. In this case, the only perspective that matters is the one held by the mech designer. If the X factor needed to be grounded by reality, then a fantastical image should be detrimental. Somehow, VES did not believe the uniform suffered any ill effects. It performed exceptionally well in Lovejoy's hands and slightly exceeded the limits of its shoddy construction. Is it really so simple? A single example did not prove his assumptions. Yet VES instinctively believed he was on the right track. The question is, am I willing to test it out? He strongly wished to test this new approach. The risks were great. If he screwed up his first new design after winning the Limar Open competition, then he might not be able to drum up enough sales. Yet what if he failed anyway? Nobody knew how to observe and measure something as ethereal as the X factor. At most, those who entered the cockpit had to endure an unpleasant vibe. VES was in an exuberant mood. Like a child stepping out of the house for the first time, he wanted to explore this new world. He was only limited by his own imagination. He did not even need to reference an existing myth. Why not make up something on his own? Something that meshed with the components he had to work, instead of trying to stuff a pre-existing image into a mold that didn't entirely fit. Let's go with something strong but not too complex. His active imagination branched off numerous possibilities. Some were thinly veiled derivatives of existing myths, while others sounded too radical to be useful. He chose to base his design around the image of an immortal known as the Instructor. He used to be a daring knight and swordsman in the past, having distinguished himself in battle against man and beast alike. He gained strength from every victory and refined his swordsmanship to greater heights. In his quest to be the pinnacle, he even sought to learn different styles from other masters of the art. The Instructor finally achieved enlightenment. The warrior grasped the secrets of immortality and joined the ranks of the exalted among men. The years went by and the wars died down. Eventually, the Instructor shed the passion of his youth. He settled down as a guard for an esteemed emperor who granted him with a sword of office. He wielded his blade not to kill, but to protect. As the empire he served reigned supreme, the instructor lacked the opportunity to prove his worth. With nothing else to do, he started instructing the younger generation in swordsmanship. Slowly, he became known for his teaching. The instructor not only excelled at explaining the essence of swordsmanship, he also gained many insights in the process. He slowly cast off all the flair and excessive moves in his repertoire, and distilled his swordsmanship into a purer form. Am I being a bit too vague? VES suddenly asked. He was very satisfied with the story he built up, but he did not wish to waste too much time fleshing out the setting. He might as well become a novelist if that was the case. I didn't think too much when I designed the unicorn, so it's probably okay. The details probably didn't matter too much. What VES actually needed was a myth to support the shaping of his intent. With a strong and distinct image, it became easier to hold on to the main points and maintain a cohesive intent for hours. A complicated backstory made it harder to keep the threads together. The story was not without purpose. VES hoped to accomplish multiple goals with this specific myth. First, the instructor was old. He experienced much in his life and fought in many battlefields. He mellowed out in his later years but still retained his edge for battle. Hopefully the trait translated to cool-headedness in the heat of battle. VES also wanted to pass on the instructor's love and obsession for swordsmanship. He did not make the instructor a master of a single style, but instead exposed him to many different forms. While flexible, the instructor thoroughly mastered the fundamentals due to his extensive teaching experience. What VES wanted to accomplish with this was to make his customers more susceptible to breakthroughs. He did not expect to create a miracle. Just a gentle push was enough. This is all too vague. I don't even know if I'm deluding myself with all these assumptions. VES chuckled a bit. Fantasy or not, it doesn't hurt to try. Chapter 120, Iterating. VES approached his latest design process like a project. Gone were the days where he haphazardly designed a mech ad hoc in week-long sessions. His improved skills gave him much more possibilities and opened his eyes to many factors he previously missed. When he previously competed at Limar, VES had no time to double-check his work. The brutal time limits imposed by the rules forced him to follow his previous methodology of trusting his intuition that he got it right. His latest project called for a cycle of design followed by testing and back to design. With his increased base of knowledge, he was able to wield the system's many mathematical models without acting like a caveman. With every design choice, he could verify the results through rigorous testing. He could find better solutions and avoid mistakes as long as he spent enough time crunching the numbers. Certainly, it took time. Despite the system's prodigious processing power, VES could only draw a portion of its awesome capabilities. More than that, VES might frequently resort to tweaking the models in order to simulate many different conditions. He did not intend to lose sight of his initial goal. Before he began to design, he created a simple schedule. Let's see. 3 weeks should be plenty of time to come up with a decent design. Any more than that and it's not worth the effort. I'll spend 1 week on shaping the design, and 2 weeks on refining it through modeling and simulations. VES also split the project up into different phases that corresponded to the parts he modified. He preferred to start from interior and work his way out, so the first phases dealt with the internal frame and the various internal components. Each time he finished modifying the relevant components, he'd test them vigorously until he became satisfied or ran out of time. He'd go through each phase in this manner until he combed over every part of his design. At the end, he reserved a decent chunk of time to testing out his new mech in a holistic manner. Let's start with the internal frame. The skeleton of the base model disproportionately favored the waist and legs. The hoplite put an enormous amount of stress on the legs when it initiated its powerful dash. VES decided not to mess around too much with the internal frame. Any minor change he made here cascaded into a ton of follow-up effects. The basic design of the frame already worked okay. He merely updated the 200-year-old design to modern standards and rigorously tested his changes. The frame's upper portion resisted heavy impacts a little better. He turned to the core components next. He did not swap out any of the core parts, but trimmed their design in order to fit its current use. A real mech needed to be robust and last for years. A virtual mech only had to last a couple of team battles at most. The hoplite offered a lot of redundancies at the cost of putting on a lot of weight. Due to their self-contained nature, the modifications he made to The power reactor, engine, and other parts required little time to test. Lindholm obviously licensed these components from specialist equipment manufacturers, so VES found very few instances where he could optimize the design even further. Those manufacturers and research institutes make their living off licensing their products. They must have spent years in optimizing their builds. The lack of faults prevented VES from making gains without losses with regards to these components. Thus, he mainly exchanged robustness for reduced mass in a proportional relationship. VES considered the trade-offs he made to be worth the cost. After that, he moved on to the next phase. He devoted a lot of time on reworking the internal layout of the mech from the ground up. With his journeyman-level mechanics and apprentice-level electrical engineering, VES chose to focus on increasing the mech's range of motion. Among all mech types, the Knight had the most restrictive range of movements. It didn't need any more due to its plentiful armor and sluggish motions. This also made Knights an ideal mech for trainee pilots to start with, because they didn't have to master many maneuvers in order to become proficient in piloting this type. The original hoplite mainly uses its spear to thrust forward with incredible momentum. Lindholm didn't design the hoplite to fare well at a closer range. They even included an augmented shield in order to knock back any mechs who came into knife fighting range. This presented a big problem to any mech designer who wanted to turn the hoplite into a sword wielder. The mech lacked the responsiveness and range of motion to keep up with a serious clash. VES did not wish to compete directly with more experienced designers who tackled the same problem. He only wished to transform the hoplite into a proficient sword wielder while retaining much of the internal integrity of a knight. He did not directly reference the old layout. Instead, he built up his own internal layout first before comparing it to the original version, spending a lot of time in the process. Due to the need to maintain a focused intent, VES required frequent breaks in order to finish this boring hurdle. When he finally finished his own layout, he compared the new one with the old. The differences were immense. He reconciled the two by adopting the best parts of both, and put the new scheme through a barrage of tests. With each iteration of tests and tweaks, the resulting design scheme reached a new equilibrium. VES succeeded in shaving off bits and pieces while keeping enough redundancies in place. The extra space allowed him to improve the range of motion of its arms. At this point, VES reached the halfway mark of his project schedule. He spent a significant amount of time doing tests, but gained better results than before. Along the way, VES frequently paused his work when he couldn't maintain his concentration. Since he cared deeply about imprinting the instructor to his new design, VES did not dare continue working when his mind started to fray. In order to distract himself, VES devoted the majority of his free time to tutoring his new employee. Carlos also worked hard in trying to understand the assembly process, but achieved little success so far. This mech is a nightmare. Carlos moaned during an evening after work. It's like someone stuffed two different mechs in a single frame. VES took a sip of a can of beer. The Mark Antony isn't pretty once you look past the armor. I did my best to simplify the mess, but there's only so much I could do at the time. I have some more ideas now. I'll try them out once I finish my current project. You're planning to update your only real product, right? I've been thinking about it while I've practiced fabricating it. Don't you think the missile launchers are kind of redundant? Even the Caesar Augustus rarely finds an opportunity to make effective use of it. There's not enough capacity or firepower behind the missiles to achieve anything meaningful alone. To be honest, VES did not like the shoulder launchers either. They added unnecessary bulk for just 2 salvos worth of missiles. The mounts were troublesome to detach and even harder to put them back. Yet VES never considered removing them entirely. His ongoing work on the hoplite variant gave him a better appreciation of the Knight class. He gained a better understanding of what Jason Kozlowski wanted to achieve when he initially came up with the design. The missile launchers are an essential part of the Caesar Augustus series. There are many hybrid knights that combine laser cannons with swords and shields, but very few of them dare to add a third weapon to the mix. The launchers can hold a variety of missile types and add much-needed flexibility to an inflexible mech. Inflexible is an understatement. The Caesar Augustus is as stiff as a board. It never tries to excel in this aspect in the first place. The Caesar Augustus is still a capable knight up close. Any mech pilot that has received advanced knight training should be capable of working around its weaknesses. An advanced mech required an advanced mech pilot to make full use out of its capabilities. The normal rank-and-file pilots did not normally touch sophisticated models like the Caesar Augustus. The Mark Antony was basically the bargain bin version, but it still retained much of the advanced characteristics that made it difficult to master. I doubt most advanced pilots even care about the missile launchers. Carlos had a point, but VES still insisted on the missile launchers. Removing them turned his variant into a regular hybrid knight that competed directly against a large number of mature designs. The next day, VES went back to work. He finished the insides of the mech. Now he had to work on the most important part of a knight. The hoplite is similar to the Caesar Augustus in that both designs are clad in as much armor as possible. If they carried anything more, then they'd lose too much speed to be of any use when dodging enemy fire. His main goal in redesigning the armor scheme was to complement his previous work. He had to accommodate the mech's increased range of motion without compromising its defense. First, VES stripped off the old armor scheme and designed the broad strokes of the new one. His knowledge in metallurgy allowed him to leverage the properties of the alloys used in the hoplite's armor system in a modern fashion. Too bad the old armor has already benefited from armor compression. The only thing I can do is apply the existing formula to any existing plates. With the help of medium armor optimization too, he refined the sketch into a precise shape. Once he started modeling his work, he realized the true value of this sub-skill. It did not merely give him better ideas on how to shape a mech's armor. No, the true worth of the armor optimization skills was to help him understand the more advanced simulations. More than that, he could also fine-tune the mathematical models to achieve a preferred outcome. Furthermore, he saved quite a bit of time by skipping redundant calculations and combining several models together. VES made full use of the extra time he bought by refining the armor incrementally. The improvements were marginal but welcome. More than that, he caught two minor flaws and eliminated them before they could act as potential weak points. The end product deviated quite a bit from the base model's armor scheme. VES basically broke up the largest, stiffest portions of the armor in favor of smaller segmented plates. This increased the armor's flexibility at the affected part without giving up too much defense. To offset the vulnerabilities that came with the increased amount of moving parts, VES thickened many critical sections. He kept this to a minimum by modeling the result of every potential reinforcement. He decisively rolled back the changes when it hardly brought any benefits. Now that he finished redesigning the frame of the mech, VES turned to his variant's equipment. He left the Imperial sword alone, since he lacked the expertise to know what he was doing. He was already satisfied with its current specifications. As for the shield, VES saw an opportunity to increase the reliability of its active systems. The number one complaint the hoplite received was that the augments often malfunctioned when put under pressure. It's a 200-year-old experiment. Even if I'm not allowed to use more modern components, I can still see plenty of ways to strengthen the augments. It wasn't as if Lindholm knew any better. 200 years of progress in the age of mechs hadn't birthed a technological revolution. Only a couple of high-end inventions caused a stir. The lower-end technologies only received incremental improvements. Iron Spirit did not allow VES to introduce any innovations that broke the 3-star limit. Much like he did elsewhere, he only implemented optimizations that could still have been achieved 200 years ago. Naturally, he didn't limit himself to replicating the obvious. He sought to refine the augments even further by building an improved shock-absorbing shell around the fragile components. It took a lot finicking and testing before VES tentatively accepted the latest iteration as the best he could do. Only a specialist or a much more experienced mech designer can do better. Now that he finished going over the sword and shield, VES put the entire package through a myriad of simulations. He measured its performance in a variety of environments such as deserts and snow plains. He simulated combat against a host of different mechs. He tested how the mech fared in a duel as well as in a large-scale battle. Though the simulations had their limits, they all proved useful in catching weaknesses that only showed up under very specific circumstances. For example, in an extremely hot environment, the mech channeled an excessive amount of heat through a specific spot near the mech's arm joints. This degraded the performance of the arms and increased its susceptibility to heat-based damage such as lasers. VES modified the internal structure and the armor plating at those sections in order to plug the leaks. After pushing through thousands of near-identical simulations, VES finally had enough and called it a day. I'm almost at the end of my 3-week deadline. It should be about time to wrap up this design. VES was very proud of his design so far. The variant exceeded the original hoplite in many aspects. Its specs easily reached the standard of what an apprentice mech designer should achieve. If he approached the project in a casual manner, then the resulting design might only be 80% as good. Though he needed to spend a lot of time to achieve that extra 20% performance boost, it was well worth the time. Now he only needed to put the finishing touches to his design. Wait a minute. I think I forgot something. VES suddenly halted. He stood still for several minutes until he realized he forgot an old friend. How could I forget about the festive cloud generator? Volume I, Part 3 ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give us a like and subscribe so we can be motivated to make even better videos in the future.